Chapter 3007. A fiery red aura was emitted from the weapon ancestor's body. The fiery red aura circled above the weapon ancestor's head and suddenly transformed into a roaring, true dragon. That's... Ancestor Hay's face changed drastically. Illusory weapon? Ancestor Hay's heart was in turmoil. He had not expected the theory that the weapon ancestor had researched for countless years to become a reality. How is this possible? Ancestor Hay could not believe it. When the weapon ancestor came up with the idea of an illusory weapon, he had discussed it with the two of them. Without exception, the demon ancestor and Ancestor Hay did not agree with the weapon ancestor's idea. They thought that an illusory weapon was against common sense and was impossible to achieve. But today he had seen it. How is it? Are you surprised? The weapon ancestor sneered. His ferocious face was filled with mockery. Back then, my idea was not approved by the two of you, but I did not give up. A few hundred years ago, when I discovered the myriad fusion body, I absorbed a trace of its power and completed the last step that had troubled me for tens of thousands of years. Now, my illusory weapon has been formed. What are you going to use to fight me? The weapon ancestor said. Ancestor Hay finally understood why the weapon ancestor was so happy when he discovered the myriad fusion body. I see. In my idea, the illusory weapon has a higher level. Therefore, I must obtain the myriad fusion body. The weapon ancestor continued. His eyes were filled with killing intent. This was his secret. Apart from him, only a dead man knew about it. Humph, so what? Ancestor Hay said coldly after a momentary daze. You should be proud that you can die under my illusory weapon. After the weapon ancestor finished speaking, the blood-red true dragon roared and opened its mouth. A fiery, red dragon breath whizzed toward Ancestor Hay. Condense. Seeing this, Progenitor Hay spread out his hands. Two strange-looking weapons appeared out of nowhere and slashed at the air. Then, the entire void seemed to have solidified. It's useless. The weapon ancestor sneered. The illusory weapon could penetrate any defense. Swoosh! The fiery, red, true dragon shadow easily penetrated Ancestor Hay's defense. Dang, dang, dang. In the face of the menacing, illusory soldiers, Ancestor Hay was shocked and kept retreating. An illusory weapon? Fong Chen murmured. Then he took a step forward and executed the space-time escape technique. At the same time, the star-hidden sword fiercely hacked towards the blood-red dragon. Whoosh! Invincible sword Dao. The dazzling sword light pierced into the head of the real dragon shadow like a blade of judgment. Roar! The illusionary dragon trembled and uttered a roar into the sky. Its attack came to a stop. Whoosh! Seeing this, Ancestor Hay heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Fong Chen in surprise. Impossible. The illusory weapon's position is unpredictable. How can you stab it? The weapon ancestor cried out. He thought that Fong Chen had struck the illusory weapon by chance. Die! The weapon ancestor waved his hand, and the illusory weapons gathered again and charged toward Fong Chen. Although illusory weapons are weapons, they also belong to the category of void. Fong Chen said softly, strictly speaking, he could be considered as the creator of space-time Dao. Playing with illusory weapons in front of him? Isn't this showing off in front of an expert? The illusory weapons were unpredictable, but in Fong Chen's eyes they were still. Invincible Sword Dao. Once again he executed the invincible Sword Dao and stabbed the head of the real dragon shadow. While the weapon ancestor was still in shock, Ancestor Hay struck out and destroyed the illusory weapon. Ha ha ha! It turns out that your illusory weapon is just SOSO. Ancestor Hay laughed heartily. Without the illusory weapon, he was not afraid of the weapon ancestor. Even without the illusory weapon, I can still kill you. The weapon ancestor said coldly, Rumble. In the next moment, the forbidden ground shook as the battle between the weapon ancestor and Ancestor He shook the heavens and the earth. As for Fong Qin, he quickly arrived in front of the stone platform. Whoosh! He activated the heaven-sealing tablet with his mind and destroyed the seal on the stone platform. Then, Fong Shi's body disappeared. In Ming, Cave Mountain. Junior sister, are you okay? Tian Xin was the first to rush forward and catch Fong Shi's weak body as she asked worriedly, Junior sister, it's all my fault that you have to suffer like this. Kong Ju said guiltily. Fong Shi slowly opened her eyes, and her beautiful eyes shone brightly. She was happy to see Tian Xin and Kong Jiu. I'm fine. Xiao Hua and the pure-blooded beast cubs were ready for battle. When Ancestor He and the Weapon Ancestor were both injured, it would be time for them to strike. Dong! The Weapon Ancestor stomped his feet, and the entire ground shook. He flicked his finger, and a bright light shot out. The void along the way was instantly destroyed. The Weapon Ancestor is obviously stronger than Ancestor He. Fong Qin muttered to himself as he watched the battle. Dong! 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 As time went by, the battle became more intense. Inside the Forbidden Land, everything was in ruins, almost razed to the ground. During this period, Ancestor He had been at a disadvantage, and this was his last chance. He took advantage of the Weapon Ancestor's mistake and turned himself into a weapon as he charged toward the Weapon Ancestor. Dong! After the shocking collision, a deafening sound echoed across the sky. The entire ground caved in. Dust flew into the air, and the power became chaotic. Is it over? Fong Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at the center of the battlefield. There was a huge pit, and the surrounding area was in ruins. There were two figures in the pit, both of them in a very sorry state. Ancestor He's injuries are more serious. It seems like his origin is injured. Soon, Fong Qin discovered this. Although the Weapon Ancestor was also severely injured, he was in a better state than Ancestor He. Fong Qin, kill him quickly. Ancestor He said weakly. The Weapon Ancestor's face changed, and he said, Fong Qin, kill Ancestor He for me, and I will give you the entire Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Fong Qin slowly walked over and glanced at the two with a hint of disdain. Seeing that Fong Qin did not move, Ancestor He snapped. Fong Qin, have you forgotten our promise? What an exciting battle! Fong Qin clapped his hands and ignored Ancestor He. Don't worry, both of you will die. It's just a matter of who dies first. Ancestor He and the Weapon Ancestor immediately realized what was going on. You're using me? Ancestor He said. You've only realized it now. How stupid. Fong Qin let out a hollow laugh. His plan was not too brilliant. He was only using Ancestor He's desire to gain power. Why would you do that? Do you think you can control the Imperial Weapon Pavilion after killing us? You're too naive. Ancestor He said hysterically. Kill the Weapon Ancestor for me, and I will let bygones be bygones. Our promise will still stand. Ancestor He. Oh, Ancestor He, have you been living in the belly of a dog for the past several million years? Fong Qin said. Ancestor He was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Both of them were severely injured from the battle. Thus, he no longer had the strength to fight. He could only let Fong Qin do whatever he wanted to him. Don't you want the Imperial Weapon Pavilion? I can give it to you. Ancestor He compromised. Don't listen to him. If you're willing to help me, not only will I give you the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, I will also teach you the secret technique of the illusionary weapon. The Weapon Ancestor said, I can even contact the top factions in the eastern and northern regions to recommend you. The Weapon Ancestor's offer was extremely attractive. Unfortunately, Fong Qin had already sentenced them to death in his heart. Fong Qin shook his head. What else do you have to say? These are your last words. What? What do you want? The Weapon Ancestor asked in confusion. Fong Qin pointed at the empty stone platform. You want the myriad fusion body? The Weapon Ancestor asked. If you help me, I can give you half of the myriad fusion body. Fang Chen laughed eerily. The lady with the myriad fusion body is called Fang Shi. She is my daughter, Fang Chen. How is that possible? The weapon ancestor and Ancestor He were stunned. As for Fang Chen, he walked toward them one step at a time. No, you can't kill us. If you do, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion will not let you go. The weapon ancestor threatened. It's a pity that you won't be able to see it. The weapon ancestor's head exploded, and his body and soul were destroyed. Ancestor He's face turned pale. I, Ancestor He, have a good reputation, but it was destroyed by you. Ancestor He said, I'd like to see how you're going to explain to the Imperial Weapon Pavilion after the three of us are destroyed. With Fang Chen's current strength, it was impossible for him to fight against the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Then I won't trouble you, Fang Chen said. The heavens want me dead. Ancestor He laughed miserably and suddenly slapped his own head. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 3008, Fire Refining Sky. A blazing flame soared into the sky and instantly turned into a sea of fire. The temperature of the surrounding air rose rapidly as if the entire space was about to evaporate. Damn it! The two primordial spirits were forced to appear as they desperately tried to escape the sea of fire. Do you think you can fool me with such a petty trick? Fang Chen sneered. He had already asked Xiaohua and the pure-blooded beast cub to prepare to burn the escaping primordial spirits once the He ancestor and the weapon ancestor died. Let's go! The primordial spirits of the demonic ancestor and the weapon ancestor released a dazzling power as they desperately tried to escape. However, at this moment, a strange blood suddenly appeared and poured into the sea of fire. Suddenly, the power of the sea of fire rose rapidly. In the next moment, the two primordial spirits let out miserable cries. No, they screamed, but it was useless. The power of the sea of fire was too strong. In the blink of an eye, the two primordial spirits were turned into ashes. Whoosh! 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 The flames gradually extinguished. Xiaohua and the pure-blooded beast cub looked at Fang Chen. Brother. Fang Chen flicked his finger and took the Sumeru ring of the third ancestor. Then he let Kong Jiu, Tian Xian, and Fang Shi out. Father. Fang Shi's eyes were filled with tears as she threw herself into Fang Chen's arms. Fang Chen hugged Fang Shi's head tightly and comforted her. It's okay now. I won't let Shi suffer anymore. After a long time, Master, once the Imperial Weapon Pavilion knows of the third ancestor's death, they will definitely annihilate us. Kongju said, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion is too powerful. Even the Imperial teacher can't do anything about it. Once they know about what happened in the Forbidden Area, we will die. The reason why the third ancestor could be annihilated was because of their internal strife. However, it would not be so easy for the higher-ups of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. This was also a headache for Fang Chen. Fortunately, Fang Shi had been rescued. After a careful examination, Fang Shi did not suffer any injuries. Furthermore, Fang Chen was surprised to discover that with the help of the third ancestor, Fang Shi's all-fusion body had become even more powerful. There was even an indescribable feeling about it. Father, my cultivation base has already reached the life-ancient realm. However, I've been stuck at a bottleneck, unable to make a breakthrough. Fang Shi said in a low voice. Fang Chen nodded. You have the myriad fusion body, so your cultivation process will be much easier than others. However, this will also cause your bottleneck to become greater as you progress. Right now, your all-fusion body is still growing. Once you cross this hurdle, you will definitely become a star venerable, Fang Chen said. In fact, Fang Chen sighed in his heart. After working hard for so many years, he had barely reached the peak of the middle stage of the star venerable realm. On the other hand, his daughter's fusion body, was able to absorb the energy in the air at all times. There were basically no bottlenecks in the early stages. I will definitely work hard, Fangxi said. Soon, Fangxi, Xiaohua, and the pure-blooded beast cubs became one. At this moment, Tian Xan walked to Fang Chen's side. Master, do you have any ideas? Let me contact the imperial tutor, Fang Chen said. Then he took out his communication jade pendant and began to contact the imperial tutor. In a faraway region in the western region, on a towering mountain peak, the environment was extremely harsh. On the peak of the mountain there was a thatched cottage. The imperial tutor lived there in seclusion. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying light shot up into the sky from the mountain peak. In the next moment, the sound of a weapon rang out, shaking the heavens. Ha ha ha! The imperial tutor laughed heartily, revealing a bright smile on his face. He was holding a weapon in his hand. On the weapon, there were complex runes flowing around it. Its aura was extremely powerful. I am only one step away from the Emperor realm. After countless efforts, the imperial tutor was now able to refine half-step Emperor weapons with elemental abilities at will. Moreover, he had already touched the threshold of the Emperor realm. He believed that it would not be long before he could step into the Emperor realm. The imperial tutor, will definitely be the first blacksmith in the western region to step into the Emperor realm. The imperial tutor's heart was filled with anticipation. In the entire immemorial chaotic world, the western region was relatively backward. Compared to the eastern and northern regions, the martial arts culture here was backward. There was not even a single world god expert. Many powerful beings did not even care about this barbarian land. Just as the imperial tutor was filled with pride, his communication jade pendant suddenly rang. After opening it, Fang Chen's voice could be heard. Senior imperial tutor, I would like to ask if you have any ideas to send me out of the western region. You want to leave the western region? The imperial tutor asked. Fang Chen gave a simple explanation of what had happened. After the imperial tutor heard it, he was completely stunned. After a long while, he regained his senses. This fella actually plotted to let the 3 ancestors of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion kill each other and reap the benefits? The imperial tutor did not know whether to laugh or cry. This fella was too daring. Most importantly, he had actually succeeded. In other words, the 3 ancestors of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion would completely fall. If this news were to spread, the entire western region would be shaken. It might even affect the situation of the western region. I really don't know what to say about him. The imperial tutor shook his head. There are many experts in the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. The Pavilion Master is a half-step world god. Once they know what you have done, you will definitely die. The imperial tutor pondered for a moment before saying, there is a teleportation formation in the western region. However, every time it is activated, it consumes too much energy. Ordinary people cannot afford to use it. Think of a way to escape from the Imperial Weapon Pavilion and meet up with me. The imperial tutor told Fang Chen the exact location. Then, he flung his sleeve and disappeared into the void, in the forbidden land behind the mountain of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Fang Chen kept the communication jade pendant and revealed a faint smile. Let's go. After keeping Kong Jiu and the others in the mountain, Fang Chen walked out of the forbidden land carefully. In the Imperial Weapon Hall. Everyone, what do you think about the incident in the forbidden land? The Pavilion Master of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion asked. Pavilion Master, with the 3 ancestors around, nothing should happen in the forbidden land. However, I don't know if Fang Chen. Pavilion Master, why don't you go in and take a look? After a discussion, the Pavilion Master decided to go in and take a look himself. Soon, he arrived at the forbidden land behind the mountain. He flung his sleeve and opened the seal of the forbidden land. Then he entered. Just as he entered, he bumped into Fang Chen. Pavilion Master, I have learned a lot of refining skills from the 3 ancestors. The three ancestors asked me to digest them first, Feng Qin said softly. The pavilion master nodded and said, "You can go out first." Feng Qin heard, and his body flashed, and he left quickly. After he came out, he disappeared into the void without looking back. As there was a strong seal in the Forbidden Land that blocked divine consciousness, the pavilion master could not detect what was happening in the Forbidden Land. When he walked to the center of the Forbidden Land, he was stunned. He opened his eyes wide and stared at the stone platform. The stone platform was empty. There was nothing there. After that, he abruptly turned around and looked at the two corpses in the large pit not too far away. "Hey, ancestor, weapon ancestor!" he shouted and quickly walked over. At the same time, he found the corpse of the demon ancestor. His body was trembling and he could not believe his eyes. How is this possible? How could the three ancestors be dead? The pavilion master shook his head frantically. He did not understand what had happened. "All right, Feng Qin." Suddenly, the pavilion master thought of Feng Qin, and a fierce look flashed across his eyes. He has been in the Forbidden Land all this time. He should know what happened, the pavilion master said in a low voice. Could it be that he killed the three ancestors? Soon, the pavilion master denied this idea. However, he vaguely guessed that the death of the three ancestors was related to Feng Qin. Damn guy. In the sky above the Forbidden Land, the pavilion master's divine consciousness covered the entire Imperial Weapon Pavilion. However, he did not find any trace of Feng Qin. There is indeed a problem. The pavilion master's face darkened, and he gave an order. South Pavilion Guardian Feng Qin has betrayed the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Anyone who finds any trace of him is to be killed immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire Imperial Weapon Pavilion shook. "I would like to see how you can escape from me," the pavilion master sneered. His body flashed and disappeared into the void, chasing after Feng Qin. For the latest novel to read, please visit Chapter 3009. Anger. There was only one thought in the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master's mind, and that was to kill Feng Qin. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion was able to stand tall in the western region for countless years without falling. It was even able to stand at the peak and command the world. The reason was the three ancestors. The three ancestors were the foundation of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion and also the biggest reliance of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. However, the three ancestors had all died. The main culprit behind all of this was Feng Qin. Damn it, he must be greedy for the all-fusion body and plotted against the three ancestors. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master was a half-step universe god expert. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already left the Imperial Weapon Pavilion and chased after Feng Qin. However, Feng Qin wasn't someone to be trifled with either. After escaping from the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, he pushed the space-time doctrine to the extreme, and his speed was as fast as lightning. With the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master speed, it would take him at least 6 hours to catch up with me. Feng Qin calculated as he flew. With my current speed, it would take me about 6 hours to reach the rendezvous point. Feng Qin was calculating how to avoid the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master's pursuit. Time passed bit by bit, and the Imperial Master was anxiously waiting for Feng Qin. Ling. In the old site of a powerful sect in the Ancient Era, there was a teleportation formation that was left behind from the Ancient Era. In the vast western region, there was only one broken teleportation formation that could cross regions. By taking this teleportation formation, one could cross regions and reach the other 3 regions. Still not here. The Imperial Master had been contacting Feng Qin with his communication jade pendant. After knowing that Suemo was fine, he was relieved. Swoosh! Suddenly, the sound of something tearing through the air was heard. Immediately after, Feng Qin appeared. "How is it?" Feng Qin asked anxiously. "The teleportation formation is above the ruins. Have you prepared the energy crystals?" the Imperial Master asked. Feng Qin nodded and waved his hand. A small mountain of purple cloud ores appeared in front of the teleportation formation. This is purple cloud ores? The Imperial Preceptor was stunned for a moment before he came to a realization. The news of the annihilation of the Sioux family in the southwest region had spread like wildfire. Naturally, he had also heard the news. After seeing the purple cloud, or Imperial Tutor Xenbing was certain that Fong Qin was the man who destroyed the Sioux family. Is that enough? Fong Qin asked hurriedly. That's enough. The Heart Weapon Emperor placed the purple cloud ores into the teleportation formation before roaring loudly and driving the teleportation formation with all his might. Whoa! The teleportation array slowly began to rotate, and a ray of light was emitted. Fong Chen's body trembled. It was as if he had returned to the ancient times. The vicissitudes of life and the austere aura made him feel as if he was there. Come to think of it, the war that broke out here in the ancient times must have been extremely tragic. Fong Chen murmured, but he quickly regained his composure. He took a step forward and entered the teleportation array. Let's go. The teleportation portal was activated and spun rapidly. Fong Chen's figure disappeared. Stop! At this moment, a furious roar came from the distant horizon. Boom! A fiery red ray of light, carrying a vast amount of power, shot over. Dong! The Heart Weapon Emperor blocked it with his hand. Heart Weapon Emperor, do you really want to go against my Imperial Weapon Pavilion? The Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master said furiously. Pavilion Master, you must be joking. I'm just a rogue cultivator. Why would I go against the Imperial Weapon Pavilion? The Heart Weapon Emperor grinned. Fong Qin has betrayed my Imperial Weapon Pavilion. I want to kill you personally. Are you sure you want to stop me? The Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his finger and a dart shot out. The Heart Weapon Emperor stomped his feet and used all his strength to block the dart. At the same time, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master slammed his palm forward, and a vast force struck the teleportation formation. Rumble! The already dilapidated teleportation array suddenly began to wobble and show signs of cracking. Not good. Seeing this, the Heart Weapon Emperor exclaimed in his heart, and his face changed drastically. Stop! The Heart Weapon Emperor roared and came in front of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master to stop him. Humph! The teleportation formation is cracked. He's dead for sure. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master sneered and glanced at the Heart Weapon Emperor before leaving. My Imperial Weapon Pavilion doesn't want to go against you, but it doesn't mean that we're afraid of you. I hope you know what's best for you. Looking at the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master's back, the Heart Weapon Emperor clenched his fist and was furious. I hope you're safe. The Heart Weapon Emperor looked at the cracked teleportation formation and prayed in his heart. I'm sorry. Don't worry. I'll protect the Imperial Weapon Pavilion for you. Blood City. The Blood City had become more prosperous because of the rise of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. The cooperation between the Blood City Merchant Pavilion and the Imperial Weapon Pavilion had become closer. Although Fong Qin had left the Blood City, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion was still developing rapidly. Master Dongfang was now the representative of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. He had great prestige, and countless people would respond to his call. However, the atmosphere in the Blood City was unusually tense today. What? In the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, Master Dongfang was shocked when he heard a secret from Lord Blood. Fong Qin betrayed the Imperial Weapon Pavilion and is wanted by the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion might be suppressed by them. This was news from Lord Blood. He was an outer member of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion after all. He was one step ahead of the others and received the news. With the Imperial Weapon Pavilion's current strength, how can they fight against the Imperial Weapon Pavilion? Master Dongfang was disappointed and sad. Is the Imperial Weapon Pavilion going to disband? Although the Imperial Weapon Pavilion was established by Fong Qin, Master Dongfang had put in a lot of effort into it. He naturally didn't want to see the Imperial Weapon Pavilion disband. Fang Qin has escaped. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion will definitely vent their anger on the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Master Dongfang was thinking about how to deal with it. Whoosh! The void rippled and the Heart Weapon Emperor Master slowly appeared. Heart Weapon Emperor Master. Master Dongfang, how have you been? The Heart Weapon Emperor Master nodded. I owe Fang Qin a favor. I'm here to protect the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Don't worry. With me around, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion won't do anything to the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Hearing this, Master Dongfang was overjoyed. Sure enough, it was as Master Dongfang had expected. 2 days later, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master personally led his disciples and arrived at the city. The Pavilion Master of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, Fang Qin, betrayed the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. He has committed treason and should be killed. The Pavilion Master's voice echoed throughout the entire Blood City. There's no need for the Imperial Weapon Pavilion to continue existing. For a moment, everyone in the Blood City was in a panic. Lord Blood had been secretly observing the Imperial Weapon Pavilion's actions. He had mixed feelings. In the Blood City Chamber of Commerce, many higher-ups held an emergency meeting. Everyone, what do you think about this matter? The Blood City Chamber of Commerce's president asked. Isn't it obvious? Fang Qin betrayed the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. The Pavilion Master is furious. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion will cease to exist. Our Blood City Chamber of Commerce will break off our relationship with him. That's right. I agree. Soon, everyone agreed with the decision. Only Deacon Li objected. However, he didn't have the right to make the decision. Fang Qin has committed treason and betrayed the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Our Blood City Chamber of Commerce doesn't want to work with such a despicable person. From now on, the Blood City Chamber of Commerce will dissolve our alliance with the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. We will help the Imperial Weapon Pavilion to destroy the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Soon, the Blood City Chamber of Commerce released a message. It was a statement. Once the message was out, the entire Blood City was shocked. Of course, everyone could understand. If they had to choose between the Imperial Weapon Pavilion and the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, they would definitely choose the former. Just when everyone thought that the Imperial Weapon Pavilion was about to be destroyed, the Imperial Master and Master Dongfang appeared in the void. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion has crossed the line. The Imperial Master's voice was deafening. What? The Imperial Master stood up for the Imperial Weapon Pavilion? Could it be that the rumor is true? The one behind the Imperial Master is the Imperial Master? This is going to be a good show. In the Blood City, everyone was talking about it. In the void, the Imperial Master and the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master confronted each other again. Imperial Master, you are meddling too much. Boom! Everyone in the Blood City felt a tremor. A great battle was about to begin. The battle between the Imperial Master and the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. Everyone was watching. The result of this battle would change the situation in the Western region. However, 7 days later, a ray of light flew away. From today onwards, the Imperial Master will protect the Imperial Master. If anyone dares to have ill intentions towards the Imperial Master, they will be going against the Imperial Master. The Imperial Master's voice spread throughout the Blood City. Everyone was in an uproar, shaken by this. Could it be that the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master lost? In fact, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master and the Imperial Master could not do anything to each other. In the end, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master compromised and gave up on the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. With the crisis resolved, Lord Shui was relieved. Everyone in the Blood City Chamber of Commerce looked at each other. Quickly disperse and leave the Blood City. Even the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master could not do anything to the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, let alone the Blood City Chamber of Commerce. The president of the Blood City Chamber of Commerce knew that the situation was hopeless. He had to give up on the glory of the Blood City. In just one night, the Blood City Chamber of Commerce evacuated from the Blood City. The Blood City also became the private property of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. The Imperial Master stayed here to protect the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. The situation in the Western region had undergone a subtle change. Many forces were ready to make a move. The Heart Demon Palace even sent an elder to the Blood City to visit the Imperial Master to discuss important matters. Chapter 3010. In the east of the primordial chaos, there was a vast and boundless region. The people here were valiant and the martial way was prosperous. It was called the Eastern region. Compared to the Western region and the Southern region, the Eastern region was a prosperous place with many experts. The sun was like blood, dyeing the entire land red. The plains were boundless and overgrown with weeds. It was very barren. But today, an unprecedented war had broken out here. The Blood Fire Sword sect had launched an all-out war, wanting to destroy the Piercing Cloud sect in one fell swoop. The disciples of the two forces were embroiled in a chaotic battle on the plains. There were many casualties, and screams of agony could be heard from time to time. In the void, two figures were facing each other. Both of them exuded a terrifying aura. One of them was wearing a blood-red robe with a sword-shaped symbol on his collar. His entire body was covered in sword-shaped runes, making him look like a long sword that stood in the void. It was a shocking sight. Opposite him was an old man in a white robe. He was stooped, and there was a faint aura emanating from his body. It was as if he had merged with the world. He stood on a white cloud and stared at the blood-red robed elder. "Bloodfire Sword Master, do you really want to do this?" the white-robed elder asked. "Destroying the Piercing Cloud sect has been the goal of the ancestors of the Bloodfire Sword sect." The Bloodfire Sword Master stood with his hands behind his back. "You have seen it too. The disciples of the Piercing Cloud sect are no match for my Bloodfire Sword sect. What does the Piercing Cloud sect have to fight me?" The Bloodfire Sword Master's words lingered in the Piercing Cloud sect master's ears. A bitter smile appeared on his old face. "As the Piercing Cloud sect master, I will live and die with the Piercing Cloud sect," the Piercing Cloud sect master said. "Since the Bloodfire Sword sect wants to do this, then let's fight to the death." With that, the Piercing Cloud sect master's body flashed and merged with the white cloud. He instantly appeared beside the Bloodfire Sword Master. "Scram!" The Bloodfire Sword Master roared. A fiery red sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed at the white cloud. Kaboom! The battle between the two experts was about to erupt. The void shattered, and the air became chaotic. The flames of war flew, and blood flowed like a river. In the blink of an eye, the war had entered a white-hot stage. The Piercing Cloud sect seemed to be somewhat powerless to resist. Somewhere on the battlefield, the golden-robed man struck out with his palm, barely blocking his opponent's attack. Not good. However, just as he was about to attack, he screamed in horror. A long sword suddenly appeared in front of him. The tip of the sword carried an unparalleled power. "Run!" He subconsciously retreated, wanting to dodge. However, it was too late. The long sword had already locked onto him. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. "Am I going to die?" Wu Pan's face paled as he shook his head, helplessly. Crack! Just as the long sword was about to pierce his chest, a sudden clap of thunder appeared in the void, followed by flashes of lightning and roars of thunder. A crack visible to the naked eye spread rapidly above Wu Pan's head. The sudden change stunned everyone. Their gazes were all fixed on the crack. Bang! A figure fell out of the crack. The horrifying spatial storm quickly dissipated. In the blink of an eye, the crack healed and the sky returned to normal. The figure that fell out of the crack happened to land in front of Wu Pan, blocking the long sword of the blood flame sword sect disciple and saving his life. He subconsciously looked down and saw a man covered in blood, lying in a pool of blood. It seemed that he had lost his life. Wu Pan was a little dazed. He did not know what was going on. However, the two experts who were fighting in the void immediately understood what was going on when they saw the scene. Is there a problem with the teleportation array, causing the body to be lost in the darkness? The blood flame sword sect master sneered. He did not even look. Although he could feel a faint trace of life, he knew that the person was dead for sure. Collecting his thoughts, the blood flame sword sect master continued to attack. Kill! The battle did not stop because of Fong Chen's fall. On the contrary, it became even more intense. Fong Chen lay in a pool of blood and was crushed by many corpses. He saved me. Wu Pan was stunned. He looked at the unconscious Fong Chen with a complicated expression. After thinking for a moment, Wu Pan gritted his teeth and broke away from his opponent. He quickly came to the mountain of corpses and pulled Fong Chen out of the pile. You saved my life. Even if there is only a small chance, I will not let you die. Wu Pan carried Fong Chen and rushed toward Chuanyun City. The battle was too intense and chaotic. Wu Pan did not encounter too many obstacles when he left. This was because the battlefield was Chuanyun Plain, which was very close to Chuanyun City. After a while, Wu Pan returned to Chuanyun City, panting. Boom! At this moment, a deafening explosion sounded in the sky above Chuanyun Plain. Smoke filled the air and a wild aura fluttered in the wind. A human figure shot out of the smoke in a somewhat sorry state. Chuanyun Sect Master. This voice came from the blood flame, sword Sect Master. I didn't expect you to hide your strength. The blood flame, sword Sect Master's face was gloomy. His chest rose and fell as a trace of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. Humph! I will let your Chuanyun sect go today. When my blood flame, sword sect attacks again, your Chuanyun sect will be destroyed. After saying this, the blood flame sword sect master waved his sleeve and said, Retreat! Whoosh! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the blood flame sword sect disciples had all retreated from the battlefield. The Chuanyun sect disciples who had escaped death looked at each other. Return! The Chuanyun sect master's voice was like thunder. Increase the defenses of Chuanyun City by 3 times. All disciples must be on high alert. As soon as he said this, a streak of light charged into Chuanyun City. No one had expected the battle to end in such a way. However, the Chuanyun sect master knew that he had used the blood flame sword sect master's weakness to defeat him. But the next time the blood flame sword sect came prepared, it would be the time when his Chuanyun sect was in danger. The Chuanyun sect was the strongest faction in Chuanyun City and the only ruler. In the main hall of the Chuanyun sect. How are the casualties in this battle? The Chuanyun sect master asked with an ashen face. Sect master, more than half of our disciples are dead or injured. Several elders have also died, the great elder said in a low voice. Simply put, they had suffered heavy losses. The Chuanyun City Lord is also dead. Hearing this, the Chuanyun sect master's face turned even gloomier. In a courtyard of the Chuanyun sect, Wu Pan placed Fong Chen on the bed and fed him some healing pills. This guy, Wu Pan, was surprised to find that although Fong Chen was covered in injuries, his physical body was abnormally strong. Interesting. Fong Chen, whose aura was originally weak, began to recover in just a few hours. This made Wu Pan very surprised. A star venerate martial artist can still survive after suffering such heavy injuries. This is simply a miracle. The Chuanyun sect was heavily guarded. Everyone was busy preparing for battle. Only Wu Pan was taking care of Fong Chen. Wang. The immortal scepter and the hidden star sword surged with powerful energy at the same time and poured into Fong Chen's body. Fang Chen's injuries were healing at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Master will be fine, right? In Ming Cave Mountain, Kong Jiao and Tian Xian were somewhat worried. Don't worry, he will be fine, the pure-blooded beast cub said. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely die after suffering such heavy injuries. However, he is different. The chaotic sword body is not just for show. Its defense is top-notch. As the pure-blooded beast cub expected, Fang Chen's vitality became more and more vigorous in the next few days. 5 days later, Fang Chen woke up. You're awake? The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was Wu Pan's face. Who are you? Where am I? Fang Chen asked doubtfully. He subconsciously looked around to make sure there was no danger and heaved a sigh of relief. This is the Chuan Yun sect. I am Chuan Yun sect, disciple Wu Pan. Don't worry, you are very safe here, Wu Pan said with a smile. How did I get here? That day, the Chuan Yun sect was fighting with the Blood Flame Sword sect, and you, Wu Pan briefly explained the situation that day. After understanding the situation, Fang Chen nodded. There was a problem with the teleportation array. Fang Chen felt a lingering fear. If he hadn't been so lucky, he would have died. It's not a problem with the teleportation array. After the teleportation array was activated, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master forcefully attacked it, causing the teleportation to be interrupted. The Immortal Scepter said. Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master. Fang Chen clenched his fists, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Chapter 30:11. Piercing Cloud Sect, Blood Flame Sword Sect. The names of these two sects echoed in Fang Chen's mind. The Eastern region? Fang Chen curled his lips. He was going to the Northern region with the help of Imperial teacher Xian Bing. He didn't expect that the transmission would be interrupted and he would be sent to the Eastern region. Since I'm here, I'll take things as they come. I'll familiarize myself with the situation here as soon as possible, and then think of a way to leave. Fang Chen muttered. As long as he left the Western region, he wouldn't be afraid of being chased by the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Then he could cultivate in peace. You're really lucky. Wu Pan smiled and said, We often see situations like yours here. Those cultivators whose transmission was interrupted almost certainly died. But you survived. Fang Chen was stunned when he heard this. No wonder people weren't curious at all when he was on the battlefield. They often saw it. This was also good. It wouldn't attract their attention. Faced with Wu Pan's question, Fang Chen just smiled awkwardly. You rest in the piercing cloud, sect first. Don't wander around. Wu Pan said a few words and then turned to leave. The atmosphere in the piercing cloud sect was very stifling. After Fang Chen recovered from his injuries, he felt that his cultivation had taken another step forward. He had silently broken through to the late stage of the Star Venerable realm. Is this considered to be fighting to live after death? Fang Chen grinned. Walking on the tree-lined road of the piercing cloud sect, Fang Chen could feel people looking at him from time to time. Is that guy the trash that Wu Pan saved? Is there something wrong with Wu Pan's head? He ran away at the last minute. The sect will definitely chase Wu Pan. Whispers reached Fang Chen's ears. Punishment? Fang Chen frowned and looked up. He found that Wu Pan was surrounded by a few disciples and had a conflict. He walked over quickly and heard one of the disciples scolding Wu Pan in a lecturing tone. Wu Pan, as a disciple of the Piercing Cloud sect, why did you run away at the last minute? I didn't. Wu Pan defended himself. Everyone has seen it. You are simply a disgrace to the Chuan Yun sect. This person continued, What qualifications does a person like you have to continue staying in the Chuan Yun sect? As he spoke, the disciple immediately attacked, intending to capture Wu Pan. Bang! Wu Pan's resistance made the disciple even more furious. Wu Pan, I represent the sect in punishing you. How dare you resist? Do you want to be a traitor? The word traitor made Wu Pan's body tremble. Humph! The disciple snorted coldly and reached out to grab Wu Pan. Bang! The disciple who attacked Wu Pan was sent flying and fell to the ground. Do you want to die? The disciple stood up, glared at Fang Qin, and roared angrily. What crime did Wu Pan commit? Just because you saved me? Fang Qin shrugged and asked. Wu Pan glanced at Fang Qin. He wanted to say something, but in the end he remained silent. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to criticize me here? The disciple flew into a rage and rushed toward Fang Qin. Get lost. Fang Qin sent him flying with a kick. Wu Pan is innocent. If you want to use this opportunity to deal with Wu Pan, then I'm sorry, but I don't agree. No matter what, Wu Pan had saved Fang Qin. At this moment, how could Fang Qin remain indifferent? Forget it, Wu Pan said in a low voice. He didn't want to make a big deal out of it. You are courting death. The disciple's cultivation was slightly higher than Wu Pan's. He was at the peak of the Star Venerable realm. He thought that Fang Qin had launched a sneak attack, which was why he had been sent flying. Rumble. The disciple used his strongest trump card to suppress Fang Qin. However, in Fang Qin's eyes, his action was ridiculous. Bang! A crisp sound echoed in the air. The surrounding disciples were dumbfounded. How could this be? They couldn't understand why the guy Wu Pan had saved could send Fan Hai, who was at the peak of the Star Venerable realm, flying. Brat, this is the Cloud Sect. You are courting death. Fan Hai stood up and roared angrily. Stop! As soon as the voice fell, the crowd consciously opened up a path. A beautiful figure walked over slowly. Fan Hai, haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? The woman scolded sternly. The woman's hair was tied up in a high bun, and there was a red plum blossom hairpin on the top of her head. She was wearing a navy blue pleated skirt with scattered flowers and a pair of soft-soled shoes with silk peacock thread beads. Her beautiful figure was perfectly reflected in the eyes. Seeing this woman, Fang Qin was stunned. Senior Sister Yue? Fan Hai wanted to explain, but he was interrupted by Senior Sister Yu. Get lost. Yes, Senior Sister Yu. Fan Hai lowered his head and quickly left. Before he left, he glared at Fang Qin fiercely. Fist salute. Senior Sister Yu smiled at Fang Qin and bowed slightly to express her apology. It's okay. Fang Qin waved his hand. I'm Yu Shu. What's your name? Fang Qin. Yu Shu smiled faintly and turned to leave. If you have any problems, you can come to me. Fang Qin could feel countless envious and jealous gazes shooting at him from all around. It seemed that this woman called Yu Shu had a high status in the Cloud Sect. In the following time, the Cloud Sect fell into a temporary silence. But everyone knew that this was the sign before a storm. The Blood Flame Sword Sect was too strong. If they came back again, the Cloud Sect would have no power to resist. Under the night sky, the starlight shone on Fang Qin. He took out a bottle of spirit-tempering wine and tasted it. I didn't expect the Eastern region to be so vast. After drinking a mouthful of spirit-tempering wine, Fang Qin couldn't help but sigh. After a few days of understanding, Fang Qin only knew the tip of the iceberg of the Eastern region. But even so, he was still extremely shocked. Simply put, the four regions of the ancient chaos, the Western region and the Southern region, were simply barbarians. In the Eastern region, there was a name. To them, the Southern and Western regions were like lower realms. From this, one could see the difference between them and the Eastern region. The Eastern region was vast and had 9 realms. Each realm was much larger than the Starless realm. The Boundless realm was one of the 9 realms in the Eastern region. There were 36 palaces under it. The Desolation Palace that Fang Qin was in was one of them. Both Cloud Passing City and Blood Flame City belonged to the Bloody Battle Territory, one of the 5 territories under the Desolation Palace. There were 72 cities under the Bloody Battle Territory. I didn't expect to come to such a place. With Fong Chen's current strength, he was almost invincible in Cloud Passing City. However, he had just recovered from his injuries and was very unfamiliar with the eastern region. He wanted to understand it before leaving. Blood Flame Sword Sect. Fong Chen's eyes flickered as he muttered, "Since Wu Pan saved me, I'll help Cloud Passing Sect solve their crisis." The Cloud Passing Sect's master was a late-stage Holy Venerate. The Blood Flame Sword's master's cultivation shouldn't be that strong. "I'll help Cloud Passing Sect solve their crisis as soon as possible and enter the sights of the upper echelons of the bloody battle territory." Fong Chen's thoughts weren't here. He wanted to use Cloud Passing Sect as a springboard to enter the bloody battle territory. He wanted to stand out and eventually join the Desolation Palace. Only by joining the Desolation Palace could he come into contact with a higher stage and cultivate more powerful secret techniques. As for the Boundless Realm, Fong Chen didn't want to think about it for now. After all, the Boundless Realm was one of the 9 Eastern Realms. The Boundless Realm's master was a super expert of the Sector Lord Realm. He was the commander of a region, and his strength was unfathomable. Fong Chen's realm was too far away from the universe God Realm. Perhaps because of Yu Shu, many disciples didn't like Fong Chen and were denouncing Fong Chen. Fan Hai, who lost to Fong Chen that day, even said that Fong Chen had launched a sneak attack first. Otherwise, he would have been able to suppress Fong Chen in a direct confrontation. Femme fatale. Although Fong Chen didn't say anything, Yu Shu took the initiative to talk to Fong Chen and even rebuked Fan Hai. This caused many disciples to have wild thoughts. Yu Shu was the goddess of Cloud Passing Sect, and countless disciples pursued her. They wouldn't allow their goddess to be tarnished. An outsider. If it wasn't for Cloud Passing Sect, he would have died long ago. How dare he seduce Yu Shu? He's really courting death. I want to see how arrogant he can be. Just wait. Fan Hai is well prepared this time. He will definitely suppress Fong Chen. Countless voices of discussion quietly spread out. However, Fong Chen, who was in the middle of the whirlpool, only smiled and ignored them. "Fong Chen, you don't have to worry. You're someone I saved. Even if you're expelled, it's the sect master's order and not Fan Hai's," Wu Pan said. "But now my Cloud Passing Sect is in danger. I hope you can leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, your life will be in danger." "It's fine." Fong Chen smiled indifferently. To read a novel, please visit Chapter 3012. Although a great disaster was imminent, Yu Shu's actions had undoubtedly brought great trouble to Fong Chen. In the courtyard, Fong Chen sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. In his mind, his primordial spirit vibrated and emitted a golden luster. Primordial spirit. Fong Chen murmured. During the teleportation process, he had gone through a narrow escape, but it had also allowed his primordial spirit to make a breakthrough. Outside Wu Pan's courtyard, many disciples, led by Fan Hai, had gathered. "Fong Chen, get out here." Fan Hai roared arrogantly, his face full of disdain. He believed that the reason why he had lost the previous battle was entirely because of Fong Chen's sneak attack. "If you have the ability, fight me fair and square." In the dark, a pair of eyes stared at them. "A mere outsider dares to approach Yu Shu. You're courting death." The person who spoke was dressed in a golden robe. If anyone was here, they would definitely recognize that this person was the strongest disciple of the Transcendence Cloud Sect. Everyone knew that he was pursuing Yu Shu. However, he could not gain Yu Shu's approval. All along, Yu Shu had been very cold to him. When he heard that Yu Shu berated Fan Hai for Fong Chen, his heart was full of anger. He had deliberately lent his weapon to Fan Hai so that he could teach Fong Chen a lesson. "I'd like to see what you're capable of." His eyes flickered as he said, sinisterly. In the courtyard, Wu Pan hurried in. At this time, Fong Chen also slowly opened his eyes. "Fong Chen." Wu Pan wanted to say something, but stopped. In fact, Fong Chen already knew what he wanted to say. Brother Wu Pan, don't worry. What's a mere Fan Hai? Fang Chen's tone was very arrogant and confident. In his eyes, Fan Hai was a piece of trash. Ignore him. Fang Chen continued to cultivate with his eyes closed, while Wu Pan could only walk out of the courtyard helplessly. Fan Hai, you've gone too far. Wu Pan said in a deep voice. Wu Pan, who do you think you are? That guy is a coward. Are you going to stand up for him? Seeing Wu Pan, Fan Hai was very angry. He said angrily, Good, I was just worried that I didn't have a place to vent my anger. You came at the right time. After saying that, Fan Hai acted as if he was about to attack Wu Pan. Wu Pan took several steps back. Fan Hai, right now our entire Piercing Cloud sect is preparing for war, ready to fight at any moment. Yet you are causing trouble here. Let the sect master know the truth. Are you threatening me? Hearing Wu Pan's words, Fan Hai became even angrier. Do you think that with that kid backing you up, Fan Hai, would be afraid of you? As soon as Fan Hai finished speaking, he threw out a punch without any warning. Wu Pan was caught off guard. He felt a powerful force coming at him, and his body involuntarily retreated. Wu Pan staggered and steadied himself. His back was pressed against the gate of the courtyard. Wu Pan was very angry, but he couldn't do anything to Fan Hai. What, angry? If you have the ability, then do it, you coward. Seeing Wu Pan's angry look, Fan Hai became even more unscrupulous and sneered. Fan Hai walked towards Wu Pan step by step. He slowly raised his hand and said mockingly, Do you believe that with this slap of mine your head will turn into minced meat? I don't believe it. Suddenly, a voice came from the courtyard. Creak! The gate opened and Fang Chin walked out with his hands behind his back. He glanced at Wu Pan and nodded lightly. Then his gaze fell on Fan Hai. Finally, you're not a coward anymore? Fan Hai sneered and stared at Fang Chin. Coward? You think you're worthy? Fang Chin mercilessly humiliated Fan Hai. Looks like I didn't teach you enough the last time. Otherwise, you wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Fine, I won't hold back this time. Kid, who do you think you are? If you hadn't ambushed me the last time, I would have killed you. Bang! Just as Fan Hai's voice fell, a sound came from the ground. Then, a miserable scream came from his mouth. Only then did the crowd react. They turned around and were stunned. At this moment, Fan Hai's body seemed to be falling apart. Blood flowed out of his orifices, and he fell to the ground. His arms were hanging limply. It seemed like they were crippled. I'll kill you. Fan Hai roared in anger, but he couldn't stand up. He actually crippled Fan Hai's limbs. Is this guy crazy? Doesn't he know that Fan Hai is Brother Long's man? He's dead. He's dead. In the crowd, everyone discussed in horror. Get lost. Don't embarrass yourself here. Fang Chin sneered and said disdainfully, If the person behind you wants to challenge me, feel free to do so. After saying that, Fang Chin turned around and prepared to return to the courtyard. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, applause sounded. Everyone turned around and their pupils constricted. Brother Long. The first disciple of the Cloud sect was called Brother Long. He wore a golden robe and his wise eyes stared at Fang Chin as he walked over quickly. You're not bad, Brother Long said gloomily. Of course. It's better than some villain hiding in the dark. Fang Chen sneered. Everyone around was shocked. Fang Chen was too arrogant, wasn't he? He didn't even care about Brother Long. Kid, do you know who I am? Brother Long asked coldly with a serious face. Does it have anything to do with me? Fang Chen asked. Haha. Brother Long was enraged by Fang Chen's words. He suppressed his anger and pointed at Fan Hai. He's my man. So what? Fang Chen retorted. You're not from the Cloud sect, but you crippled his limbs. This is a capital offense. Brother Long said slowly. And I, on behalf of the Cloud sect, will kill you. Seeing Brother Long appear, Wu Pan was a little anxious and tugged at Fong Chen's clothes. Fong Chen shook his head, indicating that it was fine. Then he looked at Brother Long and said, "Because Miss Yu Shu said a few words to me, you held a grudge and instigated Fan Hai to provoke me. Now I've crippled his limbs. You have to take full responsibility." The words Yu Shu from Fong Chen's mouth made Brother Long even angrier. Yu Shu is not someone you can call her that. Brother Long said angrily, "Humph, I really feel sorry for you. The Cloud sect is in trouble, but you're still in the mood to flirt. As expected of the first disciple of the Cloud sect, you're really amazing." Fong Chen mocked. "What, are you angry now that I've exposed you?" Fong Chen took a step forward with an imposing aura. "I'm standing right here. If you want to kill me, go ahead. But I can't guarantee that your limbs won't be broken." This was a threat, a blatant threat. Brother Long had cultivated for so many years and had a high status in the Cloud sect. No one dared to speak to him like this. "You're courting death," Brother Long said. Fong Chen didn't say anything else. He didn't even bother to look at Brother Long and closed his eyes. "Go back first." Fong Chen was afraid that Wu Pan would be in a difficult position, so he asked him to wait for him in the courtyard. "Stop." Yu Shu walked over from behind the crowd. "Yu Shu." Brother Long smiled when he saw Yu Shu walking over. However, Yu Shu ignored him. This made Brother Long even angrier. He vented his anger on Fong Chen. "Yu Shu, this is between me and this guy. Don't interfere." Rumble. Brother Long waved his hand and took a long staff from Fan Hai. Die. With a flick of his wrist, he waved the long staff. A vast power emerged from the long staff. "Stop!" Yu Shu shouted, wanting to stop the two. However, it was too late. Brother Long's attack had already enveloped Fong Chen, still putting on an act. Seeing that Fong Chen was still calm, Brother Long sneered and increased his strength. The long staff was aimed at Fong Chen's head. If Fong Chen couldn't dodge this attack, his body and soul would be destroyed. It could be seen how vicious Brother Long was. Crash! Fong Chen suddenly opened his eyes. With a stomp of his foot, the entire ground shook. "You have to pay the price for your stupidity," Fong Chen said. "And you can't bear the price." As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Chen took a big step forward. He opened one of his hands and charged towards the long rod at lightning speed. Under everyone's gaze, he grabbed the long staff. The vast power came to an abrupt stop. The long staff was firmly grasped by Fong Chen and couldn't move. "You've always thought of yourself as the #1 disciple of the Chuanyan sect. You don't know that in my eyes, you're just trash." Holding the long staff with one hand, he slapped out with the other. Crack! Brother Long felt that all the bones in his body were about to shatter. His body flew back dozens of meters and fell to the ground. Poochie! Brother Long spat out blood and fainted. Crash! Countless exclamations came from the crowd. A late-stage Star Venerable actually has such great power. Brother Long was the #1 disciple of the Chuanyan sect. His cultivation had reached the limit of the Star Venerable realm. He was only one step away from entering the Holy Venerable realm. Chapter 3013. The #1 disciple of the Piercing Cloud sect was at the peak of the Star Venerable realm. Such a strong person had been defeated by Fong Chen in one move. How strong did one have to be to do that? Even a warrior at the early stage of the Saint Venerable realm couldn't do that, right? For a moment, everyone's hearts were filled with shock. Yu Shu's mouth was wide open, full of shock. Fong Chen stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm. He didn't want to bully the weak. He just wanted to improve his strength as soon as possible. However, Brother Long instigated Fan Hai to harass him and attack Wu Pan. This was intolerable. "I said that you will pay the price for your stupidity. You can't afford to pay this price." After saying that, Fong Chen turned and entered the courtyard. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Yu Shu's eyes flickered, and a complicated expression appeared on her pretty face. Looking at Fang Chen's back, she seemed to feel that this man was mysterious and unfathomable. The news of Fang Chen defeating Brother Long spread quickly in the Piercing Cloud sect. Many disciples were in awe. A late-stage star venerable defeating a peak star venerable. This was something that ordinary people couldn't do, especially Wu Pan. He was dumbfounded. What kind of monster did he save? This news reached the ears of the higher-ups of the Piercing Cloud sect. Some of them thought that Fang Chen had gone too far. He had injured Brother Long in public. Of course, there were also some people who thought that Fang Chen had unparalleled potential. If he could become a disciple of the Piercing Cloud sect, it would definitely improve the strength of the sect. The next day, the Piercing Cloud sect master summoned Fang Chen. In front of the Piercing Cloud Palace, Wu Pan led Fang Chen forward quickly. Fang Chen, when you enter the Piercing Cloud Palace, you must be careful. Don't offend the Piercing Cloud sect master. Wu Pan whispered, I heard that you defeated Brother Long. Some elders seem to want to punish you. It's okay. Fang Chen smiled faintly and said, if the Piercing Cloud sect master is smart, I think he should know what to do. Soon, the two arrived at the Piercing Cloud Palace. Go in, Wu Pan said. Fang Chen patted Wu Pan on the shoulder and said with a smile, wait for my good news. After entering the main hall, Fang Chen clearly felt that the atmosphere was slightly heavy. Fang Chen bowed slightly to the Cloud Piercing sect master and the elders. Arrogant. Some elders were unhappy with Fang Chen's actions and directly spoke out. The Piercing Cloud sect master waved his hand, stopping the elder from speaking. He looked at Fang Chen and asked, where did you come from? In the western region, the transmission array was disrupted. We arrived at Chuanyan City, Fang Chen said truthfully. The Cloud Piercing sect master nodded and said with a smile, with your late-stage star venerable cultivation, you defeated Along, who is at the peak of the star venerable realm in one strike. This is enough to prove that your talent is unparalleled. Are you willing to join my Cloud Piercing sect? The gazes of many elders fell on Fang Chen. As far as I know, Piercing Cloud sect is currently facing a crisis. The slightest carelessness could lead to the destruction of the sect, Fang Chen said. Impudent. A bad-tempered elder scolded loudly. If not for my Cloud-Piercing sect disciples saving you, you would have died on the battlefield. Not only are you not grateful, but you even attacked my Cloud-Piercing sect disciples. Now, you're even talking nonsense. Do you believe that I will suppress you right now? Fang Chen shook his head. It seems that the decline of Piercing Cloud sect is not without reason. The elders could tell that Fang Chen was implying something. You are too arrogant. This elder wanted to attack, but Fang Chen was not afraid and looked straight at him. You are not afraid of problems. What you are afraid of is not daring to admit where the problem lies. The difference in strength between Piercing Cloud sect and Blood Flame Sword sect is obvious. You old fogies are still indulging in fantasy? When the Blood Flame Sword sect attacks, how will you deal with it? At this critical juncture, not only do you Cloud Piercing sect disciples not know how to cherish time and cultivate diligently, but you are fighting over a woman. How laughable, Fang Chen said bluntly. Many elders were displeased, and some were even angry. Only Piercing Cloud sect master looked straight at Fang Chen, as if he wanted to see through him. What do you want to say? Piercing Cloud sect master muttered. Fang Chen shrugged. I can help Piercing Cloud sect tide over this crisis. When these words were spoken, many elders were stunned, and then they shook their heads. Humph! How can a mere starvenerate like you imagine the strength of the Blood Flame Sword sect? Arrogant words. Such a person with a bad temperament is not qualified to stay in Piercing Cloud sect. That's right. Break his limbs and throw him out. Let him fend for himself. Some of the elders mocked. Fong Qin frowned and glanced at these elders. If not for Wu Pan, I would kill you all. Humph! These elders still wanted to say something, but they were stopped by Piercing Cloud Sect Master. Sect Master, you didn't summon me just to say this, right? Fong Qin asked. Piercing Cloud Sect Master slowly said, I feel a dangerous aura from you. Although you are a late star venerate, even I can't see through you. Originally, I summoned you because I cherished your talent and wanted to recruit you. But now I have changed my mind. Oh. Fong Qin looked at Piercing Cloud Sect Master with a smile. Piercing Cloud Sect Master waved his sleeve and stood up. You said you can help Piercing Cloud Sect. Let me ask you, how can you help? I know you don't believe me, but the problem is, does Piercing Cloud Sect still have a way out? What will you use to resist the next attack of the Blood Flame Sword Sect? Fight to the death? Fong Chen's words pierced deeply into everyone's hearts. Their faces were gloomy as they lowered their heads. The difference in power was too great. If they fought to the death, it would only hasten their destruction. Or are you saying that you're secretly sending your transcending Cloud Sect disciples out? Fong Qin shrugged. If I were the Blood Flame Swords Master, I wouldn't be so stupid as to not think of this. Believe it or not, the Blood Flame Sword Sect's people are everywhere outside Piercing Cloud City. Even if you secretly send your disciples out, you won't be able to survive the Blood Flame Sword Sect. Moreover, what can you do even if you send your disciples out? Piercing Cloud Sect had no choice now. Piercing Cloud Sect Master didn't get angry at Fong Chen's words. Instead, he sank into deep thought. I'm very curious. As a late star venerate, what courage do you have to say such words? You will know when the time comes, Fong Qin said. Right, I am not helping Piercing Cloud Sect. I am helping Wu Pan. After speaking, Fong Qin turned and left. In the hall, many elders looked at Piercing Cloud Sect Master. Sect Master, this brat is too arrogant. Are we just going to let him leave? Humph, with his strength, how can he help us resolve this crisis? That's right. I suggest we kill him directly. The elders spoke one after another. However, Piercing Cloud Sect Master sank into silence. Sect Master, an elder called out. Piercing Cloud Sect Master raised his head and smiled bitterly. Do we have any other choice now? Even so, we can't leave our fate to this brat, the elders still objected. Piercing Cloud Sect Master shook his head. He is much stronger than you think. Perhaps he really has the confidence to say such words. Sect Master, I don't understand, the black-robed elder asked in confusion. Just now, I secretly used a method to test him. Guess what the result was? Piercing Cloud Sect Master laughed self-mockingly. When my power came into contact with his body, it seemed to have entered a bottomless pit. I instantly lost control of my power. Since he could easily defeat Along, his offensive power is at least at the Holy Venerate level. Piercing Cloud Sect Master continued. Based on my estimation, his true fighting power is between the middle and late Holy Venerate level. Whoosh! Hearing this, the elders went into an uproar. A late star venerate had the fighting power of a middle Holy Venerate? Wasn't this too exaggerated? He is right. Our Piercing Cloud Sect has no choice. He is also a great fighting power. If we have his help, we will at least have an additional force in the fight against the Blood Flame Sword Sect. At this point, they could only try everything they could. Actually, Piercing Cloud Sect Master believed that since Fong Chen dared to make such bold claims, he definitely had a backup plan. Piercing Cloud Sect Master actually felt some anticipation. In front of Piercing Cloud Palace, Wu Pan saw Fong Chen come out and hurried over. How was it? Sect Master didn't punish you, right? Fong Chen shook his head. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned around. After piercing Cloud Sect's crisis, you will take over Elder Brother Long's position and become the top disciple. What do you mean? Wu Pan caught up and asked in confusion. There was a huge gap between him and Elder Brother Long. In piercing Cloud Sect, he was only considered average. Taking over Elder Brother Long's position as the top disciple? Wu Pan did not even dare to think about it. Seeing Wu Pan's expression, Fong Qin smiled faintly. Yes, there is a huge gap between you and Elder Brother Long. However, what if the entire Piercing Cloud Sect's resources lean toward you? Chapter 3014. On a certain day a month later, the Blood Flame Sword Sect attacked once more, and a red wave swept across the land, causing countless cultivators to exclaim. The Blood Flame Sword Sect was unstoppable, and the Piercing Cloud Sect's defenses were useless. Not long after, the Blood Flame Sword Sect arrived. In front of the Piercing Cloud City, all the experts of the Blood Flame Sword Sect were gathered here. The Blood Flame Sword Master was the leader, and his eyes were dark and his face was filled with mockery. From today onwards, there will be no more Piercing Cloud Sect. The Blood Flame Sword Master said coldly. Due to some accidents last time, the Blood Flame Sword Sect had returned empty-handed. This time, the Blood Flame Sword Sect was fully prepared, and the Piercing Cloud Sect couldn't resist at all. Sword Master, are we going to attack directly? The first elder walked over and asked in a low voice. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. The Blood Flame Sword Master waved his hand. The Piercing Cloud City is the base of the Piercing Cloud Sect. Although the Blood Flame Sword Sect doesn't fear the Piercing Cloud Sect, the Piercing Cloud Sect still has a foundation. If we charge in rashly, there will be unexpected dangers. I think that the Piercing Cloud Sect Master already knows that we are here, and he will come out. At this moment within the Piercing Cloud Sect, the Piercing Cloud Sect Master was shocked when he heard the news. His expression was very ugly. What was supposed to come had finally come. Sect Master, we request to fight. Our Piercing Cloud Sect is an ancient sect. How can we be humiliated by a junior? That's right. We swear to protect the Piercing Cloud Sect. Many elders said with righteous indignation. Everyone follow me to fight. The Piercing Cloud Sect Master nodded. He knew that the Blood Flame Sword Sect had come with great momentum, and there was no way to avoid it. He also knew that he might not be able to return, but he had no choice. He had to take responsibility, not to mention that he was the Piercing Cloud Sect Master. Whoosh! Whoosh! Their faces were filled with rage. Damn Blood Flame Sword Sect! The elders' hearts burned with rage. They clenched their fists, and their eyes turned scarlet. They couldn't wait to wipe out the Blood Flame Sword Sect. Piercing Cloud Sect Master, there's no way out. The Piercing Cloud Sect Master, must we fight to the death? Cloud Piercing Sect Master asked. What do you think? The Blood Fire Sword Master sneered. Disciples of the Piercing Cloud Sect, heed my command. We pledge our lives to protect the honor of the Piercing Cloud Sect. As soon as he finished speaking, a deafening sound rang out between heaven and earth. The flames of war lingered between heaven and earth, and the sounds of killing shook the heavens. The battle had begun. The Blood Flame Sword Sect and the Cloud Piercing Sect had started an all-out war. Within the Piercing Cloud Sect, many weak disciples were trembling. Their faces were pale, and their hearts were filled with fear. Wu Pan panted as he found Fong Qin. He informed him that the Blood Flame Sword Sect had launched a large-scale attack and that the Piercing Cloud Sect was very likely to be destroyed. Fong Qin, leave quickly. Seeing Wu Pan's expression, Fong Qin smiled slightly. Brother Wu Pan, we've only met by chance, yet you treat me like this. I'm truly grateful. Fong Qin said solemnly, don't worry. Nothing will happen to Chuan Yin Sect, and nothing will happen to you." Fang Qin patted Wu Pan's shoulder, then turned and left the courtyard. As soon as he walked out of the courtyard, he met the goddess of the Piercing Cloud sect, Yushu. "Fang Qin." Yushu's red lips parted slightly as she called out. Outside the Piercing Cloud city, the flames of war are raging. As disciples of the Piercing Cloud sect, we're prepared to fight to the death. You're not a disciple of the Piercing Cloud sect, so you can leave now." With that, Yushu glanced at Fang Qin and left leisurely. Fang Qin shook his head and didn't say anything. In a moment, blood flowed like a river outside the Piercing Cloud city. "Bastard of the Piercing Cloud sect, go to hell." A disciple of the Blood Flame Sword sect held a long sword in his hand. His body erupted with boundless power as he ruthlessly pierced the head of the Piercing Cloud sect disciple. Crack! The Piercing Cloud sect disciple's body directly exploded, turning into a pool of blood. There were countless such occurrences. The battle gradually leaned towards the Blood Flame Sword sect. The latter had come prepared, and their overall strength completely crushed the Piercing Cloud sect. The Piercing Cloud sect disciples fought with all their strength, but only death awaited them. In a short 15 minutes, more than half of the Piercing Cloud sect disciples had been killed or injured. In the sky, the elders of the two sects were engaged in an intense battle. "Die, old bastard!" The blood-robed elder of the Blood Flame Sword sect stabbed his snake-shaped sword at the Piercing Cloud sect elder. Scram! The Piercing Cloud sect elder roared as he spread out his palms, forming the strongest defense to block the snake-shaped sword. Puchi! The snake-shaped sword released powerful sword chi that directly pierced through the Piercing Cloud sect elder's hands. While the latter was in a daze, he was killed in one fell swoop. An elder had fallen. After such a long battle, an elder had finally fallen. The fall of an ordinary disciple wouldn't harm the foundation of the Piercing Cloud sect. However, an elder was different. They were the foundation of the Piercing Cloud sect. Even the death of an elder was a heavy blow to the Piercing Cloud sect. Puchi! One after another, the elders fell into a pool of blood. The battle was one-sided. The Piercing Cloud sect people were forced to retreat as they suffered heavy casualties. Only the Piercing Cloud sect master was barely able to block the attacks of the Blood Flame Sword Master. Sword Master! The Blood Flame Sword sect's first elder transmitted his voice, indicating for the Sword Master to end the battle quickly. If the Piercing Cloud sect master was killed, the Piercing Cloud sect would definitely collapse. At that time, the Blood Flame Sword sect would be able to easily occupy Piercing Cloud City. Hearing this, the Blood Flame Sword Master nodded as a complicated light flashed in his eyes. Then he spread out his hands and spat out a mouthful of blood. Whoosh! A blood-red sword suddenly appeared, and the Blood Flame Sword Master grasped it with both hands. Hiss! The blood-red sword emitted an extremely powerful aura that rapidly corroded the void. This is a blood-red sword. Seeing this, the Piercing Cloud sect master's expression changed drastically as he retreated continuously. His face was filled with despair. He originally thought that he could use his trump card to barely block the Blood Flame Sword Master. But now it seemed that he was wrong. Legend had it that the Blood Flame Sword sect had the strongest trump card, the blood-red sword. But for countless years, they had not been able to form a blood-red sword. Unexpectedly, the Blood Flame Sword Master had really done it. When the blood-red sword appeared, heaven and earth were annihilated. Piercing Cloud Sect Master, you're dead meat. The Blood Flame Sword Master held the blood-red sword tightly with both hands as he activated all his strength and slashed at the void. Crack! The void shattered as 100-meter thick blood-red light descended from the sky and slashed at the Piercing Cloud Sect Master. No. The Piercing Cloud sect master roared as dense runes appeared around his body. Blue veins popped out on his forehead as he tried to block the attack of the blood-red sword. Don't! But it was to no avail. When the blood-red sword hit his body, it directly shattered his defense. His body was smashed into the ground as if he had been struck by lightning. In an instant, the entire Piercing Cloud city fell into dead silence. The battle came to an abrupt end. Everyone from the Piercing Cloud sect stared at this scene with their mouths agape. A thought of despair rose in their hearts. Even their sect master could not block the blood-red sword. How could they block it? Does the heavens want to destroy our Piercing Cloud sect? Many elders closed their eyes in pain as they gave up resisting. How could they block it? The blood-red sword's attack was too strong. There was no way to block it. Cough! Cough! The Piercing Cloud sect master broke out of the ground in a sorry state. His entire body was covered in blood. His aura was weak as he staggered. Not dead yet. The blood flame sword master sneered. The Piercing Cloud sect master's defense was much stronger than he had imagined. But I'd like to see how you block my second sword. As he spoke, the blood flame sword master quickly slashed out a second sword. The Piercing Cloud sect master would die without a doubt. Seemingly knowing that he could not block it, the Piercing Cloud sect master gritted his teeth as the power in his body surged. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. As his voice fell, the Piercing Cloud sect master's robe was torn apart. He was self-destructing. Self-destructing. The blood flame sword master sneered. He increased the power of the blood-red sword and struck the Piercing Cloud sect master's body first. Bang! The power in the latter's body was directly scattered. The Piercing Cloud sect master also fell to the ground, unable to stand. On the city gate, when Fong Chen saw the scene, he shook his head slightly and walked over. At the same time, the blood flame sword master was about to slash out a third sword to kill the Piercing Cloud sect master. After today, the Piercing Cloud sect will be completely destroyed. However, at this critical moment, Fong Chen flew over and stood in front of the Piercing Cloud sect master. Enough! A stern voice quickly spread out. Chapter 30:15. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone. When they saw a skinny figure suddenly appear on the cracked ground, their hearts trembled. Fong Chen. Many elders of the Transcendence, Cloud, sect exclaimed. The disciples who had already retreated to Chuanyan City felt their hearts set off stormy waves. Is he courting death? Fan Hai and the other disciples who had grudges with Fong Chen said coldly. Their eyes flashed fiercely. Seeing this, the master of the Crimson Flame sword pressed his palm down. A violent sword principle aura descended from the sky. The crimson sword struck down like a thunderbolt. Dong! The space collapsed and the entire ground trembled. A wild wind swept across the entire plain. Fong Chen was in the center of the spatial storm. He stood proudly. Vast sword chi runes appeared around him. The chaotic sword body automatically activated and raised his defense to the highest level. Die. When the crimson sword struck Fong Chen, the master of the Crimson Flame sword said coldly, "Crack!" The crimson sword and Fong Chen's body collided, and a deafening sound erupted. Sparks flew. The sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin quickly turned and formed a huge black hole. It instantly devoured the sword principal power that escaped from the crimson sword. Dong! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Under everyone's gaze, the crimson sword bounced off Fong Chen's body. Fong Chen still stood proudly with a look of disdain on his face. How is this possible? The entire Transcendence Cloud sect was in an uproar. They could not imagine that Fong Chen was able to block the attack of the blood-red longsword with his own strength. For a moment, Many elders recalled what Fong Qin had said in the Transcendence Cloud Hall. At that time, they thought that Fong Qin was too arrogant and disdained him. Now it seemed that they were too stupid. This, the cloud-piercing sect master, who was not far from Fong Qin, was the most shocked. As the blood-red long sword bombarded him, he clearly saw sword-shaped runes flicker on Fong Qin's body. In an instant, his defense was raised to the highest level. He blocked the attack of the blood-red long sword with pure physical strength. The cloud-piercing sect master's expression changed, and his heart trembled. Voila! The blood-red sword bounced back into the sky and returned to the blood-fire sword owner's hand. The blood-fire sword master glared at Fong Qin with his pitch-black eyes. A blood-red sword? Fong Qin shook his head. It's just S.O. In the sky above Piercing Cloud City, the people of the Piercing Cloud sect watched Fong Qin anxiously. Their hearts were filled with anticipation. Humph! I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be a star venerable trash. The blood flame, Sword Master sneered. Is there no one else in the Piercing Cloud sect? How could they let a star venerable trash come out and embarrass themselves? The trash you called blocked the attack of the blood-red longsword. Then what is this blood-red longsword? Is it worse than trash? Fong Qin retorted. He was not afraid of the blood-fire sword master at all. You, the blood-fire sword master, was furious. Humph, you have a glib tongue. You blocked the attack of the blood-red long sword with your physical strength. Do you think you can fight against the blood-fire sword sect? Lad, you are too naive. The blood-fire sword sect had a rich foundation. It was not something a star venerable could shake. Fong Qin. The Piercing Cloud sect master called out in a low voice. Fong Qin turned to look at him and said, Piercing Cloud sect master, you go back to Piercing Cloud City first. Leave the matters here to me. After speaking, Fong Qin did not forget to add, I owe Wu Pan a favor. I promised him that I would help the Piercing Cloud sect solve its crisis. The Piercing Cloud sect master wanted to say something, but he did not in the end. His figure flashed, and he retreated into Piercing Cloud City. After being attacked repeatedly by the blood-red longsword, he was severely injured and could not fight anymore. If he stayed here, he would only be a burden to Fong Qin. He might as well retreat and let Fong Qin have nothing to worry about. Outside Piercing Cloud City, Fong Qin faced the entire Blood-Fire Sword sect alone. The Blood-Fire Sword sect is well prepared. If we can't even deal with you, a star venerable, how can we destroy the Piercing Cloud sect? The Blood-Fire Sword master sneered. Your physical strength is strong, but your cultivation is too weak. You are like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You are seeking your own death. Fong Qin raised his head and looked at the Blood-Fire Sword master. With me here, the Piercing Cloud sect will not be destroyed. Since that is the case, I will show you the power of the Blood-Fire Sword sect. As soon as the Blood-Fire Sword master finished speaking, a Peak Star Venerable disciple suddenly jumped out. Sword master, let me deal with this kind of trash. The Blood-Fire Sword sect disciple's figure flashed, and he turned into a long sword that pierced through the sky. Fine. Fong Qin smiled faintly. He raised his hand, and a powerful sword-weight aura gathered in his palm. He waved his hand, and the extremely violent sword-weight power quickly condensed into an illusory sword light. Pucci! Under his control, the illusory sword light pierced through the chest of the Blood-Fire Sword sect disciple without any resistance. Boom! The illusory sword light exploded, and the Blood-Fire Sword sect disciple died instantly. Seeing this, the Blood-Fire Sword sect people glared at Fong Qin. The eyes of the Piercing Cloud sect people lit up. Fong Qin had killed an extreme star venerate cultivator with one hand. It was not hard to imagine that his true combat prowess had already reached the level of a holy venerate. Perhaps the Piercing Cloud sect can be saved. Some elders prayed in their hearts. The Piercing Cloud sect master stared at Fong Chen with his deep eyes, not saying a word. I said that with me here, the Piercing Cloud sect will be fine. Fong Chen continued. However, your Blood Flame Sword sect treated my words as air and forcefully attacked. Since that's the case, I'll kill them right here. If one of your Blood Flame Sword sect comes, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill two. At this moment, Fong Chen gave off a powerful aura, as if he could hold back 10,000 people by himself. The Blood Fire Sword sect people were all furious, and they fought to be the first to attack. However, they were stopped by the Blood Fire Sword Master. Do you want to die so badly? The Blood Fire Sword Master looked down at Fong Chen from above. Fong Chen remained silent and closed his eyes. Seeing this, the Blood Fire Sword Master was completely enraged. Condense. He raised one hand and shouted. A blood-red, long sword quickly condensed. This time, the blood-red long sword was very different from before. Within the blood-red sword chi, there was a purplish-black aura that gave people a feeling of terror. You should be proud to die under my blood-red long sword. The Blood Fire Sword Master took a step forward and arrived in front of Fong Chen. Buzz! The Chaos Sword Body was activated, and sword-shaped runes covered Fong Chen. Crack! The master of the Blood Fire Sword held the blood-red longsword in his hand and stabbed it at Fong Chen. Dong! Dong! However, something unexpected happened. The blood-red longsword was so powerful, but it couldn't break through Fong Chen's physical defense. This, everyone was shocked. How strong was this guy's physical defense? I don't believe that you can block a few of my attacks. The Blood Fire Sword Master went crazy, and he crazily activated the sword to attack Fong Chen. However, no matter how he attacked, he couldn't hurt Fong Chen at all. He couldn't even make the Chaos Sword Body shake. This scene was extremely visually stunning. Not only the Piercing Cloud sect people, but even the Blood Fire Sword sect disciples were shocked. Die! The Blood Fire Sword Master shouted hysterically, and the blood-red longsword attacked with its strongest attack. Crack! The sword stabbed at Fong Chen's head. The sword-shaped runes shone, and it blocked the attack of the blood-red longsword. Have I failed? The heart of the Blood Fire Sword Master was filled with rage. Dong! A vast power came from Fong Chen's body, and it sent the Blood Fire Sword Master flying. Have you attacked enough? The Blood Fire Sword Master flew out, and he finally stabilized himself. He quickly formed a blood-red longsword and prepared to continue attacking. Right at that moment, Fong Chen finally opened his mouth to speak. He walked towards the Blood Fire Sword Master step by step. Everywhere he passed, the air froze. You have been attacking for so long. Now it's my turn to attack. Fong Chen grinned and reached out his hand. Damn it. In a hurry, the Blood Fire Sword Master stabbed out with his blood-red longsword. Crash! A huge hand that covered the sky rushed down and attacked the blood-red longsword. Crack! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the large hand uncontrollably gripped the blood-red sword. The entire Chuanyan city was boiling. Holding a blood-red sword with one hand, wasn't that a little too exaggerated? Break. Fong Chen exerted a little force, and the blood-red sword instantly shattered. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 3016. The Blood Fire Sword Sect's Master's trump card, which was also the Blood Fire Sword Sect's pride, had been crushed by Fong Chen single-handedly. This scene was extremely exaggerated. Everyone's hearts were filled with shock. The blood-red sword is broken! Excited shouts came from Piercing Cloud City. On the other hand, the Blood Fire Sword Sect's people were dead silent. Their eyes were filled with despair and unwillingness. They couldn't accept this fact. They knew better than anyone what the shattering of the blood-red sword meant. No! After a short silence, the blood fire sword sect's master's miserable cry sounded. He shook his head, crazily, filled with unwillingness. I will kill you! The blood fire sword sect's master was in a frenzy. He charged at Fang Chen recklessly, wanting to use his advantage in cultivation to kill Fang Chen. Fang Chen shook his head. He reached out his hand again, and a violent power swept through the land. When the blood fire sword sect's master charged at him, he suppressed him with a palm. Rumble! The blood fire sword sect's master struggled crazily. He even wanted to self-destruct, but he couldn't. The strength that Fang Chen displayed was too strong. Even a holy venerate like the blood fire sword sect's master couldn't reverse the situation. I gave you a chance. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. Fang Chen didn't give the blood fire sword sect's master a chance. He stomped his foot, and the ground trembled. He slapped at the blood fire sword sect's master with both hands. Sword chi swept out, and the sky and earth intersected. Miserable cries rang out incessantly. The blood fire sword sect's master's body exploded. Tens of thousands of sword lights pierced through his primordial spirit. Traces of blood danced in the air. The air was filled with a silent aura, as if it had just experienced an apocalyptic war. It was very frightening. Everyone was dumbfounded. The blood fire sword sect's master had died. Moreover, the person who killed him was only a star venerate. The piercing cloud sect's master's heart was filled with emotions. He smiled brightly. The piercing cloud sect's crisis had been resolved. Moreover, their greatest enemy, the blood fire sword sect, would also be disbanded. The master of the blood fire sword is dead, and the blood fire sword sect no longer exists. If you withdraw from the blood fire sword sect right now and never become enemies with the cloud-piercing sect again, I will let you go. Fang Chen's voice spread outside Chuanyun City. Everyone from the blood flame sword sect looked at each other. Hesitation, fear, anger, they all had different expressions. After hearing Fang Chen's words, the elders of the blood fire sword sect took the lead to berate him. Brat, you killed our sect master. Our blood fire sword sect is absolutely irreconcilable with you. Even if we are destroyed, we will kill you. That's right. My blood flame sword sect is full of steel. We will not lower our heads to you. A warrior prefers death to humiliation. Numerous roars of rage rang out. The various elders all took a step forward and stood shoulder to shoulder, exuding a terrifying aura. They were already prepared to fight to the death. However, there were still some people who were shaken. Even the blood fire sword master is dead. If we continue to stay here, we will simply be courting death. That's right. Back then, I joined the blood flame sword sect only for the sake of cultivation. Why did you stay when you knew you were going to die? We thank Senior for not killing us. After someone took the lead, many disciples began to move and quickly fled. Trash! Seeing this, many elders raised their hands and punched out. Immediately, a few disciples who couldn't escape in time were turned into meat paste. In the blink of an eye, most of the disciples had fled. Only a few remained. It seems that you have made your choice, Fang Chen said with a smile. Attack together. Kill him and take revenge for the sword master. Under the lead of many elders, the remaining people of the blood fire sword sect launched a final attack on Fang Chen. Die. The hidden star sword suddenly appeared in Fang Chen's hand, and the invincible sword Dao was instantly displayed. You are all very lucky to see the true sword Dao before you die. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling sword light descended from the sky. Miserable cries rang out incessantly. With just one sword, all the remaining cultivators of the blood fire sword sect were killed. Not a single one was left. The hearts of everyone from the Chuanyun sect trembled once more. Too strong. His sword Dao is countless times stronger than the blood fire sword sect's. Yeah, no wonder he's so confident. It turns out that he didn't use his full strength when he killed the Sword Master. How strong is his true battle strength? Is he strong enough to challenge the Blood Lord's position? For a moment, everyone whispered to each other. Sword Chi rampaged and blood flowed like a river. This battle shocked the world. Fang Qin had destroyed the Blood Fire Sword sect by himself and resolved the crisis of the Chuanyun sect. The news of the Blood Fire Sword sect's destruction quickly spread. The 72 cities under the Bloody Battle territory and the various major forces were all curious as to who this guy was. He could actually destroy the Blood Fire Sword sect by himself. Some forces even secretly sent disciples to investigate. Chuanyun sect, Chuanyun Hall. The Chuanyun sect master personally welcomed Fang Qin. When he saw the latter, his face was filled with excitement. Fang Qin had become a legend in the hearts of the Chuanyun sect's people. They admired him greatly. I didn't expect Lord Fang to be so strong, the Chuanyun sect master said. On behalf of everyone in the Chuanyun sect, I thank Lord Fang for helping us. The strong were respected. Fang Qin's strength was completely above the Chuanyun sect master's, so the latter addressed him as Lord. Fang Qin nodded. I owe Wu Pan a favor. Sect master, you don't have to be so polite. That's always the case. But without Lord Fang, the Chuanyun sect would no longer exist, the Chuanyun sect master said with a smile. After this battle, Lord Fang's reputation has spread throughout the 72 cities of the Bloody Battle territory. I believe that it won't be long before there will be forces coming to visit Lord Fang. Bloody Battle territory. Fang Qin had never thought of staying in a mere Chuanyun sect. He wanted to use Chuanyun City as a springboard to come into contact with the wider world. Lord Fang, you are the savior of Chuanyun City. Everyone is very grateful to you. We hope that you can become the Chuanyun City Lord. The Chuanyun sect master said slowly. Chuanyun City Lord? Fang Qin looked at the Chuanyun sect master in surprise. The position of Chuanyun City Lord has always been empty. Originally, I planned to wait until the crisis was over before hanging it up. However, Lord Fang's contribution to our Chuanyun City is too great. We all hope that Lord Fang can become the Chuanyun City Lord. The Chuanyun sect master said, Of course, Lord Fang doesn't have to worry. After becoming the city lord, you don't have to do anything. Moreover, with Lord Fang's strength, you can definitely enter the core of the Bloody Battle territory. If you have the identity of the Chuanyun City Lord, your chances will be even greater. Hearing this, Fang Qin's eyelids twitched. This was exactly what he wanted. Okay, I agree. Greetings, City Lord. The Chuanyun sect master was overjoyed. With the latter's strength, he would definitely not stay here. Therefore, he gave the position of Chuanyun City Lord to Fang Qin. This way, no matter what, Fang Qin would take care of Chuanyun City in the future. The Chuanyun sect did not give the Blood Flame Sword sect any chance to breathe. The Chuanyun sect master personally led the team and charged toward Blood Flame City. They killed all the remaining members of the Blood Flame Sword sect. In just 3 days, Blood Flame City submitted to the Chuanyun sect. As for Fang Qin, he was naturally supported by everyone as the city lord. Fang Qin, who held the positions of 2 city lords, suddenly became a legendary figure in the entire Bloody Battle territory. Many forces were inquiring about him, and Fang Qin directly became a hands-off boss, handing Blood Flame City over to the Chuanyun sect to manage. In this way, the strength of the Chuanyun sect did not weaken because of the war with the Blood Flame Sword sect. Instead, it increased greatly. These days, the Chuanyun sect master could wake up laughing in his sleep. With the support of the resources of the 2 cities, one could imagine that in the near future, the Chuanyun sect would definitely be able to surpass the other forces and become the #1 force in the Bloody Battle territory. While this news swept through the Bloody Battle territory, another piece of news also reached the ears of the Chuan Yun sect master. Cloud-piercing sect master immediately found Fong Qin and informed him of the news. The meeting of the 72 cities? Fong Qin sat calmly on the stone bench and asked, "In 3 months, the meeting of the 72 cities will take place." The Chuan Yun sect master said, "According to the time, there should be another year before it happens. But this time it has been brought forward. I guess it has something to do with Lord Fong." Lord Fong is the city lord of 2 cities. The news of him killing the Blood Flame sword sect master with a lift of his hand has probably reached the ears of the upper echelons of the Bloody Battle territory, the Chuan Yun sect master said. Interesting. Chapter 3017. There were a total of 72 cities in the Bloody Battle territory. Basically, the city masters of each city were as strong as the cloud-piercing sect master and the Bloodfire sword master. The 72 city masters had always been the same. However, the appearance of Fong Qin had disrupted the situation in the Bloody Battle territory. When the news of him holding 2 city lord positions spread out, it caused a great commotion. Countless cities were investigating what kind of ability this guy had. Or rather, what kind of background did he have that he dared to destroy the Bloodfire sword sect? Humph, this guy is playing with fire. After all, the Bloodfire sword sect is a subsidiary force of the Bloody Battle territory. How can he destroy it so casually? It is said that this guy defeated the Bloodfire sword master in seconds. He is extremely strong and has surpassed many city masters. I would like to see what kind of ability he has. For a time, the 72 cities were in turmoil. Many cities secretly sent martial artists to investigate. Black Corpse City, one of the 72 cities. Countless people's faces changed when they talked about Black Corpse City. It was said that the city master of Black Corpse City had slaughtered millions of human martial artists and absorbed their power to reach his current level. His body was covered with corpse chi, which was very corrosive. Among the 72 city masters, the city master of Black Corpse City was ranked in the top 3. In the Bloody Battle territory, there had always been legends about the city master of Black Corpse City. However, no one had seen him in person. Looking from afar, the city master of Black Corpse City was shrouded in a thick black aura. The city master's mansion. A man with a ferocious face and shrouded in black mist sat in the garden. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was a ripple in the darkness. Then a figure appeared. "Have you investigated thoroughly?" The city master of Black Corpse City asked in a hoarse voice. "It's been investigated. That person is called Fong Qin, and he came from the western region," the figure said in a low voice. "It's very likely that he's the one who ruined our Corpse Devil Clan's plan." Bang! The city master of Black Corpse City slammed his palm on the stone table. Immediately, the stone table shattered and debris flew everywhere. A trace of anger appeared on his ferocious face. "I'd rather kill 10,000 by mistake than let one person go," the Black Corpse City master said coldly. "That guy ruined my corpse demon's plan, causing our years of preparation to go to waste. The higher-ups of the clan are furious and have threatened to kill him. This is our best chance." "Sir, are we going to make a move now?" The Black Corpse City master waved his hand. His eyes flickered as he said in a deep voice, "According to the news from Chuan Yun City, although this fellow is only a star venerate, his combat prowess is not weaker than a peak holy venerate. If you go, not only will you not be able to kill him, you will also alert him." "Are we just going to let him go like this?" The Black Corpse City lord smiled sinisterly. "There are still 3 months before the meeting of the 72 cities will be held. At that time, I will challenge him in person and take the opportunity to kill him. During this period of time, send people to keep an eye on him. Someone will help us probe his background." The night was as still as water, and the sky was filled with stars. Fang Chen raised his head and enjoyed the beautiful scenery in the dark while drinking the soul-tempering wine. As expected of the wine made by the god of wine, Lu Xingxing. It's really amazing. Fang Chen admired Lu Xingxing more and more. After drinking the soul-tempering wine made by the latter for a long time, he could feel that his whole body had improved significantly. Most importantly, he felt that every time he drank the soul-tempering wine, he would have a flash of inspiration in his mind and comprehend something. For example, this time, I have reached a bottleneck in my invincible sword principle cultivation. It will be difficult for me to make a breakthrough in a short time. Fang Chen murmured, unless my cultivation can reach the Holy Venerate realm or the Retribution realm. In fact, for Fang Chen, reaching the Holy Venerate realm was not too difficult. What was really difficult was reaching the Retribution realm. The soul-tempering wine also had a nourishing effect on the primordial spirit. After a long time, Fang Chen's primordial spirit had quietly reached the peak of the Emperor realm. He was only one step away from reaching the Emperor realm. Since ancient times, all the geniuses have reached the Emperor realm in their primordial spirits before becoming world gods. Fang Chen said, as for me, although I have reached the peak of the Emperor realm, I can't guarantee that I will reach the Emperor realm. The gap between the Emperor realm primordial spirit and the Emperor realm primordial spirit was too big. When the primordial spirit reached the Emperor realm, one could be called the ancestor of the Soul Tao. There were even some realm lords whose primordial spirits might not reach the Emperor realm. One could imagine how difficult it was to improve the Soul Tao. Fortunately, Fang Chen was not in a hurry. He was still young and had plenty of time. After drinking a mouthful of soul-tempering wine, Fang Chen suddenly felt a shock in his mind. Then he found that the special bloodline in his body was surging. The surging blood made the atmosphere in the entire courtyard extremely oppressive. This is the black hole bloodline evolving. Fang Chen did not expect that the black hole bloodline could evolve. After careful observation, he found that the black hole bloodline contained a strong aura of the soul-tempering wine. So it's because of the soul-tempering wine. Seeing this, Fang Chen grinned. Not long after, the black hole bloodline stopped surging, and his aura returned to normal. So strong! With a little strength, he could feel that the black hole bloodline in his body had improved a lot. If I were to go all out now, there should be no one among the 72 city lords who would be my match. Fang Chen said with a smile, the Emperor realm primordial spirit, the super defensive chaos sword body, the invincible sword Tao, 2 half-step Emperor weapons, the black hole bloodline, and the sealing technique. With all these factors combined, his strength had already reached an unimaginable level. Even among the 72 city lords, no one could make him go all out. The meeting of the 72 cities is an opportunity for me to enter the bloody battle territory. Fang Chen did not hide his ambition. In his heart, the bloody battle territory was just a springboard. His real stage was the Desolation Palace, the Boundless World, and even the entire Eastern region. Of course, the Eastern region was full of experts, and there were countless tribulation supremacies. With his current strength, even if he entered the Desolation Palace, he could not protect himself. The best way was to transition in the bloody battle territory, and then secretly improve his cultivation. Just as Fang Chen was deep in thought, he sensed a faintly discernible aura in the void. Trying to hide in front of me? Fang Chen sneered in his heart and said disdainfully. Then he turned his hand and slapped out, and a vast palm print directly hit the void. Crack! A crack appeared in the void, and then a violent force spread out, and a figure walked out. Clap, clap, clap. The person who came was tall and burly, and he clapped his hands at Fang Chen. As expected of the 2 city lords, you do have some strength. Fang Chen glanced at the person and asked coldly, who are you? I'm the Deputy City, Lord of Strange Dragon City. I'm here to invite City, Lord Fong under the orders of the City Lord. The Deputy City Lord of Strange Dragon City smiled and said, Piercing Cloud City and Bloody Flame City are just small places, and they are ranked at the bottom of the 72 cities. With City Lord Fong's strength and potential, there's no need to waste time here. So, Fong Qin asked jokingly, My Strange Dragon City is ranked 15th among the 72 cities, and there are many experts in the city. If City Lord Fong joins us, you'll definitely be focused on training, and even be able to join the bloody battle territory. The Deputy City Lord of Strange Dragon City threw out an olive branch. Oh, only ranked 15th? I thought it was ranked first. Fong Chen's casual attitude infuriated the mysterious Dragon City's Vice City Lord. City Lord Fong, you should know that the strength of Strange Dragon City is more than 10 times stronger than Piercing Cloud City. Sorry, I'm not interested. Fong Qin directly refused, and could not be bothered to talk to him. After being rejected by Fong Qin directly, the Deputy City Lord of Strange Dragon City finally turned hostile. Do you really think that you don't fear anyone after killing the Bloody Flame Sword owner? The Deputy City Lord of Strange Dragon City sneered. If I were you, I'd accept the invitation obediently. Unfortunately, I'm not you. Fong Chen's attitude was very obvious, and there was no room for negotiation. This also made the Deputy City Lord of Strange Dragon City emit a valiant aura, and he was ready to attack. Hee, I wanted to invite you with kind words, but you refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The Deputy City Lord of Strange Dragon City said, Bloody Flame City and Strange Dragon City are allies. By occupying Bloody Flame City without permission, you're provoking Strange Dragon City. Are you done? If you're done, get lost. Fong Qin said coldly, You've gone too far. Chapter 3018. As the Deputy City Master of Strange Dragon City, his position was much higher than that of the other city masters. However, he was humiliated by Fong Qin, the City Master of Piercing Cloud City. This was a great humiliation. At this moment, the Deputy City Master of Strange Dragon City was full of fighting spirit. He took a step forward and approached Fong Qin. I'll give you one last chance. Since the negotiation failed, he shed all pretense of cordiality and threatened Fong Qin with the powerful force of Strange Dragon City. Join my Strange Dragon City. The conditions are still the same. Otherwise, however, before he could finish his words, he felt a blur in front of his eyes. Then a powerful force hit his body. Poochie! His throat moved, and his body flew out with a bang, falling to the ground. You, the Deputy City Master of Strange Dragon City, quickly got up from the ground and glared at Fong Qin, using his strongest attack. I've given you a chance. Crash! The sword light flashed, and the Deputy City Master's head rolled to the ground. Then, Fong Qin looked at the rolling head. With a crack, the head exploded, and the primordial spirit dissipated. Whoosh! The air was filled with the power of the battle. The warriors of the major cities who were hiding in the dark were filled with shock. The Deputy City Master of Strange Dragon City has been killed. This guy is too strong. He killed the Deputy City Master of Strange Dragon City in one hit? He's in big trouble. Strange Dragon City is incomparable to Bloody Flame City. The meeting of the 72 cities in 3 months will be his death date. For a moment, the martial artists who came to check on Fong Qin retreated. What a joke! They did not want to provoke Fong Qin. Soon the news spread like wildfire. When the Strange Dragon Mansion heard the news, they were furious. What? The Deputy City Master is dead? The City Master of Strange Dragon City said coldly with a gloomy face. A mere City Master of Piercing Cloud City dares to provoke my Strange Dragon City? City Lord, should we send someone to kill him? One of the elders asked. No need. I'll kill him myself in the meeting of the 72 cities in 3 months. Fong Qin once again used his valiant actions to tell the world that he was not a pushover. Sure enough, in the following period of time, it became much quieter. No one was spying on him in secret anymore. As for him, he used these 3 months to cultivate without holding back. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. The meeting of the 72 cities was the biggest event in the bloody battle territory. It was said that the Blood Lord would personally appear to see if there were any outstanding city lords who were worth nurturing. Lord Fong, it's time for us to move, Cloud-piercing sect master said with a smile. For the past 3 months, he would wake up with joy every day. They were originally the weakest force in the bloody battle territory, but after 3 months of change, they seemed to have been reborn. This made him even more convinced of Fong Qin. Tomorrow is the meeting of the 72 cities. The location is in the blood battle territory. Let's go there today, Cloud-piercing sect master said. Fong Qin nodded. The two of them took the transportation formation and soon arrived at the blood battle territory. As far as the eye could see, the entire land was blood red. Is this the blood battle territory? Fong Qin murmured. He was quite shocked. It is said that countless years ago, the blood battle territory went through a great war. Blood flowed like a river and dyed the entire land red. Since then, the blood battle territory has become like this, Cloud-piercing sect master said. I see. Just as Fong Qin and Cloud-piercing sect master were talking, the transportation formation flashed again, and a few figures walked out of it. Isn't this Cloud-piercing sect master? Since when did you become someone's lackey? The leader sneered. Strange Dragon City Lord. Cloud-piercing sect master's face changed drastically as he said in a low voice, Are you the city lords of Cloud-piercing sect and Blood Flame City? Strange Dragon City Lord ignored Cloud-piercing sect master and looked straight at Fong Qin. The latter did not show any fear and nodded gently. Very good. I hope you can remain calm in the meeting. After saying that, the people of Strange Dragon City bypassed Fong Qin and entered the blood battle territory. The Lord of Strange Dragon City is very hostile. Lord Fong, please be careful, Cloud-piercing sect master reminded. No worries. The butler of the blood battle territory personally welcomed the city lords. In just half a day, the people of the 72 cities had all arrived. They were arranged to stay in the reception court. Where is Fong Qin? In a separate courtyard, the Black Corpse City, Lord asked. Fong Qin is in courtyard number 70. Let's go and take a look. As soon as the Black Corpse City, Lord got up, he heard a commotion. He spread out his divine consciousness and instantly found that the noise came from the entrance of courtyard number 70. Someone actually went to find trouble with him first, the Black Corpse City Lord said with a sinister smile. At this time, a few people had gathered in front of courtyard number 70 and were cursing Fong Qin. You with the surname Fong, get the hell out here. You coward, are you going to be a coward for the rest of your life? Trash, like you dares to call yourself the city lord of 2 cities? What a joke. In the midst of countless curses, the door of courtyard number 70 opened and Fong Qin walked out. What's the matter? Fong Qin asked calmly. You are Fong Qin? The burly man in the lead asked. Yes. Very well. The Bloodfire Swordmaster is my brother. You know why I'm here. The burly man sneered. Break your arms and destroy your cultivation. Then we can spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. With just you? Fong Qin's killing intent was aroused. He turned his head and asked, Is it allowed to kill in the blood battle territory? Lord Fong, don't be impulsive. They are deliberately provoking you to make you attack. The Cloud Crossing sect master hurriedly ran over. The blood battle territory has strict rules. Without permission, no one is allowed to attack. Once you attack, you will be impeached and punished. Fong Qin nodded and understood the purpose of their visit. Your lives will be left for tomorrow's competition. If there is nothing else, get out. I don't want to see trash like you. Fong Chen's words were very arrogant. Moreover, there was an extremely confident smile on his face. It was as if the people in front of him were just ants and not worthy of his anger. You are courting death. The burly man was infuriated by Fong Chen. He lost his mind and was about to attack. However, he was stopped by his companions. Don't be impulsive. After the burly man calmed down, his forehead was full of sweat. He stared at Fong Chen angrily. Fong, just you wait. I will definitely kill you in tomorrow's competition. After the burly men left, the 70th courtyard quieted down temporarily. Lord Fong, these people are jealous that you are the lord of 2 cities. They are not willing to accept it. They are even jealous. That's why they came to make trouble. The Cloud Crossing sect master said, Of course, there are also some cities who are behind this. They want to test your background. There were 72 cities and 72 forces. The structure had not changed for hundreds of years. However, Fong Chen had just arrived, and he had broken the unchanging structure. He was even the lord of 2 cities. This caused many cities to feel dissatisfied, and they did not approve of Fong Chen. A star venerable warrior was the lord of 2 cities. Wasn't this a joke? That was why there were so many people provoking him. Insignificant skill. Fong Chen smiled disdainfully. Tell me about the meeting in detail. The Cloud Crossing sect master nodded. He sat on the stone bench and started to explain. The meeting of 72 cities is the biggest event in the Blood Battle territory. The Blood Lord hosted it personally to select some outstanding city lords and nurture them. A long time ago, there was a genius city lord in the Odd Dragon Mansion who was valued by the then Blood Lord. He became a core member of the Blood Battle territory and used it as a springboard to join the Desolation Palace. The Cloud Crossing sect master said slowly, It is said that this person has become one of the important higher-ups in the boundless world. Oh, no wonder Strange Dragon City's master has the biggest face in the world. The meeting is divided into 2 parts. The first part is the martial arts exchange between the city lords. Everyone can share their understanding of martial arts and improve each other. The second part is the exchange of pointers. Every city lord can challenge other city lords, and the challenged city lord cannot refuse. Is killing allowed in the exchange of pointers? Fong Chen asked. This was what he was most concerned about. Strictly speaking, it is not allowed. However, it is not unheard of in the past. The Cloud Crossing sect master muttered, As long as your performance is monstrous enough to attract the attention of the Blood Lord, even if you kill someone, no one will pursue it. Fong Chen understood. In the end, it was still strength that spoke. Only the strong could get good treatment. The weak would be suppressed by everyone. Chapter 3019. The strong would be respected, and the weak would be mocked. Only by becoming stronger would he be able to do as he pleased. Fong Chen gradually understood some of the details of the meeting between the 72 cities from the cloud-piercing sect master. He also had some clues in his heart. In short, there will be many people targeting you in tomorrow's meeting. Don't be angered unless you have no other choice, the cloud-piercing sect master warned. Don't worry. I know what to do. The next day, the sun just passed the horizon. The entire Blood Battle domain started to bustle. People came and went in an endless stream. The meeting square was packed with people. The 72 city masters entered one after another. Is that guy the masters of Bloodflame City and Cloud-Piercing Sect? Humph, he's just a star venerable. How can he be so arrogant? Don't underestimate him. Being able to kill the Bloodflame Swordmaster in an instant is enough to prove his strength. I'll definitely embarrass him during the exchange of pointers. As soon as Fong Chen entered the meeting square, countless discussions could be heard. Many of the city lords whispered to each other, their eyes flashing with disdain. The Black Corpse City Master stared at Fong Chen with his pitch-black eyes. A shocking murderous intent was hidden in the depths of his eyes. City Master Fong, I'm the City Master of Ox City. I've long heard that you're extraordinary. Now that I've met you, you really live up to your reputation. A short and fat man walked up to Fong Chin and took the initiative to greet him. Fong Chin nodded at him. Ox City and Cloud Piercing Sect were relatively friendly. It could be seen that the City Master of Ox City was sincere in greeting Fong Chin and was not pretending. City Master Fong. Along the way, many City Masters greeted Fong Chin. The Lord is here. Suddenly, someone shouted, and everyone's eyes instantly turned to the feudal lord. In front of the meeting square's main platform, a hunchbacked old man in a blood-red robe suddenly appeared. His wrinkled face gave people an incomparably old feeling. From the outside, this person's qi and blood were dry and his body was weak. He looked like a sick old man who had been ravaged by time. However, no one dared to mock this old man because he was the Blood Lord. He was the Blood Lord, one of the 5 suzerains under the Desolation Palace. Blood Lord's cultivation had reached the Junior Tribulation Supremacy realm. Even in the Desolate Palace, he was considered one of the top experts. After his scarlet eyes swept across the 72 city lords, he waved his hand and motioned for everyone to sit down. The 72 city lords took their seats, one after another. At this moment, the Blood Lord said, I believe everyone knows about the meeting, so I won't say much. The reason why I brought forward the meeting this time is to select talents for the Desolate Palace. There was something else that the Blood Lord didn't say. Part of the reason was because of Fong Chin, the City Lord of the 2 cities. What? Selecting talents for the Desolate Palace? That's great. This time, I must stand out and make the Lord value me. Ha ha ha, my chance has come. If I can join the Desolate Palace, even if I am a warrior at the lowest level, I will be able to obtain many cultivation resources. When everyone heard the 3 words Desolate Palace, they instantly became excited. Only the Black Corpse City Lord remained calm. He kept sizing up Fong Chin from the corner of his eye. The Desolate Palace? Fong Chin raised his head and looked at the Blood Lord. He could feel that there seemed to be a powerful aura looming on the latter's body. Why do I feel that his qi and blood are real? Fong Chin was very puzzled. The contrast between the powerful aura and the dry qi and blood made Fong Chin a little confused for a moment. Forget it. Let's not think about this. Fong Chin shook his head and gave up on the thought in his mind. After all, the Blood Lord was a Junior Tribulation Supremacy and was very powerful. Even though Fong Chin had seen many Junior Tribulation Supremacies and even warriors stronger than them, he still didn't think that Fong Chin was strong enough. He didn't think that he could compare to a Junior Tribulation Supremacy. The meeting begins. As the Blood Lord's voice fell, the 72 city lords looked at each other. After a short silence, the Strange Dragon City Lord spoke first. Since no one wants to be the first to speak, let me be the one to embarrass myself. The Strange Dragon City Lord spoke frankly and confidently, sharing his understanding of martial arts. Gradually, more and more city lords joined in the exchange and shared their experiences. Fong Chin sat in the corner and listened quietly. The biggest difference between swordsmanship is that it requires a tenacious and indomitable heart. Of course, this alone is not enough. It requires extremely high talent. It's best to have a strong swordsmanship physique. The Sword City Lord's words attracted Fong Chen's attention. The Bloodfire Swordmaster was a swordsman, but his understanding of swordsmanship was so poor that he was killed by a Star Venerable. This is the tragedy of swordsmanship. The Sword City Lord continued, The Scarlet Sword principle that I cultivate requires the support of a soft and gentle force. Originally, Fong Chin didn't intend to express his opinion, but after listening to the Sword City Lord's words, he frowned slightly and was a little unhappy. The Sword City Lord had intentionally or unintentionally shifted the topic to him and ridiculed him by belittling the Bloodfire Swordmaster. Swordsmanship is different. Fong Chen thought that his swordsmanship was very different from the Sword City Lord's. Whoosh! Fong Chen stood up and retorted in front of everyone. You said that I couldn't be bothered to interfere with your sword Dao comprehension. However, you used your ignorance to show off and kept mocking me. This has something to do with me. Boom! The Sword City Lord's face was gloomy as he looked at Fong Chen angrily. What's wrong, Lord Fong? Did I say something wrong? The Sword City Lord spread his hands. Aren't you a swordsman? If you have the ability, tell us about your understanding of swordsmanship. Someone like you is qualified to be on equal footing with us. Ridiculous. Do you think you can be arrogant just because you killed the Bloodfire Swordmaster? As soon as Fong Chen spoke, the Sword City Lord directly scolded him. On the rostrum, the Bloody Battle Overlord narrowed his eyes as he looked at Fong Chen. A complicated look appeared in his eyes. You keep saying that you are a swordsman, but in my opinion, you're not qualified to be called a swordsman at all, Fong Chen said. Boy, you are too arrogant. This is Blood Battle territory, not Chuanyun City. You can't mess around here. The other city lords, led by the strange Dragon City Lord, had been dissatisfied with Fong Chen for a long time. At this moment, they seized the opportunity to humiliate him. The Sword City Lord's attainment in swordsmanship is recognized as the strongest among the 72 city lords. You are just a boy, but you are openly insulting him. What are you up to? If you can't give a satisfactory reason today, I will wring your head off. The other city lords were watching the show. Fong Chen looked around at the crowd and nodded slowly. You have been emphasizing that swordsmanship needs to be soft, which is what you said about conquering strength with softness. The reason why the Bloodfire Swordmaster died was because he deviated from swordsmanship, right? The Sword City Lord nodded. It's not bad that you know this. There is still hope. However, in my opinion, your point of view is very wrong. Fong Chen sneered. Swordsmanship is the way of masculinity. It uses absolute strength to crush the opponent, not conquering strength with softness, as you said. Nonsense. Before Fong Chen finished, the Sword City Lord directly scolded him. Who do you think you are to be qualified to teach me? Ah, are you angry from embarrassment? Fong Chen sneered and took a step forward. If you are not convinced, I will fight with you. Let's see if your method of conquering strength with softness or my absolute strength is more powerful. In the face of Fong Chen's provocation, the Sword City Lord was very angry. However, he was still a little afraid of Blood Lord and turned to look at him. It's fine. I am also very curious about the Cloud City Lord. You two can compete here, Blood Lord said. My lord, although it's just a sparring session, the City Lord of Sword City is too weak. If I accidentally kill him, I wonder if I will be punished? Crash. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was this guy crazy? Who did he think he was? However, to everyone's surprise, Blood Lord didn't care and directly nodded. It is inevitable that there will be mistakes in a competition. It is normal to have casualties. Hearing this, the Sword City Lord sneered with killing intent. Boy, you are dead. The Sword City Lord exuded a powerful swordsmanship power and rushed toward Fong Chen. Swoosh! He raised his finger and pointed. Fong Chen attacked at lightning speed. The entire process was completed in a single breath, almost in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. Puff! The Sword City Lord's body fell to the ground and a bloody hole appeared on his forehead. Chapter 3020. Everyone's eyes widened. Wasn't this guy too arrogant? Although the Blood Lord had spoken, how much courage did it take to kill the Sword City Governor in front of everyone? The entire meeting square was in an uproar. Many of the city governors had complicated expressions on their faces. Some people were trembling. Why was Fong Chen so strong? Some people sneered. Killing the Sword City Governor in front of the Blood Lord, he was dead meat. On the rostrum, The Bloodlord was also a little stunned. His blood-red robe fluttered in the wind, giving people an incomparably heavy feeling. Sword sparring contest. The Bloodlord's dark eyes sized up Fong Qin. After a long while, the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a smile. Fong Qin, what do you mean by this? The first to jump out was naturally the strange Dragon City governor. He directly launched an attack, pushing Fong Qin to the opposite side of everyone. We 72 city governors are all elites under the Bloodlord. This meeting is mainly to exchange pointers, but you took the opportunity to kill the Sword City governor. What are your intentions? I am extremely suspicious that you are a spy from other forces who have infiltrated our blood battle territory. As soon as the statement came out, many city governors echoed. A trace of cold killing intent flashed in the Black Corpse City governor's eyes. Fong Chen's strength was beyond his expectations. He couldn't wait to kill him. Fong Chen stood with his hands behind his back, without a trace of worry on his face. His pitch-black eyes calmly stared the Lord of Bloody Battle as he slowly said, "My lord, I have different sword principles from the city, Lord of Sword City. But he humiliated me with this and threatened to kill me. With your consent, we had a sparring contest. But I didn't expect the Sword City governor to be so weak that he couldn't even withstand one of my moves." Hearing Fong Chen's words, many city governors were stunned and couldn't help but complain. This guy is too shameless, isn't he? He was the one who wanted to kill Sword City's city lord. But in his words, Sword City's city lord was too weak and couldn't even block one of his attacks. You're full of nonsense, the strange Dragon City master rebuked. Do you think our lord is blind? What? Strange Dragon City master also wants to challenge me? Fong Qin sneered, not backing down at all. Enough, Blood Lord said solemnly. The death of Sword City City Lord is entirely his own fault. My blood battle region has provided the 72 cities with countless resources for your cultivation. Yet the City Lord of Sword City was unable to withstand a single blow from City Lord Fong. His death is not regrettable. My blood battle territory needs elites. The Blood Lord's words immediately silenced the many city lords. At the same time, they were very jealous. They didn't expect that even the Blood Lord would speak up for Fong Qin. Since something like this has happened, let's bring forward the second round of the meeting. Blood Lord muttered, "Let's stop when it's time to exchange pointers. However, swords and spears have no eyes. If you feel that you're no match for me, just admit defeat. Otherwise, you'll have to bear all the consequences." Blood Lord's words were very clear. If one's strength was too weak, death was not regrettable. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, especially those city lords who had grudges with Fong Qin. Their hearts were filled with killing intent. "I'm here to challenge City Lord Fong." A man in armor jumped out. He held a long sword in his hand and said coldly. Fong Chen knew that the city this man was from was much stronger than Chuanyan City, but it couldn't be compared with Strange Dragon City. The Strange Dragon City Lord looked at him sarcastically. It seemed that this guy was being treated as cannon fodder. "Idiot." Fong Chun sneered, "Being treated as cannon fodder, and you're still so happy? What's the point of living? You're courting death." The armored man roared, and the long sword in his hand spun violently. In an instant, countless sword chi swept across the void. Die! The armored man's figure flickered, drifting around Fong Qin. He knew that Fong Chen's defense was strong, so he didn't dare to face him head-on. "Is that all you've got?" Fong Qin looked at the armored man's attack calmly and sneered. In the next moment, he attacked. Whoosh! He raised his palm and stretched out his finger. A powerful force accumulated on his index finger. "Knowing that I'm good at Sword Dao, you still want to compete with me?" As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely vast ray of finger light instantly shot out. In that finger radiance, there was a sharp and overbearing sword chi. Hiss! The finger radiance pierced through the void and quickly came to the armored man's side. Not good. The armored man's long sword was pierced through by the finger radiance, and he felt danger approaching. At this moment, the armored man couldn't care less. He opened his mouth and wanted to admit defeat. Whoosh! The finger radiance flickered and pierced through his head. He would never have the chance to say the last sentence. Dong! The armored man died. In the meeting square, there was dead silence. Everyone stared at Fong Qin, dumbfounded. Killing one person with one finger, and 2 consecutive fingers killed 2 city lords. This was too exaggerated, wasn't it? Most importantly, this person's cultivation was only at the Star Venerable Realm. All the city lords present were at the Saint Venerable Realm. However, at this moment, there was a trace of fear in their hearts. Fong Qin, how dare you? The strange dragon city lord was furious. He walked out directly, pointed at Fong Qin's nose, and scolded. The armored city lord has already admitted defeat. Why do you still want to kill him? Strange dragon city lord, did you hear him admit defeat? Or did you all hear it? Fong Qin shrugged and asked. You. Just now he was about to admit defeat. Yet you took the opportunity to kill him. You have the ambition of a wolf. Do you want to slaughter all the city lords? The strange dragon city's city lord roared furiously. However, none of the city lords dared to stand out and say anything. The strength that Fong Qin had shown was too strong. In everyone's opinion, only the city lords ranked in the top 10 could fight with him. As for the other city lords, they could only be killed in seconds. Blood Lord did not say anything. He just watched everything quietly. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone as shameless as the strange dragon city lord. Fong Qin sneered. I'm really curious. With the strange dragon city lord's character, how could he cultivate to such a level? He's a disgrace to us warriors. After saying that, Fong Qin waved his hand and said, I'll give you a chance to challenge me. How about it? Strange dragon city lord, do you dare to come up and fight with me? Everyone's eyes fell on the strange dragon city lord. Fong Qin had killed 2 city lords in a row. The strength that he had shown had already surpassed that of an ordinary city lord. Everyone was curious. Would the strange dragon city lord, who was ranked in the top 10, be able to defeat Fong Qin or even kill him? For a moment, everyone was waiting for the strange dragon city lord's reply. The strange dragon city lord's face was gloomy. He raised his head and looked at Fong Qin. Are you sure you want to challenge me? Why? Haven't you always wanted to kill me? I'll give you a chance now, Fong Qin said. Do you think that you can be arrogant after killing 2 city lords? The strange dragon city lord sneered. Since you want to think, I'll fulfill your wish. Sure enough, the strange dragon city lord was enraged. He jumped onto the martial arts ring and confronted Fong Qin. Boy, I'll let you know the real gap between the Star Venerable Realm and the Holy Venerable Realm. I hope you won't despair by then. The strange dragon city lord said eerily. I'll wait and see. At this moment, Fong Qin showed great confidence. He stood with his hands behind his back, as if he did not take the strange dragon city lord seriously at all. The Black Corpse City lord's dark eyes stared at Fong Qin as he thought. Suddenly he felt a gaze on him. He raised his head and saw Protector Chiu, who was beside the Blood Lord. Protector Chiu rolled his eyes and had a short conversation with the Black Corpse City Lord. The Black Corpse City Lord nodded. Don't worry, he won't live past today. Protector Chiu nodded and continued to watch the competition attentively. Perhaps even the Blood Lord did not know that his blood battle territory had been infiltrated by the Corpse Demon. His most trusted protector Chiu had also been controlled by the Corpse Demon. On the martial arts ring, the battle was about to start. Many people were discussing who would win this battle. The strange Dragon City Lord was a veteran expert, while Fong Qin was a rising star. Both of them had their own strengths, so no one dared to make a judgment now. However, everyone knew that no matter who won this battle in the end, the other party would die, because this was a battle of life and death. The strange Dragon City Lord is a veteran expert, after all. He has a deep foundation and many tricks. I believe in him. This was what most people thought. For the latest novel to read, please visit Chapter 3021. The Strange Dragon City Lord was famous for his unique skill, the Strange Dragon Lock. It was said that once the Strange Dragon Lock was released, it would be stained with blood. Otherwise, it would not stop. Moreover, it was difficult for martial artists who were locked by the Strange Dragon Lock to escape. It was said that the Strange Dragon City Lord had once trapped a junior tribulation lord with the Strange Dragon Lock. Of course, this was just a legend, and no one had verified it. However, what was certain was that even the Blood Lord was somewhat afraid of the Strange Dragon Lock. Some people even secretly spread the news that the Strange Dragon City Lord had been planning how to overthrow the Blood Lord and replace him. At this moment, the Strange Dragon City Lord looked at Fong Qin sarcastically. In his opinion, there was no need to use the Strange Dragon Lock to deal with Fong Qin. One move is enough to kill you, the Strange Dragon City Lord said, and stomped his foot, causing the entire martial arts arena to tremble. A scorching aura gushed out from his body. He raised his palm and waved it. Immediately, a vast amount of energy was absorbed into his palm. In an instant, a terrifying vortex appeared in the center of his palm. Within the vortex, there seemed to be an aura that made people tremble in fear. Dong! The bell and drum sounded together, and the whole world was covered in blood. The Strange Dragon City Lord leaped and stepped on the air. Behind him, the blood-red sky reflected his incomparably powerful aura. He walked over step by step, and the void trembled with every step he took. The Strange Dragon City Lord has shown his power. Everyone shook their heads. The strength that the Strange Dragon City Lord had shown had surpassed most of the city lords. His attack power was so powerful that even the Black Corpse City Lord and the others might not be able to suppress him. It's over. It's a pity that such a stunning city lord has fallen. What's the use of being talented if he doesn't know how to be flexible? Even if he doesn't die this time, he will definitely die in the future. Everyone whispered, as if Fong Chen's end was already decided. Kill. When the Strange Dragon City Lord came in front of Fong Chen, he roared. The blood-red power spread out like thousands of galloping horses. He suddenly clenched his fist. The terrifying vortex in his palm instantly enveloped his entire fist. The moment the blood-red aura that filled the sky converged on his fist, his attack whistled out. Thousands of fist shadows flickered in the void and enveloped Fong Qin completely in an instant. Among these fist shadows, there was an incomparably shocking fist that blasted towards Fong Qin at lightning speed. Dong! When the fist landed on Fong Chen's body, the corners of the Strange Dragon City's city master's mouth curled up as a mocking expression appeared on his face. Trash! The Strange Dragon City master said disdainfully. He could feel an endless amount of power rushing into Fong Chen's body, destroying his internal organs. Needless to say, his body and soul would be destroyed. Is that all you've got? Suddenly, a voice rang out in the mind of the Strange Dragon City Master. Immediately after, the Strange Dragon City Master felt his primordial spirit shake and a sharp pain came from his mind. He subconsciously cried out as his body swayed. At the same time, he felt a powerful force rushing towards his fist, sending his body flying. Dong! Among the thousands of fist shadows, a figure was sent flying. Everyone thought it was Fong Qin, but when they took a closer look, they were instantly stunned. The Strange Dragon City Master? He was actually sent flying by Fong Qin. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? The city lords immediately rose to their feet. Their hearts were filled with great shock. Hiss! 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 The vast fist shadows gradually dissipated, and a figure wrapped in sword-shaped runes stood on the martial arts arena. It's Fang Qin! Someone in the crowd shouted. Everyone looked over, and it was visually stunning. Sword-shaped runes. This person has a special constitution of swordsmanship. He's too strong. Such a special constitution of swordsmanship has an unimaginably strong defense. He withstood the attack of the strange Dragon City Master with just his physical defense? Isn't this too exaggerated? It was not until this moment that those city masters who were not optimistic about Fang Qin realized how stupid their previous thoughts were. They finally understood why Fang Qin dared to be so arrogant in the blood battle territory. It turned out that he had the capital to be arrogant. Buzz! The sword-shaped runes quickly submerged into his body, and Fang Qin regained his calmness. If you only have this strength, I can only regretfully say that you are too weak. Fang Qin shook his head. Crash! The strange Dragon City Master suddenly got up from the ground and glared at Fang Qin. Boy, don't be arrogant. I admit that your defense is indeed strong. But you want to make me the strange Dragon City Master. Admit defeat with just your defense? Impossible. In fact, in the strange Dragon City Master's opinion, he had suffered a loss because of his carelessness. Taking advantage of his complacency, Fang Qin used a soul attack to disturb his primordial spirit, and then took the opportunity to use his swordsmanship constitution to rebound his attack. It had to be said that this guy was very scheming. It was rare to be able to maintain such a calm mind at such a critical moment. If he were not an enemy, the strange Dragon City Master would have wanted to befriend him. Unfortunately, when the latter killed the deputy city master of Strange Dragon City, he was already irreconcilable with him. Having suffered a loss once, the Strange Dragon City Master no longer held back and directly used the Strange Dragon Lock. Crash! His hands were constantly forming seals, and at the same time, iron chains appeared in the sky. These iron chains exuded a vast pressure that was extremely powerful. In a flash, thousands of iron chains appeared in the sky and sealed the entire martial arts arena. A seal! The corners of Fang Qin's mouth curled up, and he said disdainfully, "The thing I am least afraid of is a seal." Strictly speaking, the strange dragon lock also used thousands of iron chains to seal the space. In fact, this was just an expression of a seal. If it were other city masters, they would definitely not be able to break the strange dragon lock. Unfortunately, he met Fang Qin. Crash! In the sky, thousands of iron chains made clanking sounds. When the seal was formed, the entire martial arts arena was completely shrouded. Everyone could feel that they could not detect the situation inside the martial arts arena. Is this the strange dragon lock? It really lives up to its reputation. I have long heard that the strange Dragon City Master's strange dragon lock is powerful. Seeing it today is really an eye-opener. Many city masters who had not seen the strange Dragon City Master use the strange dragon lock were extremely shocked. On the rostrum, Lord narrowed his eyes and thought quickly. You should be proud to die under my mystical dragon lock. After the strange dragon lock completely sealed the martial arts arena, the strange Dragon City Master walked into the seal step by step. He looked at Fang Qin sarcastically, slowly raised his palm, and slammed it toward the latter's head. Crack! However, just as his palm was about to touch Fang Qin, he suddenly felt a powerful force blocking him. Then he saw an unexpected scene. Fang Qin's palm had blocked his palm. Furthermore, he was looking at him with a beaming smile. How is this possible? No one knew the seal of the strange dragon lock better than the strange Dragon City Master. Once bound, the enemy would be unable to move and would be at his mercy. However, he could not understand how Fang Qin could move. It must be his sword Dao physique. The strange Dragon City Master quickly thought. However, no matter how strong the sword Dao physique is, it is impossible to completely resist the power of the strange dragon lock. He can only move his body for a short time. Thinking of this, the strange dragon city master breathed a sigh of relief. Die. He continued to increase his strength and attacked Fong Qin. Bang! The two fists collided, and the strange dragon city master's body was pushed back. After stabilizing his body, his face became gloomy. At this time, Fong Qin took out the hidden star sword and walked toward the strange dragon city master step by step. I said that I am not afraid of the seal, but you are stupid enough to use the seal against me. Fong Qin sneered and immediately waved the hidden star sword. A sword light flashed out. The strange dragon city master suddenly felt a chill on his neck and subconsciously hugged his neck. Suddenly, his hand was covered with blood. His pupils shrank and his heart was filled with horror. No, how is this possible? However, it was too late. How could he compare to the power of the invincible Sword Dao? Bang! The strange dragon city master's head fell to the ground and lost his vitality. Until his death, he did not know how Fong Qin broke the strange dragon lock that he was so proud of. Unfortunately, he would never know. Break. After killing the strange dragon city master, Fong Qin grabbed the void and the strange dragon lock instantly collapsed. Chapter 3022. Tens of thousands of chains were intertwined in the air. Every chain seemed to be independent, but in fact they were closely related to the other chains. As long as one chain was under heavy pressure, the other chains would frantically come to its rescue. This was the mystery of the strange dragon lock. It was simply a joke for an ordinary person to use absolute strength to break the strange dragon lock. The wondrous dragon lock that caused countless people to tremble in fear could not even withstand a single blow from Fong Qin. Crash! Tens of thousands of chains suddenly collapsed and turned into nothingness. This sudden scene shocked everyone. What's going on? Why did the strange dragon lock collapse? Could it be that the strange dragon city master has already dealt with Fong Qin? No, the strange dragon lock seems to have been hit by a strong force. Could it be? Thinking of this, everyone's face suddenly changed. Their hearts raced as they were unwilling to accept the reality in front of them. However, when the tens of thousands of chains completely dissipated, they were completely numb. An imposing figure was standing on the martial arts stage. Beneath his feet was the corpse of the strange dragon city's city master, which was lying quietly. The strange dragon city master is dead? Someone in the crowd shouted. Suddenly, countless people woke up from the shock and were dumbfounded. Oh my God, the strange dragon lock was broken! How is this possible? Too strong. His strength has already reached such a level? Everyone's hearts were filled with shock as they exclaimed one after another. On the rostrum, Swordlord stood up suddenly. His dark eyes stared at Fong Qin, and he was speechless for a long time. His heart was in turmoil. Even he was unwilling to fight against the strange dragon lock. One could imagine how strong the strange dragon lock was. However, it was now shattered by a star-venerate martial artist. It was simply a miracle. At this moment, Swordlord's heart was boiling and a scorching look appeared on his face. The death of the strange dragon city master had completely shocked everyone. Those city masters who were clamoring to teach Fong Qin a lesson lowered their heads and shivered. They were afraid of being challenged by Fong Qin. This battle shocked the world. One could imagine that after today, Fong Qin's name would resound throughout the entire bloody battle territory. Who else wants to challenge me? Fong Qin's voice spread out. Many city lords curled their lips. Even the top 3 city lords shook their heads. What kind of joke was this? Even the mystical dragon city's city master was killed after using the mystical dragon lock. They were not willing to provoke such trouble. Looking around, Fong Qin saw that no one was willing to step forward. Fong Qin walked down the stage. The originally lively meeting had become dull under Fong Qin's strength. In the following period of time, no one was in the mood to continue fighting. Almost no one stepped forward to exchange pointers. The meeting ended in a hurry. Many city lords came to greet Fong Qin, wanting to befriend him. City Lord Fong, the overlord invites you in. The steward of the bloody battle estate walked over to Fong Qin and whispered to him. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly bid farewell to Fong Qin. In an elegant courtyard, the blood lord was leaning on a reclining chair. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps came. The steward brought Fong Qin in. You can leave first. The blood lord waved his hand and said without turning his head. Yes. The steward nodded and quickly left the courtyard. Fong Qin of Chuanyun City greets the overlord. Fong Qin cupped his fists and said. The blood lord raised his head and looked at Fong Qin with a smile on his face. Sit. Fong Qin sat opposite the blood lord. The latter said, I have investigated your background. The teleportation formation you took failed, causing you to fall outside Chuanyun City. Fong Qin was not surprised at all. It would be strange if the blood lord did not know about what happened in the 72 cities. Before this, I thought you were just a little stronger. The blood lord continued. You occupied 2 cities by yourself. Originally, I was not very satisfied. However, after seeing your performance this time, I feel that the 2 city lords have wronged you. Sir Lord, you flatter me, Fong Qin said humbly. Ever since Fong Qin killed the strange Dragon City Lord, the Blood Lord looked at him differently and valued him very much. Don't be humble. Your potential is the strongest I have seen in my endless years of cultivation. You killed the strange Dragon City Lord with your star, venerable cultivation. If you go all out, you can probably defeat all holy venerables. Fong Qin shook his head and grinned, but did not say anything. He knew that the Blood Lord must have something to say to him. As expected, the Blood Lord went straight to the point after a few words of praise. Fong Qin, are you willing to come to my blood battle territory? The Blood Lord said seriously, with your strength, you are fully qualified to be the protector of the blood battle territory. The protectors of the bloodbath territory were second only to the bloodbath territorial lord. Hearing that, Fong Qin's expression changed. He knew that the protector position of the blood battle territory was not vacant. What did the blood lord mean? Could it be that he was testing him? Fong Qin stared at the blood lord and did not say anything. I value you very much. If you join the blood battle territory, I promise to use all my resources to train you, and even send you to the Desolation Palace or even the Boundless World, the Blood Lord said. Lord, if you have something to say, just say it, Fong Qin said slowly after pondering for a moment. The Blood Lord nodded. Looks like you are a smart person. Then, I will not beat around the bush. You are new here and do not understand the situation of the blood battle territory. Over the years, the blood battle territory has gradually risen under my leadership. However, because it rose too quickly, it planted hidden dangers. While Fong Qin and the Blood Lord were having a secret conversation, in a hidden place in the blood battle territory, the corpse demon experts were also having a meeting. One of them was the protector of the blood battle territory, and the other was the Black Corpse City Master. Lord Protector, as you can see, Fong Qin's strength has surpassed mine by a lot. He was able to break the strange dragon lock with his own strength. I think he obtained that item in the ancient Saint Chaos, the Black Corpse City Master said in a deep voice with a solemn expression. Originally, he planned to kill Fong Qin in this meeting. However, the strength that Fong Qin displayed was completely beyond his imagination. How long has it been? This boy has already reached such an incredible level. If we let him continue, he will inevitably threaten our lives and even destroy everything that I, the corpse demon, have painstakingly worked for countless years. The Black Corpse City Master's intention was very simple. He wanted to kill Fong Qin. You mean you want me to do it? The Protector said coldly, right now, among the many clansmen hidden in the blood battle territory, Only Lord Protector can suppress Fong Qin, the Black Corpse City Master said. Well, you go back first. This is the blood battle territory. It's not good to be seen by others. I will deal with this matter. After saying that, the Protector's figure disappeared. Although the meeting had ended, the rumors about Fong Qin were still abuzz. Killing the strange Dragon City's city lord with a snap of his fingers. This shocking news was like a tornado that swiftly swept across the place. Countless martial artists were shaken by this. However, just 3 days later, another even more shocking news came out. Fong Qin publicly challenged the Protector. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The 72 city masters knew what Fong Qin's intention was. He wanted to replace the Protector. Arrogant, he's too arrogant. Does he think that by killing the strange Dragon City Master, he can shake the Protector's position? Is this guy crazy? The Protector is an expert, second only to the Blood Lord. How dare he publicly challenge him? I've already said that too much is easy to break. Let's see how he will end this time. Soon, some comments that did not support Fong Qin spread. Many city masters were waiting for the battle to come with the idea of watching a good show. Chuan Yun City. After the news spread to the Chuan Yun sect, everyone was very worried. Only the Chuan Yun sect master was full of confidence. Lord Fong's strength is obvious to all. In this meeting, he broke the strange dragon lock and killed the strange Dragon City Master. This strength alone is enough to shock people. The Chuan Yun sect master said, "We want Lord Fong to have confidence." Although the outside world thinks that Lord Fong is not enough to challenge the Protector, the Chuan Yun sect unconditionally supports Lord Fong. Many disciples had mixed feelings, especially Fan Hai and the others. Their faces were full of bitter smiles. Back then, they were still stupid enough to provoke Fong Qin. They never thought that he would dare to openly challenge the Protector. This was the gap between them. Chapter 30:23. The night was as still as water, and the stars twinkled. Outside Piercing Cloud City it was pitch black. The entire land seemed to be covered in a layer of silver. The quiet street was extremely empty, and there was no one in sight. At this moment, the city lord's mansion was brightly lit. In the elegant and simple study, sandalwood burned, and wisps of smoke swirled continuously before finally dissipating. Lord Fong, do you really want to challenge the Protector? Although he publicly supported Fong Qin and trusted Fong Qin very much, the person he challenged was the Protector, an expert second only to the Blood Lord. Thus, Piercing Cloud sect master was still a little worried. After the meeting of the 72 cities, Fong Qin had won over many city lords with his strong performance. Now, Piercing Cloud City's status was rising steadily. There were even rumors that when the ranking of the 72 cities in the Blood Battle territory was updated, Piercing Cloud City and Bloodfire City would definitely both enter the top 10. For Piercing Cloud sect master, this was simply a dream. Back then, Piercing Cloud City could only be ranked last among the 72 cities. Any city could bully them at will. Now it was different. Fong Qin was too strong. He killed a city lord with a flick of his finger. He even killed the strange Dragon City Lord, shocking the entire Blood Battle territory. And now he even threatened to challenge the Protector. No matter what the result was, just this courage alone was worthy of admiration. A few days after the meeting, many city lords came to visit Piercing Cloud sect master. They wanted to use Piercing Cloud sect as a breakthrough point to establish a friendly relationship with Fong Qin. Fong Qin was silent and did not speak. Instead, he focused on the book in his hand. This book was a detailed introduction of the entire Blood Battle territory. Fong Qin enunciated every word as he seriously observed. Seeing this, Piercing Cloud sect master did not ask any more and waited patiently. After a long time, Fong Qin closed the book. The Protector's strength is only at the limit of the Holy Venerate realm. Fong Qin said with a grin, As long as he had not stepped into the Tribulation Venerate realm, he was confident that he could defeat the Protector. Moreover, he still had a trump card. Once he used it, he would be able to escape unscathed even if he faced a Tribulation supremacy. Most importantly, he had reached a secret agreement with the Blood Lord. Taking advantage of this opportunity to eliminate the Enforcer was the most important thing. Since Lord Fong is so confident, then my Transcendence Cloud sect will definitely give you our full support. If Lord Fong has any needs, feel free to ask. Cloud Piercing Sect Master nodded heavily. For Piercing Cloud Sect to have its current achievements, it was all thanks to Fong Chen. Therefore, Cloud Piercing Sect Master didn't even think about it and mindlessly stood on Fong Chen's side. Fong Chen nodded with satisfaction and said, "Nothing for the time being. Inform me when you accept my challenge." Yes. Just as Cloud Piercing Sect Master was about to leave, he was stopped by Fong Chen. "That's right, if there's no response within 3 days, spread the news that the Protector is too timid to accept my challenge. As for the specific operation, I believe you should know. Don't worry, I will definitely do it. And that's basically it. If there's nothing else, don't disturb me," Fong Chen said. "By the way, how is Wu Pan now?" Speaking of Wu Pan, Cloud Piercing Sect Master's face was filled with a complicated expression. Who would have thought that the disciple who wasn't valued by the sect back then would make the sect prosper to such an extent? If not for Wu Pan, Piercing Cloud Sect would have been destroyed long ago, right? Wu Pan's potential is not bad. His cultivation progress is very fast. All the resources of Piercing Cloud Sect are concentrated on him. I believe it won't be long before he can step into the Holy Venerate realm," Cloud Piercing Sect Master said. "Moreover, after our discussion, we have decided to appoint Wu Pan as the next Sect Master of Piercing Cloud Sect. When he steps into the Holy Venerate realm, he will inherit the position of Sect Master." Fong Chen nodded. All of this was within his expectations. He owed Wu Pan a favor, which was why he helped Piercing Cloud Sect. The Piercing Cloud Sect would definitely remember all of this on Wu Pan. Wu Pan's days would probably be better in the future. Furthermore, Piercing Cloud Sect is currently expanding. They have established a branch in Blood Flame City. Wu Pan is training in Blood Flame City as the branch master, Piercing Cloud Sect Master said with a grin. When Piercing Cloud Sect Master saw Fong Chen's expression, he knew that Piercing Cloud Sect's actions were right. After obtaining Fong Chen's recognition, would Piercing Cloud Sect still have to worry about not being able to develop in the future? In the Protector's residence in the Bloody Battle Domain, bang! A crisp sound rang out, followed by a furious roar. In the courtyard, many servants stood there quietly, trembling in fear. The Protector was currently in a rage. They did not dare to go in and cause trouble for fear of being punished by the Protector. "Damnable fellow!" The Protector's furious voice came from the room. "After killing Strange Dragon City, Lord, you dare to challenge me? You really don't know how the word death is written." After venting his anger, the Protector walked out of the room. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding a cold aura. His dark eyes swept over everyone, and he immediately said in a deep voice, "Who does Fong Chen think he is? He is just a city lord of 2 cities. What qualifications does he have to challenge me?" That's right. The Protector is an existence above everyone else in the Bloody Battle Domain. What qualifications does a mere city lord have to challenge the Protector? The servants were also echoing. "Spread the news that Fong Chen is not qualified to challenge me. If he wants to continue living in the Bloody Battle Domain, he should obediently come to the Protector's residence and ask for forgiveness. Otherwise, I will let him die without a burial place. Yes, Protector." Soon after, the Protector's words swept across the entire Bloody Battle Domain like a kite. After hearing this, many city lords knew that the Protector was really enraged this time. Fong Chen's choice was too unwise. He had just obtained the recognition of the bloody battle domain's higher-ups, and he dared to be so arrogant. Everyone was secretly observing whether Fong Chen would go to the Protector's residence and ask for forgiveness. Lord's residence. Lord, it's exactly as you predicted. The butler hurried over and whispered. The Blood Lord was very calm, as if everything was under control. Okay, I know. You may leave. The butler nodded and turned to leave. The Blood Lord looked up at the void and smiled eerily. I believe that you will have a way. As soon as the news of the Protector's residence spread, the entire bloody battle domain was discussing this matter. Some people were scolding Fong Chen, while others thought that the Protector was timid. In short, there were different opinions. However, just as many city lords remained silent, the Black Corpse City Lord spoke in a high-profile manner and supported the Protector. Fong Chen offended his superiors and deserves to die. How dare you offend the Protector? You will die without a doubt. The Black Corpse City Lord kept humiliating Fong Chen to curry favor with the Protector. This made many city lords a little disgusted, but they didn't say anything. In Chuanyun City, Fong Chen sneered after hearing the news. Whoosh! The teleportation array flickered, and the next moment, Fong Chen appeared in Black Corpse City. Has he finally jumped out? Now that everything was under Fong Chen's control, he was waiting for the Black Corpse City Lord to take the initiative to jump out. Whoosh! A majestic sword light descended from the sky and directly destroyed the city Lord Mansion. A powerful aura raged throughout the land, and in an instant, Black Corpse City was turned into ruins. Stop! A black shadow soared into the sky and stared at Fong Chen angrily. Fong Chen, what do you mean by this? Looking at the ruins of Black Corpse City below, the city lord's face was extremely gloomy. Don't you know? Fong Chen sneered. The Black Corpse City Lord was furious and attacked at lightning speed. I'm going to kill you. You're too weak. Fong Chen took the initiative to attack. The star-hidden sword drew a strange arc and released a fierce and overbearing sword light. At this moment, the invincible sword principle was perfectly displayed. The extremely powerful sword light directly split the Black Corpse City Lord into two. The Black Corpse City Lord's body was burning with flames. His body suddenly shattered, and a black shadow with a powerful corrosive aura appeared in front of Fong Chen. Sure enough. Seeing this scene, Fong Chen sneered. The Black Corpse City Lord was indeed a corpse demon. The corpse demon is getting bolder. With a shake of his wrist, the sword swept across the sky. No, the Black Corpse City Lord wanted to stop it, but there was nothing he could do. Fong Chen's attack power was too strong. Moreover, when he displayed the invincible sword principle, he also activated the sealed sky monument to seal the Black Corpse City Lord's body. Kacha! A cold light pierced through the sky. The Black Corpse City Lord had fallen. Rumble. Subsequently, Fong Chen continuously waved his sword, completely destroying the Black Corpse City. The corpse demon hidden in the city was all eliminated. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 3024, Corpse Demon. Hovering above the ruins of Black Corpse City, Yi Shiwen stared down at the broken corpses. Black evil qi was emitted from them. Fong Chen knew this evil qi very well. The corpse demon was the aura of the corpse demon that Yi Shiwen had fought in the Star River universe and the ancient Saint Chaos. Yi Shiwen didn't expect the corpse demon to have such power in the ancient chaos. What does the corpse demon want to do? Fong Chen frowned and thought to himself, did they find me? Yi Shiwen had destroyed the corpse demon's plan. Before the corpse demon emperor died, he said that he would kill Yi Shiwen at all costs. Yi Shiwen had encountered some attacks in the ancient chaos. However, Yi Shiwen wasn't sure if the corpse demon in the bloody battle territory knew his identity. Whoosh! The flames in the sky burned fiercely, completely burning the evil qi emitted from the corpse demon's body. Then, Fang Chen drew a line in the air with his finger. A crack appeared in the void, and he entered it. The news of Black Corpse City's destruction spread quickly. Countless city lords were in an uproar. Because Fang Chen didn't hide his identity, people soon found out that Fang Chen was the initiator of this incident. Is Fang Chen crazy? How dare he destroy Black Corpse City? Oh my God, this guy is too strong. He turned Black Corpse City into ruins with one sword? The Blood Lord won't allow such a thing to happen. He's dead. Massacre the city. He dares to massacre the city. Many of the city lords made different voices. Some city lords on the Guardian's side were furious and went to the bloody battle territory to petition. Lord Guardian, Black Corpse City has been destroyed. One of the city lords said in a low voice. The Guardian stood with his hands behind his back. His dark eyes emitted a cold aura. I know. He clenched his fists and was furious. He knew that Fang Chen was declaring war on him. Do you want to force me to take action in this way? The protector said gloomily. If that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. Immediately after, the protector waved his hand and said, Pass down the order. In 3 days, we will meet Fang Chen at the Blood Battle Ridge. Yes, Lord Protector. Chuan Yun City. Within an elegant courtyard, Fang Chen sat cross-legged while a stone tablet covered in talisman markings stood silently before him. Small words appeared on the stone tablet. Although he couldn't understand the contents of the inscriptions, Fang Chen knew that this was the supreme comprehension of the Tao of Sealing. If he could comprehend it, his attainments in the Tao of Sealing would reach an extremely high level. At that time, even if he encountered a tribulation supremacy, he would be able to fight them. Voila! Fang Chen spread out his hands and placed them on the stone tablet. Immediately, the inscription began to spin rapidly. Rays of light shot out from the inscription. The light formed a spatial cage before the heaven-sealing steel. The inscriptions on the steel were peeled off from the heaven-sealing steel and entered the spatial cage. Seal, Fang Chen muttered. Suddenly, he came to a realization and his primordial spirit trembled. After that, he suddenly stood up, and then his figure flashed and entered the cage in the sky. In the next moment, he frantically absorbed the power of the seal within the spatial cage. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Finally, the power within the spatial cage was completely absorbed. Formation rise. A dragon's roar resounded through the sky. Immediately after, rays of golden light were released from Fang Chen's body. These rays of golden light quickly turned into giant dragons that floated in the air and responded to the heaven-sealing steel. Condense. Fang Chen roared. The giant dragons swayed their bodies and moved rapidly in an extremely complicated trajectory. In the blink of an eye, they completely enveloped the heaven-sealing steel. Explode! At this moment, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and slammed his palms into the void. Dong! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The giant dragons flickered and the void stilled. Whoosh! A moment later, peace was restored within the seal. Only the heart-palpitating power was slowly rippling. Dragon sealing formation. Looking at the seal in front of him, Fang Chen was secretly delighted. The power of the dragon sealing formation is getting stronger. Fang Chen grinned. After comprehending the heaven-sealing steel, he had gained enlightenment and increased the power of the dragon sealing formation. According to the level of the seal, the dragon sealing formation from before could only be considered an ordinary formation of the Emperor realm. However, now that the dragon sealing formation had absorbed the sealing power of the heaven sealing steel, its level had increased and its power was extremely strong. It was now a genuine half-step Emperor realm formation. With the current dragon sealing formation, a mere peak holy venerate cultivator is nothing. Fang Chen said confidently, compared to star venerables, Holy Venerables could control the world more freely. They could control the flow of the surrounding air for a short period of time, and even change the flow of time. Although Fang Chen's cultivation was only at Star Venerable realm, with the dragon sealing formation sealing the world, he could make up for his lack of cultivation. Once he made up for this deficiency, with his true combat power, how could mere Holy Venerables compete with him? It should be known that he had already comprehended the seventh sword of the invincible sword principle. When he used it at full strength, its power had reached an unbelievable level. However, it seems that I'm still lacking something. Fang Chen pursed his lips and said, "During this period, although the immortal star power has reached a very high level, there's still a gap between me and the first star core." The strength of the immortal star power was far beyond Fang Chen's imagination. This was Fang Chen's trump card. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would never use it. After killing the Protector, I must condense the star core in one go. Fang Chen made up his mind. If others were to find out that his goal was to kill the Protectors, who knew how great of a storm it would cause? Ding, ding, ding. Someone knocked on the door. With a thought, Fang Chen removed the seal around him. The cloud-piercing sect master walked in from outside. Lord Fang, the cloud-piercing sect master's face was slightly gloomy. He said in a low voice, "The Protector has agreed to your challenge and released the news that there will be a life-and-death battle in the Bloody Battle territory in 3 days." "Oh, what day is it now?" Fang Chen asked. He killed the Black Corpse City Lord not only because the other party was a corpse demon, but also because he wanted to anger the Protector. He could imagine that the Protector would definitely agree to his challenge after hearing the news. "Today is the 3rd day," the cloud-piercing sect master said. "All the city lords have gathered in the Bloody Battle territory. Even the Blood Lord has personally come. They are all waiting for you." At this point, the cloud-piercing sect master hesitated for a moment. "Just say what you have to say. A good friend of mine sent a message that the Bloody Battle territory is now in an uproar. You didn't arrive on time. The city lords of the Protector's faction kept humiliating you. They even said that you didn't dare to appear and hid in the cloud-piercing city like a coward. If Fang Chen really didn't appear, it would be a great blow to his reputation. In the future, it would be very difficult for him to continue mingling in the Bloody Battle territory." This was also the point that the cloud-piercing sect master was worried about. "It's okay. Let's go now," Fang Chen said calmly. When Fang Chen and the cloud-piercing sect master arrived at the Bloody Battle territory through the teleportation formation, it was already noon. Although they were far away, they could still hear some curses. "Fang Chen is trash. He wants to challenge the Protector just because he killed the strange Dragon City Lord. What a dream. Humph, it's already noon. This guy still hasn't appeared. He must be scared. Just wait. If he doesn't show up, the Protector will personally destroy the cloud-piercing city and the blood flame city." Everyone was discussing animatedly. The Protector on the martial arts practice platform frowned. His face was extremely gloomy. He rubbed his palms, and a cold killing intent spread out. On the rostrum, the Blood Lord didn't speak. His eyes were complicated as if he was thinking about something. "My lord." Suddenly, the Protector turned around and cupped his fists to the Blood Lord. The challenge this time was proposed by City Lord Fang, but he didn't dare to appear at the agreed time. "He's playing with me. As the Protector of the Bloody Battle territory, I must protect my dignity. Therefore, I earnestly request the Lord to allow me to personally destroy the cloud-piercing city and the blood flame city and punish the 2 city lords." Fang Chen. "That's right. I agree with the Protector's request. Fang Chen is a parasite. He shouldn't exist in the Bloody Battle territory. Kill him." Some city lords roared loudly. The Blood Lord frowned and didn't say anything. "My lord." The Protector raised his voice again, forcing the Blood Lord to say something. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Blood Lord couldn't cover up for Fong Qin at all. Just as the Blood Lord was weighing the pros and cons in his mind, a voice broke the silence in the square. "You don't have the right to punish me." Chapter 30:25. As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of light shot over from the distant horizon. Dong! The ray of light shattered, and a figure descended from the sky, landing on the martial arts arena in a shocking manner. A powerful force was transmitted to the inside of the martial arts arena, causing the entire arena to tremble. Boom! The surrounding air was chaotic and the force was raging. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. "You are not qualified to punish me." Fong Qin looked at the protector and said word by word. The two city lords had arrived. In the meeting square, all the city lords stared at Fong Qin with their eyes wide open. On the rostrum, the Bloody Battle Lord also nodded gently at Fong Qin. "Finally, you are not a coward anymore." Seeing this, the protector smiled sinisterly. "If I were you, I would escape from the Bloody Battle territory and hide. Unfortunately, you are not me, and you cannot make the decision for me." Fong Qin's attitude was tough, and his body emitted a cold aura. Ha! The protector's face was completely gloomy. Vast power gathered in his palm, and he could launch a fatal attack at any time. "I have seen many young people, and you are the most arrogant one." "Arrogant? Why should I be arrogant in front of an ant?" There was a throbbing in the meeting square. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was too arrogant, wasn't it? A city lord dared to provoke the protector and call him an ant? In the history of the Bloody Battle territory, there had been cases of city lords challenging the protector, but in the end, without exception, they were all killed by the protector. In other words, there had never been a city lord who could defeat the protector in history. Every protector's strength was almost second only to the city lords. The current protector's cultivation had reached the limit of the Holy Venerate realm, and he was only one step away from the Tribulation Venerate realm. A Star Venerate city lord actually dared to provoke him in front of so many people? "You will die miserably." The protector's face was ferocious, and he said coldly, "I will crush your bones inch by inch, and you will die without a burial place." Fong Qin did not say anything else. He took out the hidden star sword and prepared for battle. Voila! The protector stomped his foot, and a vast amount of energy surged out of his body. At the same time, he let out a furious roar, and numerous runes appeared in the sky. Each rune had a small character written on it. These runes gathered together and burst out with dazzling light. Heavenly Talisman Annihilation Earth. As soon as the protector said that, he made a grabbing motion in the air and grabbed the runes that had gathered together. Then his figure flashed and entered the void. Humph! Fong Qin chuckled and executed the undefeatable Sword Dao. Space-Time's sword burst. The hidden star sword was quickly brandished. It continued to expand in the sky and turned into 100 feet long sword shadow. Then the 100 feet long sword shadow and the chaotic sword body resonated with each other. At the same time, Fong Qin's figure disappeared into the void. The space-time sword explosion was created with the invincible Sword Dao and the space-time Dao as its foundation, combining the advantages of the two great Daos into one. Its attack power was so strong that it made people tremble. Where is he? The moment Fong Qin disappeared, the people searched carefully and were shocked to find that they could not sense Fong Qin's aura. The protector, who was hiding in the void and waiting for an opportunity to attack Fong Qin, suddenly felt danger approaching. Oh no! The protector shouted and suddenly struck out with his palm. Vast runes flashed out. As soon as his body moved, 100 feet long sword light fell from the sky and cut the void open. Crack! In the face of the 100 feet long sword light, the runes were almost defenseless. As soon as the two came into contact, the 100 feet long sword light exploded. The vast Sword Dao aura completely destroyed the runes. Buzz! The void became chaotic and the martial arts arena shook. Thump! Thump! The Protector's body staggered. When he finally stabilized himself, the Protector took a deep breath and looked very serious. His internal organs were in a mess and his blood was boiling. If he had not dodged in time, the explosion of the 100-feet-long sword light would have hurt him. What sword technique is this? The Protector's eyes flashed with a complicated look as he murmured. He had never seen such a heaven-defying sword technique. The power of this sword was simply too strong. On the rostrum, Bloodlord also narrowed his eyes and stared at Fong Qin. What an exquisite sword technique! Blood war, Horde, Lord praised. As for the many city lords in the meeting square, they had already fallen into a daze. Fong Chen's attack power had completely exceeded their expectations. At this moment, Fong Chen was not a sacred venerate, but he was stronger than a sacred venerate. It seems that the Protector's strength is only SOZO. Fong Chen curled his lips and said, "The position of Protector of the bloody battle territory has always been won by the capable. I think that I have enough strength to be a Protector." "How dare you?" The Protector was furious. He clenched his fists and runes flashed. Traces of evil aura quietly appeared in his body. However, the Protector was very secretive and outsiders could not discover it. However, all of this could not be hidden from Fong Chen's eyes. Opening the Supreme Ancestral Eye, Fong Qin could clearly see the evil aura in the Protector's body. He could finally be sure that what the Blood Lord said to him was true. He looked up at the Blood Lord, who was smiling at him. In fact, the Blood Lord had already noticed the identity of the Protector and the Black Corpse City Lord. However, due to his identity, he could not personally take action to avoid causing chaos in the bloody battle territory. It just so happened that Fong Qin stood out and killed the strange Dragon City Lord and received the Blood Lord's recognition. He and Fong Qin talked through the night and told the latter everything. It was the Blood Lord who suggested that Fong Qin challenge the Protector. Otherwise, why would Fong Qin destroy the Black Corpse City for no reason? However, the world did not know the truth and only thought that Fong Qin was arrogant. Talisman kill. The Protector's face was ferocious as he used his trump card. He spread out his palms, and the flickering runes fused with his blood essence. His aura instantly soared, and in the blink of an eye it reached the peak. Oh no! Seeing this, the cloud-piercing sect master exclaimed, "The Protector has used his trump card." The Protector's trump card was very powerful. It was rumored that he had once used this trump card to kill a junior tribulation supremacy. However, no one knew if it was true or not. Can't hold it in any more. Fong Qin sneered and waved his hand, and the roar of a dragon resounded through the sky. The dragon sealing formation instantly sealed the entire martial arts arena. What kind of formation is this? The Protector cried out when he saw this. He could feel that the flow of air on the martial arts arena had slowed down a lot. How is this possible? He seemed to have thought of something, and his face instantly turned pale. At the same time, his trump card was ready. Break. The Protector's body turned into a huge rune that resonated with the runes in his palm and slammed into the dragon sealing formation. Crack! A crack appeared on the dragon sealing formation, but it quickly healed. Boom! The runes exploded, and the Protector's body flew out and fell heavily on the martial arts arena. He vomited blood and his face was pale. His aura was somewhat weak. How is this possible? He couldn't imagine that his trump card couldn't break the formation. Damn it! The Protector's heart was filled with regret. At the same time, an evil aura appeared on his forehead, and he didn't hide it at all. Outside the dragon sealing formation, everyone was completely stunned when they saw this scene. What's going on? Why is there an evil aura on the Protector's body? At this moment, they had already forgotten the power of the dragon sealing formation and were extremely curious about what happened to the Protector. Only the Blood Lord on the rostrum knew that the Protector had revealed his true face. A half-step martial emperor formation. The Blood Lord looked bitterly at Fang Qin. Even he couldn't break the half-step martial emperor formation in an instant. This guy is giving me more and more surprises. I wonder how many more tricks he has hidden, the Blood Lord murmured. A star venerable martial artist with a half-step martial emperor weapon could set up a half-step martial emperor formation and also had a set of shocking swordsmanship. All these signs pointed to Fang Chen's great background. It was very likely that he was related to the legendary world god, or even a rising star of a big force or family. At this moment, a miserable cry came from the dragon ceiling formation. The Protector's body was shrouded in an evil aura. The true face of the corpse demon was completely exposed to the world. He only had one goal, and that was to kill Fang Qin at all costs. Chapter 30:26. Have you finally revealed your true colors? Fang Qin was not surprised by the Protector's change at all. He shrugged and said, "You're going to die." The Protector's voice was hoarse and filled with blood. His body began to swell and become extremely tall. He took a step forward and his hand streaked across the sky, carrying a strong evil aura as they swept towards Fang Qin. Whoosh! Fang Chen's figure flickered, and at the same time he controlled the flow of time with the dragon ceiling formation, directly making the Protector's movements extremely slow. Damn it! The Protector also realized the power of the dragon ceiling formation. If he stayed in the formation, his strength would be greatly reduced. Break the formation first. The Protector accumulated all the power in his body and blasted it towards the dragon ceiling formation. Rumble! The dragon ceiling formation shook, but in the end, it resisted the Protector's attack. How is this possible? The Protector was shocked. He had activated the origin power of the corpse demon, and its attack power was comparable to that of a junior tribulation supremacy, but it could not even break the dragon ceiling formation. The dragon ceiling formation can seal a true dragon. A mere corpse demon is nothing to it. Fang Chen's voice was heard. At the same time, his figure flickered continuously, unaffected by the dragon ceiling formation, and quickly appeared in front of the Protector. The hidden star sword in his hand pierced through heaven and earth, and he once again displayed the space-time sword explosion. Explode! With Fang Chen's roar, the sword light exploded, and countless bloody holes appeared on the Protector's body. I can't accept this. The Protector roared towards the sky, and a terrifying black aura emerged from his head, as if he wanted to escape. Unfortunately, Fang Chen's control of the dragon ceiling formation had reached an incredible level, and he was already prepared. Burn! The fire origin bloodline was activated, and majestic and vast flames filled the dragon ceiling formation, turning it into a sea of fire. Hiss! Under the double encirclement of the sea of fire and the dragon ceiling formation, the Protector finally could not hold on, and his tall body fell to the ground. He died on the martial arts arena with indignation and anger. Whoosh! After the dragon ceiling formation was put away, the scene on the martial arts arena appeared in front of everyone. "The Protector is dead?" someone in the crowd exclaimed. After a brief moment of shock, the city lord of the Protector faction berated Fang Qin loudly. "Fang Qin, you dared to attack a Dharma Protector. This is a heinous crime, punishable by death. You deserve to die for offending your superiors." Whoosh! The hidden star sword turned into a rainbow light and pierced through the heads of these city masters. Noisy! Immediately, many city lords trembled and retreated, afraid of angering Fang Qin. They didn't dare to say anything else. As for the few city lords left behind by the Protectors, they were like people who had lost their souls. They stood in the meeting square, like walking corpses, waiting for death to come. The Protector has betrayed the human race and joined the corpse demon. He deserves to die 1,000 times over, and his entire family will be implicated. Blood Lord stood up and said in a deep voice, City Lord Fong has slain the corpse demon and made great contributions. From today onwards, he will be the new protector of the Bloody Battle territory. The words corpse demon caused an uproar in the crowd. Everyone present was a god-level powerhouse. They had more or less heard of the corpse demon's deeds. They didn't expect the protector to be a member of the corpse demon. He had been hiding in the Bloody Battle territory for so many years. Thinking of this, everyone's heart palpitated. If it weren't for Fong Chen, wouldn't the Bloody Battle territory be occupied by the corpse demon? Greetings, Lord Protector. A series of voices sounded in the meeting square. At this moment, everyone was sincerely convinced by Fong Chen. Even the top 3 city lords were full of admiration for him. If it were them, they wouldn't even know how they died when facing the protector. However, Fong Chen killed the protector. With such means, no one could rival him except for the lords. He deserved to be the protector. All right, everyone can go back. The vacant city lord position will be announced in a few days. I hope everyone can work for the Bloody Battle territory. I won't treat you unfairly, Blood Lord said with a wave of his hand. Although everyone was shocked, they still left the Bloody Battle territory. In the garden, Blood Lord and Fong Chen sat opposite each other. Come, let me toast to Protector Fong. Blood Lord picked up his wine glass and clinked it with Fong Chen's, his face full of smiles. Some time ago, when I found out that the protector was a corpse demon, I wanted to make a move. But after thinking for a long time, I chose to endure. Blood Lord said, When you appeared, I knew that you were the best person to do this. The Bloody Battle territory was one of the 5 territories of the Desolation Palace. The other 4 territories were eyeing the Bloody Battle territory covetously. If there was chaos in the Bloody Battle territory, the other 4 territories would definitely take advantage of the situation. This was something that Blood Lord didn't want to see. Now, Fong Chen solved this problem. It's really hard to imagine that Protector Fong is so strong. Blood Lord sighed. You're only a star venerable, but you're able to kill a corpse demon at the peak of the Holy Venerable realm. This kind of technique is amazing. Actually, what Blood Lord was really shocked by was Fong Chen's potential. What kind of great force can nurture a talent like Protector Fong? Blood Lord smiled. Fong Chen chuckled, but didn't say anything. Although he and Blood Lord had a superior and subordinate relationship, he wasn't afraid of the latter. Protector Fong, with your addition, the overall strength of the Bloody Battle territory will definitely increase a lot. Blood Lord smiled. When the 5 territories pay tribute next time, I'll be able to hold my head high. You've made a great contribution this time. If you want anything, just say it. All the resources in the Bloody Battle territory can be used by you. Thank you, Lord. Fong Chen clasped his hands in thanks. The news of Fong Chen becoming the new protector quickly spread to every corner of the Bloody Battle territory. The city lords who had fought with Fong Chen before were extremely bitter. The many disciples of the Chuanyun sect felt as if they were dreaming. How is this possible? Fan Hai clenched his fists tightly, as if he had lost his soul. Chuanyun City's #1 goddess, Yu Shu, had a bright smile on her face. Her red lips parted slightly as she said, The first time I saw him, I felt that he was extraordinary. It's true. Almost everyone was talking about the new protector, Fong Chen. Of course, there was an endless stream of city lords who came to visit the Chuanyun sect. They were all sighing. Chuanyun City, which used to be ranked last in the Bloody Battle territory, had now become a phoenix. From now on, as long as Fong Chen was the protector, the Chuanyun sect would be the strongest force in the Bloody Battle territory. 3 days later, the candidates for the vacant city lords were announced. The name list was unexpected, but after thinking about it carefully, it made sense. There were a total of 7 vacant city lord positions, including the Black Corpse City Lord, who was ranked at the top of the list. Among the 7 names, 4 of them were from the Chuanyun sect. As soon as the candidates were announced, everyone was shocked. The rise of the Chuanyun sect was unstoppable. The Chuanyun sect suddenly had 4 city lords. This was simply a good thing that fell from the sky. Of course, everyone in the Chuanyun sect knew that the reason for such a good thing was entirely because of Wu Pan. This time, Wu Pan was also promoted to Black Corpse City Lord. The Chuanyun sect lord was promoted to Chuanyun City Lord. The remaining 2 elders were Snow Swallow City Lord and Strange Dragon City Lord. 1 sect and 4 city lords. This was definitely an unprecedented move that would leave a mark in history. Bloody Battle Territory, Protector's Mansion. After Fang Chen saw the announced candidates, he also grinned. The Blood Lord seems to want to use my power to occupy a place in the 5 territories and increase his right to speak, Fang Chen muttered. He communicated with the Blood Lord. The latter treated him sincerely and did not have any conspiracy. He could be considered a person of character. Forget it. Let's not think about this. Fang Chen shook his head. His purpose of coming here was not the Bloody Battle Territory. The 9 worlds in the eastern region were all very powerful. The Boundless World specialized in refining the body. They mainly cultivated the physical body and had a unique understanding of the physical body. Countless rare physiques could be seen in the Boundless World. Fang Chen's purpose was to come into contact with the upper echelons of the Boundless World as soon as possible and cultivate the Chaos Sword body. Of course, with his current strength, he could only gain a foothold in the Bloody Battle Territory. When he broke through to the Holy Venerate realm, he could go to the Desolation Palace. I hope I can gain something from this seclusion, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Thud, thud, thud. Just as Fang Chen was about to go into seclusion, the Blood Lord suddenly knocked on the door and rushed over. Lord, Protector Fang, there is something I would like to discuss with you, the Blood Lord said with a serious expression. Chapter 30:27. The Blood Lord brought Fang Chen an extremely important piece of information. The Blood Dragon relics. Fang Chen was stunned. He had not expected the Blood Lord to tell him such important information. He stared at the Blood Lord with his dark eyes, trying to see through his thoughts. The Blood Lord did not hide anything and said directly, the Blood Dragon relics contain the inheritance of an ancient expert. It is very important to you and me. If I can obtain it, my cultivation will improve, and you might be able to break through to the Holy Venerate realm. This is killing 2 birds with 1 stone, the Blood Lord continued. The reason why I chose you is because I need a helper. In the entire Bloody Battle Territory, only you are qualified to be my helper. The Blood Lord was honest. Fang Chen was not in a hurry to agree. Instead, he listened to the former's explanation. A few hundred years ago, I discovered the Blood Dragon relics and even entered it once. However, at this point, the Blood Lord smiled bitterly and said, that time I was too weak. I only entered the periphery of the Blood Dragon relics before I was forced to escape. The Blood Dragon relics are filled with danger, but there are also opportunities. The Blood Lord's strength rose steadily because he obtained the opportunities in the Blood Dragon relics. In the end, he became one of the 5 lords of the Desolation Palace. However, that accident also allowed the other lords to discover the existence of the Blood Dragon relics. However, after I escaped, the Blood Dragon relics completely disappeared without a trace. I have searched for it countless times, but I could not find it. The Blood Lord continued. The 4 lords came to my Bloody Battle Territory from time to time and secretly spied on me. They wanted to see my every move clearly. Who would have thought that the Blood Dragon relics would appear again after a few hundred years? It really surprised me. The Blood Lord also knew that as long as he went to the Blood Dragon relics, he would definitely be discovered by the other 4 lords. At that time, he would be at a disadvantage and would not be able to compete with the other 4. What he valued most about Fang Chen was the powerful dragon sealing formation. With the help of this formation, he was confident that he could compete with the other four lords. Through his conversation with the Blood Lord, Fong Qin gradually learned that the owner of the Blood Dragon ruins was suspected to be an ancient sector lord with extraordinary strength. He had left behind many inheritances in the Blood Dragon ruins. Once he obtained them, he would benefit greatly. Most importantly, the owner of the Blood Dragon relic had a super strong special physique. It was said that his body was placed in the Blood Dragon ruins. If one could obtain his body, they would definitely be able to absorb the energy within his body and strengthen their bodies. The cultivation methods of each of the 9 worlds in the eastern region were completely different. The Boundless Realm focused on the cultivation of the fleshly body, and there were all sorts of unique physiques. Furthermore, the most important thing was that the Boundless World had a unique cultivation method for cultivating special constitutions. This was also the means that attracted many fleshly-bodied Dao martial artists. Fong Qin knew that wanting to enter the Boundless World stage, one must have an extremely powerful, fleshy body. Although his Chaos Sword body was powerful, it had yet to unleash its full potential. Simply put, there was still room for improvement. Special constitution? Upon hearing that, Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat. Guardian Fong, if you are worried, we can make a martial Dao oath, the Blood Lord said hurriedly. Among the 5 lords of the Desolate Palace, he was the weakest. Moreover, the Bloody Battle territory was ranked last. All along, the master of the Desolate Palace had been favoring the other for lords while treating him coldly. He wanted to grab hold of any opportunity to increase his strength and increase his authority in the Desolate Palace. Moreover, it would not be long before the desolate, secret land opened. By then, at this thought, the Bloody Battle Horde Lord's eyes lit up as he stared at Fong Qin anxiously. All right, I promise you. However, after entering the Blood Dragon ruins, if I need to act alone, you can't stop me, Fong Qin said in a low voice. Don't worry. As long as I am in danger, you can use the formation to help me. Soon, Fong Qin and the Blood Lord reached a unanimous decision. The 2 of them swore a martial Dao oath. The Blood War Horde Lord left in high spirits and went back to prepare. Looking at the Blood Lord's back, Fong Qin shook his head gently. He did not know whether this trip to the Blood Dragon ruins was a blessing or a curse. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the Blood Lord found Fong Qin early. The 2 of them left the Bloody Battle territory quietly and headed to the Blood Dragon ruins. The Blood Dragon ruins are at the border of the Bloody Battle territory. Along the way, the Blood Lord explained to Fong Qin. The place where the Blood Dragon ruins were located was called the Blood Dragon Mountain Range. This place was barren and full of ruins, as if it had been after a great war. It was very desolate. The air was chaotic and the aura was violent. It was not suitable for cultivation at all. Under normal circumstances, very few people would come here. Whoosh! Suddenly a violent wind blew and a crack appeared in the void. Fong Qin and the Blood Lord walked out of it. Do you see that? That blood-red area is the Blood Dragon Mountains. The Blood Lord pointed to the front and said. The 2 of them strode forward and arrived in front of the Blood Dragon Mountains. Ha ha ha! Blood Lord, you finally can't help but take action? Bloody Battle, among the 5 of us, you are the only one who has entered the Blood Dragon ruins. Tell us everything you know. A few wild voices came from the sky. Hearing this, the Blood Lord cursed in his heart. He grabbed Fong Qin and turned into a stream of light, rushing into the Blood Dragon Mountains. Trying to leave? The 4 lords appeared at the same time and sneered when they saw the Blood Lord rushing into the Blood Dragon Mountains. Let's see how you escape this time. The 4 lords looked at each other and entered the Blood Dragon Mountains. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as they entered the Blood Dragon Mountains, Fong Qin felt a violent force attacking them. What's going on? Fong Qin frowned and felt that something was wrong. Did you feel it? The Blood Lord looked at Fong Qin in surprise. He didn't expect Fong Qin to have such a keen sense of smell. The space is chaotic, as if we have entered a space storm. Also, the flow of time seems to be different. Fong Qin frowned and muttered, "That's right. The Blood Dragon Mountains have been affected by the Blood Dragon ruins for a long time, causing the flow of time here to be much slower than the outside world." The Blood Lord said, "However, it doesn't affect us much." The Blood Lord became more and more curious about Fong Qin. A Star Venerable warrior could actually sense that the flow of time here was different from the outside world. Even the Blood Lord didn't notice it when he first entered. However, the Blood Lord didn't know that Fong Qin was the propagator of the space-time doctrine. His attainments in the space-time doctrine were unmatched by anyone below the universe god level. "Let's go this way." The Blood Lord was more familiar with the Blood Dragon Mountains. He led Fong Qin to the depths of the mountains. "Do you see the Crimson Door?" The Blood Lord said, "When we go in later, don't release the bloodline in your body." After that, the two of them entered the Crimson Door one after the other. Wong. Suddenly, Fong Qin felt that the blood in his body was being sucked dry. The special bloodline in his body became restless. However, the more restless the bloodline became, the faster the blood loss. What's going on? Fong Qin remembered the Blood Lord's warning and quickly used the black hole bloodline to cover his other bloodlines. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this time, the blood loss became slower and slower. In the end, it was almost negligible. What's going on with this Crimson Door? Why can it absorb the blood in a warrior's body? Fong Qin was shocked. Whoosh! After a while, the sound of 4 people breaking through the air came from the Crimson Door. The 4 lords looked at the Crimson Door with gloomy faces. "Damn it, Shuezhan is too cunning. This guy entered the Blood Dragon ruins first. What should we do?" The other 3 lords looked at the Lord of Shenyuan. "We underestimated Shuezhan, but there's no other way now. Let's enter the Blood Dragon relics first. Brother Shenyuan is right. No matter what, we have to kill Shuezhan this time and divide his territory. Let's go. After we enter, let's search for Shuezhan and see if we can get any useful information from him." The 4 lords nodded and entered the Blood Dragon relics, one after another. Whoosh! The Crimson Door flickered and gradually disappeared into the void. Chapter 3028. The sky was blood red. Even the sun hanging high in the sky was a red fireball that was extremely hot. The entire space seemed to have been tainted by blood. The smell of blood raged in the air. Beneath his feet was a barren desert that stretched as far as the eye could see. Fong Qin looked around and expanded his consciousness. He was surprised that he could not detect the end of the desert. Where's the Blood Lord? After a long time, Fong Qin finally confirmed that he had lost the Blood Lord. However, this was good too. He could move freely as he pleased. Let's get out of this desert first. Fong Qin felt that this desert seemed to be a little different. It gave him a very dangerous feeling. Splash! With every step he took, sand and soil would be kicked up. A scorching heat came from the sand, burning his feet. It was very uncomfortable. After walking for about an hour, it was still an endless desert. Fong Qin gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. His expression was very solemn. What's going on? He turned around to take a look, but there was nothing there. Could it be that I sensed wrongly? Fong Qin continued to move forward and paid attention to the surrounding movements. Rip! What he did not notice was that something was gradually breaking out of the sand that he walked past. Under each footprint, the sand broke open and something came out. Splash! The sand was lifted up and a snow-white skeleton appeared in the desert. Then the bones of the arms, then the bones of the torso. A moment later, a complete skeleton appeared. Creak! After the skeleton appeared, it rushed in the direction of Fong Qin. As time passed, the number of skeletons increased. They seemed to have a consciousness and tacitly followed Fong Qin. Crack! Just as Fong Qin took a step forward, he suddenly felt a terrifying power coming from behind him. He subconsciously turned his head and was shocked to see a dense group of skeletons rushing towards him. Boom! Fong Qin suddenly threw a punch and sent a skeleton that was close to him flying. However, the remaining skeletons swarmed forward. What happened? Fong Qin's eyes widened. He was shocked to discover that the skeleton that he had sent flying hadn't fallen apart. Instead, the power it exuded had become even stronger. Could it be? He thought of the desert beneath his feet, and with a thought, he hurriedly unleashed the dragon sealing formation. Whoa! A thought flashed in Xiao Chen's mind, and he instantly set up the dragon sealing formation, completely enveloping the densely packed skeletons. Their offensive power is roughly at the level of a heavenly venerate, but there are so many of them that even if they encounter a tribulation supremacy, they can still defeat him by taking turns. Fong Qin quickly thought about how to deal with it. He tried everything he could, but he was still unable to completely destroy these skeletons. Furthermore, as time passed, the number of skeletons increased. This made him very anxious. I can't continue waiting like this. Otherwise, once the dragon sealing formation breaks, I'll definitely die. Fong Qin was extremely anxious in his heart. However, at this moment, Tian Xan suddenly transmitted his voice from inside dark cave mountain. Master. What's the matter? In the past, I've obtained the legacy of a monk from the ancient song in the ancient songland. Furthermore, I've obtained a drop of blood as well. All this while, I've been unable to refine it. However, earlier on, when those skeletons were attacking you, that drop of blood had a strange reaction. Heaven Heart said, whoosh! Tian Xan walked out of dark cave mountain and opened his palm, revealing a drop of black blood in his palm. This drop of blood looked very ordinary, but it gave off a dangerous feeling. Rip! Every time the power of the skeletons came, the blood would quickly become restless. Try refining the blood. Fong Qin suddenly had a thought. Tian Xan nodded and sat down cross-legged. He put his palms together, and the drop of blood floated in front of him. Whoosh! The blood emitted a scorching power that completely enveloped Tian Xan. At the same time, Fong Qin reached out and grabbed the power of the skeletons in the dragon sealing formation and injected it into the blood. Rumble! Then a shocking scene happened. After the power of the skeletons was injected, the blood underwent a huge change. It actually collapsed from the middle and turned into blood that filled the sky, enveloping Tian Xan. Not good. Fong Qin cursed in his heart. He wanted to stop them, but was stopped by Tian Xan. Master, I'm fine. I'm absorbing this drop of blood. Tian Xan transmitted his voice. When Fong Qin heard this, his expression changed, and he wanted to hit Tian Xan. Let me help you. Using the dragon sealing formation, Fong Qin injected large amounts of skeleton's power into the blood. In the blink of an eye, the blood had completely entered Tian Xan's body. Tian Xan's body was shrouded in a golden light. He was refining the blood. Crack! The skeletons seemed to feel fear and attacked the dragon sealing formation with all their might. After holding on for 15 minutes, the dragon sealing formation finally loosened and cracks appeared. Not good. Fong Qin's expression changed. If the dragon sealing formation broke, he would not be able to defend against the skeletons. Dong! With a loud sound, the dragon sealing formation could no longer hold on and broke into pieces. The densely packed skeletons rushed toward Fong Qin like a tide. Fong Qin pulled out the hidden star sword and used the invincible sword Dao, ready to fight to the death. However, at this moment, a blinding light shot out from Tian Xan's body. Tian Xan slowly got up and put his palms together. Golden light shone around him. Under Fong Qin's stunned gaze, Tian Xan walked into the skeletons. The ferocious skeletons actually retreated in front of Tian Xan and let out terrified roars. This is Tian Xen used his aura to suppress the skeletons. The skeletons could not withstand it, and all of them crawled on the ground. Fong Qin was dumbfounded. Such strong combat power was actually subdued by Tian Xen? He thought of the mysterious drop of blood that Tian Xen had obtained from the monk in ancient song. Master, Tian Xen turned his head and smiled brightly. That drop of blood is called Demon Hunter blood. It contains an extremely pure Demon Hunter bloodline. Demon Hunter blood? It was the first time Fong Qin had heard of such a bloodline. After these skeletons died, their bodies were refined into death warriors by the Blood Dragon Realm Lord, and the Demon Hunter blood is their nemesis, Tian Xen continued. Hearing this, Fong Qin finally understood. At the same time, he felt relieved. He did not expect that such a crisis would be resolved with a smile. It's all thanks to you. Fong Qin patted Tian Xen's shoulder and said with a smile, Master. Tian Xen wanted to say something, but hesitated. What's wrong? Just now, I absorbed the Demon Hunter blood and completely activated the Demon Hunter bloodline. Now, I can vaguely sense the inheritance of the Demon Hunter. I think the Blood Dragon ruins are too dangerous. We just entered and encountered such a big crisis. I don't feel at ease with you alone, Fong Qin said. Master, I have the Demon Hunter blood and can control all the death warriors in the Blood Dragon ruins. With them, even if we encounter a tribulation supremacy, we can escape unscathed. Tian Xen said, Moreover, the Blood Dragon ruins are so big, they will need time to find me. Senior brother, I'll go with you. Kong Zhou also walked out of Dark Cave Mountain and said anxiously, I'll go too. The pure-blooded beast cub loved to join in the fun. How could he not go with such a good thing? After pondering for a moment, Fong Qin nodded. Okay, then you have to pay attention to your safety. If you encounter something you can't solve, send me a message immediately. Only Xiaohuo was quietly cultivating in Dark Cave Mountain. With the help of the Demon Hunter blood, Fong Qin and the others could almost run rampant in the desert. The death warriors that appeared along the way were all controlled by Tian Xen. In the end, the death warriors behind them covered the sky and earth. It was extremely shocking. In the distant sky, a black figure floated over. His pitch-black eyes stared straight ahead. Demon Hunter blood? The Demon Hunter Overlord licked his dry lips and said eerily, I'm the legitimate successor of the Demon Hunter. Everything of his belongs to me. Even the Demon Hunter Overlord himself did not expect to find the Demon Hunter blood as soon as he entered. As the successor of the Demon Hunter, he knew better than anyone the importance of the Demon Hunter blood. As long as I can gather all the Demon Hunter blood, I will definitely be able to obtain the complete inheritance of the Demon Hunter. At that time, the 4 territories will be nothing. Even if it's the master of the desolate palace, I won't be afraid. The Demon Hunter Overlord said eerily. His figure flashed, and he followed Fong Qin and the others. Chapter 30:29. With the help of the Demon Hunter blood, Fong Qin and the others were no longer headless chickens. Tian Xen controlled the men of sacrifice and let them lead the way. After 9 days and 9 nights, they finally walked out of the barren desert. Whoosh! The moment they saw the green land, Kong Jiu and Tian Xen were ecstatic. We're finally out of this damn place. Kong Jiu couldn't help but complain. Master, are you really not coming with us? Tian Xen asked again. Fong Qin shook his head. You must be careful this time. If you meet the other lords, run away immediately. Don't worry, Master. With the men of sacrifice under senior brother's control, we're not afraid of anyone. Kong Jiu said with a smile. Soon, everyone went their separate ways. Looking at the backs of the 2 disciples, Fong Qin was quite emotional. Is what you said true? Fong Qin retracted his gaze and communicated with the immortal scepter. Of course. After all, I'm a weapon that once followed the immortal emperor. How can ordinary people imagine what I'm capable of? The immortal scepter prays to itself. Although the aura is extremely weak, I can still feel it. The immortal scepter said, if I'm not wrong, the body of the blood dragon sector lord is there. All right, you lead the way. His chaos sword body and his daughter Fong, she's all fusion body, both needed to be improved. The body of the blood dragon sector lord was undoubtedly the best way to improve. Under the guidance of the immortal scepter, Fong Qin crossed the mountains and went to the mysterious place. Under the barren palace, there were 5 territories. They were the Xianyuan territory, Demon Hunter territory, Darkness territory, Heart territory, and Blood War territory. Among them, the Xianyuan territory was the most powerful. The Lord Xianyuan was also the strongest lord. Next were the Demon Hunter overlords, followed by the Darkness overlords, Heart overlords, and Blood War overlords. In front of a mountain stream, a waterfall flowed down. The force of the impact caused a deafening sound. In the river in front of the waterfall, an old man in a green robe sat cross-legged on a rock. His expression was calm, and there was light shining on his chest. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black shadow appeared. Dark Lord. The Heart Lord didn't even need to look to know that it was the Dark Lord. You're finally here. Why are you looking for me? The Dark Overlord had thick eyebrows and big eyes. His entire body was emitting a dark and evil aura. Among the 5 lords, the Lord Xianyuan is the most powerful, and he's also a transcendent being. He looks down on the 4 great powers. As for the remaining 4 territories, they are basically on par with each other. The Heart Lord grinned. Have you ever thought of expanding the Dark territory? You mean? The Darkness Lord understood what the Heart Lord meant. If you and I work together, we'll be able to crush any Demon Hunter Lord or Blood Lord. The Heart Lord smiled and said, if we kill the 2 of them and reorganize the 2 territories, your Darkness territory and my Heart territory will definitely expand to a very strong level. Xianyuan won't agree, said the Dark Lord. In fact, he was most afraid of the Lord Xianyuan. The latter was mysterious and unfathomable. He almost never made a move, but no one dared to underestimate him. The Xianyuan territory is a transcendent being, but it doesn't mean that they will allow a territory above them to appear. Besides, even if Xianyuan doesn't care, how will he explain it to the palace master? The Dark Lord shook his head. This matter wouldn't work. The 4 great territories would divide the Blood Battle territory, and the 4 great lords would bear the pressure from the palace master together. This was still feasible. It was impossible with just the 2 of them. This is the Blood Dragon Ruins. The Heart Lord smiled leisurely and said, don't forget that the Blood Dragon Realm Lord's inheritance is here. What if we can get it? I've thought of everything you're worried about. The Heart Lord said, you don't have to worry about the Lord Xianyuan. Maybe he won't be able to leave the Blood Dragon Ruins alive. This is an excellent opportunity. The Heart Lord continued to tempt the Dark Lord. I want to listen to your plan first and see if it's feasible, said the Dark Lord. At the core of the Blood Dragon Ruins, there was a dilapidated city. Dust flew everywhere, and the dilapidated city walls stood in the storm. There was a war here. Fong Qin stepped on the air and stared at the dilapidated city below. I can sense it. It's in this city, the immortal scepter said with certainty. Fong Qin nodded and spread out his hand. With a sudden grab, ripples appeared in the void. When his power came into contact with the dilapidated city, the defensive formation of the city was activated. Weak. With a stomp of his foot, the violent aura of the formation spread out, and the formation broke by itself. Fong Qin stepped into the dilapidated city. Go forward for 50 meters and then turn right. Under the guidance of the immortal scepter, Fong Qin came to the depths of the dilapidated city. There was a pool here. However, the pool had dried up, and the dry soil at the bottom of the pool could be seen. Release the chaos, sword body, the immortal scepter said. Fong Qin released the chaos, sword body, subconsciously. Thousands of swords shot out, filling the sky. It was extremely shocking. Hung long long. When the Chaos Sword body was activated, streams of water shot out from the dried-up pool. Fong Chen was stunned. In the blink of an eye, the pool was filled with water. Layers of ripples appeared in the clear stream. After waiting for so many years, someone finally came. An old voice could be heard from the pool. Following that, an illusory figure condensed in the void. Star Paragon Realm? Clearly, the illusory figure did not expect that after waiting for so many years, a Star Paragon Realm martial artist would come. Senior, Fong Chen cupped his fists and greeted. The ripples on your body. Chaotic origin sword body? The old man stared at Fong Chen and said slowly. However, he soon felt that something was amiss. His expression changed as he exclaimed, Chaos Sword Body? It was ranked number 1 in the immemorial Chaos Sword Dao physique. Since ancient times, not many people had it. Amazing, amazing. The old man was very excited. In the past, only the Sky One Sword Emperor, Reincarnation Sword Emperor, and other super experts in the Sword Dao had the Chaos Sword Body. I did not expect a Star Paragon Realm martial artist like you to have it. The old man looked at Fong Chen with a different gaze. Since ancient times, those who had the Chaos Sword Body had stood at the peak of the Chaos Sword Dao, becoming an existence revered by tens of thousands of people. The Sky One Sword Emperor and Reincarnation Sword Emperor were examples. Good, very good. After getting over his excitement, the old man smiled. Although your cultivation is slightly weaker, it is fine. The Chaos Sword Body can make up for it. By the way, you still don't know that I am the weapon spirit of this city. I am also the housekeeper of the Blood Dragon Realm Lord. This city went through a huge battle and was destroyed by the enemy. After the master died, his body was scattered in every corner of the Blood Dragon Realm ruins. The old man continued, This city is called the Body Refining Pool. It keeps the most important part of the master's body, the heart. Hearing this, Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat. The fact that you are here means that you are fated with the master. Moreover, you have the Chaos Sword Body. You are fully qualified to obtain everything that the master left behind. The old man said, however, before the master died, he was afraid that his enemies would obtain the inheritance. Therefore, he set up a test. However, I believe that with your strength, you can definitely pass the test. If you pass the test, you will be able to obtain the master's heart. The old man said, then, using the aura of the master's heart, you can quickly search for the other body parts that are scattered everywhere. Once you have gathered them, you can refine them and merge them with your Chaos Sword Body. After hearing the old man's words, Fong Chen smiled excitedly. Senior, I have a daughter who also has a special body constitution. I wonder if she can share the power of the Blood Dragon Realm Lord's body with me? Fong Chen asked. Oh, what body constitution does your daughter have? The old man asked. 1,000 fusion body. What? 1,000 fusion body? Originally, the old man thought that she only had an ordinary body constitution. However, after hearing the words 1,000 fusion body, he was completely stunned. For a long time, he did not recover from his shock. The father had the Chaos Sword Body, and the daughter had the 1,000 fusion body. Wasn't this too exaggerated? Senior, Fong Chen called out softly. The old man coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. Of course, he added in his heart, if the 1,000 fusion body was not qualified to obtain the master's body strength, what other body constitution in the world was qualified to obtain it? From a certain perspective, the 1,000 fusion body had a wider range of development. The Chaos Sword Body was only a sword body constitution. If the 1,000 fusion body could be cultivated to the peak, its future would be limitless. Chapter 3030. The test was relatively simple for Fong Chen. As long as he could stay in the stream for 15 minutes, he would pass. I'll go in first. Fang Qin said to his daughter, Fang Shi. He even left the immortal scepter and the hidden star sword to protect his daughter. That's, seeing the immortal scepter and the hidden star sword, the elder's eyes widened. A long sword of the half-step martial emperor realm? The hidden star sword was already shocking enough, but the immortal scepter was even more impressive. Why can't I see through the scepter? Where have I seen it before? Old man. A mocking voice came from the immortal scepter. You are... The elder trembled and looked at the immortal scepter in disbelief. He almost blurted out, The immortal scepter? At this moment, the elder was completely confused. What was the immortal scepter? It was the personal weapon of the immortal emperor, the ruler of the chaotic realm. Why are you here? The elder asked in shock. He is my master. The immortal scepter's words made the elder speechless. After a long time, he came back to his senses and looked at Fang Chen with a complicated expression. The chosen one, definitely the chosen one. However, if he knew that Fang Chen had the reincarnation Sword Emperor's reincarnation sword shuttle and was one of the candidates for the bloodline monarch, what would he think? Hiss! When Fang Chen leaped out of the stream, he immediately felt a cold aura assaulting him. What a strong corrosive power! The chaotic sword body was activated and the sword-shaped runes covered his body, forming a strong defense. It would be hard for an ordinary body to resist it. Fang Chen said. A quarter of an hour was neither long nor short. However, when Fang Chen resisted the impact of the stream, something unexpected happened. Swoosh! There was a piercing sound in the distant sky. The Lord Shenyuan came whistling. Dong! He landed on the ground and saw Fang Shi and Fang Chen soaking in the pool. Myriad fusion body. However, he was quickly attracted to Fang Shi. After his powerful divine sense swept over Fang Shi, he discovered the latter's myriad fusion body. His eyes were filled with greed and excitement. If you want to get the inheritance of the Blood Dragon Realm Lord, line up here. The old man spoke. However, the Lord Shenyuan completely ignored him and stared at Fang Shi. I didn't expect to encounter the all-fusion body here. Voila! The Lord of Shenyuan reached out and grabbed at Fang Shi with extreme speed. Clang! The star-hidden sword and the immortal scepter blocked in front of Fang Shi at the same time, blocking the Lord Shenyuan's big hand. A half-step martial emperor weapon? Interesting. The Lord Shenyuan glanced at Fang Chen in the stream and smiled eerily. If I'm not wrong, you should be Fang Chen, who has been the talk of the town recently. You killed the protector of the bloody battle territory with your star, venerable cultivation, and replaced him. Who are you? Fang Chen asked in a low voice while resisting the invasion of the stream. The Lord Shenyuan. What do you want? I want her all-fusion body and your half-step martial emperor weapon, the Lord Shenyuan said arrogantly. In your dreams. However, the Lord Shenyuan ignored Fang Chen and launched a powerful attack at Fang Shi. Back off! The star-hidden sword shouted and blocked in front of Fang Shi. On the immortal scepter, patterns flickered and intertwined in the void, forming an invisible barrier. You want to stop me with just the two of you? The Lord Shenyuan sneered and threw out a punch. Dong dong dong! The Lord Shenyuan's punch was very powerful. When it hit the invisible barrier, it immediately shattered. Leave quickly! The star-hidden sword and the immortal scepter crazily attacked the Lord Shenyuan. Petty tricks! The Lord Shenyuan sneered. After all, they were two half-step martial emperor weapons. If there was a master controlling them, he might be afraid. But now, the power they released couldn't break his defense at all. You can't stop me, the Lord Shenyuan said. Stop! In the air, the old man said, This woman is one of the successors of the Blood Dragon Territory Lord. You can't be presumptuous. Is that so? If I kill the two of them, I'll be the only successor. Isn't that better? The Lord Shenyuan ignored the old man. He stretched out his hands and grabbed at the void. A vast power attacked directly. The star-hidden sword was directly imprisoned. The immortal scepter struggled a few times, but was also imprisoned. Keep! The Lord Xianyuan shouted and wanted to take the two half-step martial emperor weapons. However, he failed. Interesting. The Lord Xuanyuan's face showed a trace of a smile. Wait until I capture her, then I'll deal with you. The Lord Xianyuan didn't want any accidents to happen. He took a step forward and came to Fang Shi's side. Damn it. Fang Chen wanted to rush out of the pond, but he found that the power of the stream was too strong. He couldn't get out in less than 15 minutes. Leave quickly, Fang Chen shouted. Fang Shi's figure flashed and was ready to escape. Your attainment in the Tao of Void is not bad. Unfortunately, you met me. The Lord Xianyuan sneered. He took a step forward and blocked Fang Shi's escape route. With a punch, Fang Shi's body was sent flying. No. Fang Chen roared to the sky and activated the Chaos Sword body. He crazily absorbed the power of the stream. He only hoped that Fang Shi could hold on. Senior. Fang Chen looked at the old man. The old man shook his head, helplessly. He was a spiritual body. He was severely injured and didn't have much combat strength. Fang Chen almost couldn't get out of the pond before the time was up. No. Fang Chen roared to the sky. His veins were exposed and his eyes were bloodshot. He was in a frenzy. Dong dong dong. Majestic sword Qi rushed to the sky and circled above the pond, forming a dense sword realm. At the same time, the Chaos Sword body was also increasing rapidly. Break! Fang Chen roared. At the same time, the Lord Xianyuan attacked again and sent Fang Shi flying. Puke! The latter spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was pale. He couldn't resist the attack of the Lord Xianyuan city. Are you regretting it? Are you angry? It's useless. You will see me take away her fusion body. The Lord Xianyuan looked at Fang Chen and sneered. Then he took a step towards Fang Shi. Roar! A furious roar came from Fang Chen's mouth. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill the Lord Xianyuan. Dong dong dong! The Chaos Sword body absorbed a large amount of the stream's power and broke through when Fang Chen was in a frenzy. In the sky, dense sword Dao Qi swooped down and enveloped Fang Chen. Boom! A pillar of water soared into the sky, and a furious figure stood on top of the pillar of water. Get lost! Seeing that the Lord Xianyuan was about to touch Fang Shi, Fang Chen roared and threw a punch. You're courting death. Seeing this, the Lord Xianyuan said coldly and raised his fist to block. Crack! The two fists collided with a deafening sound and the ground shook. The Lord Xianyuan's body involuntarily took a few steps back. The powerful force penetrated his body and messed up his organs. Holding back his blood, the Lord Xianyuan stared at Fang Chen. How dare you touch my daughter? Fang Chen took a step forward and came to Fang Shi's side. He helped his daughter up. Father, I'm fine. Fang Shi shook his head worriedly. Leave the rest to me. Fang Chen reached out and wiped the blood from Fang Shi's mouth. He then kept her in a mortal cave mountain. Without any worries, Fang Chen decided to fight to his heart's content. You. The Lord Xianyuan sneered and pressured Fang Chen with his powerful aura. The Lord Xianyuan? The first lord of the Desolation Palace? Fang Chen had an aura of disdain. In my eyes, you're just an ant. Splash! Fang Chen opened his palm. The immortal scepter and the hidden star sword, which had been imprisoned, instantly shot out and landed in his hands. Anyone who dares to humiliate my daughter will be killed. The Lord Xianyuan was usually high and mighty. No one dared to provoke him. In the face of Fang Chen's words, the Lord Xianyuan was completely enraged. Do you know what you're saying? The Lord Xianyuan said, There's only one consequence for provoking me, and that's death. In midair, the old man stared at Fang Chen with his eyes wide open. You broke through? It was within the old man's expectations that this fellow would break through in a fit of rage after being greatly provoked. To be able to use the chaos sword body to this extent, you're really a once-in-a-lifetime genius. The old man said, "Maybe I'm witnessing the birth of a miracle." To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 3031. Anyone who touched the reverse scale of a dragon would die. Fang Chen's reverse scale was his family. His daughter, Fang Shi, had gone through countless hardships and was rescued from the Imperial Weapon Pavilion with great difficulty. Now she was in such a crisis. If he had not broken through the chaotic sword body at the critical moment, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At this moment, Fang Chen's heart was burning with anger. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill the Lord Xianyuan. Even if he was not a match for him, he had to fight. Everything was for his daughter, Fang Shi. Humph! The Lord Xianyuan still looked at Fang Chen with disdain. In his opinion, no matter how strong Fang Chen's potential was, he was no match for him. I am a junior tribulation master, and you are just a star venerable. What do you have to fight me? The Lord Xianyuan sneered. Sometimes potential can't make up for the lack of cultivation. Trash! Fang Chen's dark eyes stared at the Lord Xianyuan. He said coldly, "The Lord Xianyuan, the first lord of the Desolation Palace, actually attacked a weak girl. Where is your dignity? Even if I can't defeat you today, I will seek justice for my daughter." If it was in the past, Fang Chen would definitely weigh the pros and cons. But now he had fallen into a state of madness. When he thought of his daughter almost dying at the hands of the Lord Xianyuan, his heart ached. Interesting. I really want to know where you get your courage from. As soon as the Lord Xianyuan finished speaking, he suddenly waved his sleeve, and a vast aura gushed out. His hands quickly formed a seal, and in the blink of an eye, a long spear appeared in front of him. This long spear was formed by pure energy, and its attack power was very strong. It was not like an emperor-level weapon, but it was even stronger. Go! The Lord Xianyuan roared in a low voice. He stomped his foot, grasped the spear in his hand, and fiercely thrust it at Fang Chen. Chaos Sword Body. Fang Chen pushed his chaotic sword body to the maximum, raising his defense to the maximum. Dense, sword-shaped runes surrounded his body as he unleashed his invincible sword Dao. Space-time sword burst. Inside his body, the space-time aura circulated rapidly. His body seemed to have become one with the heavens and earth. The hidden star sword in his hand suddenly expanded in the void, and a sword shadow of tens of thousands of feet fell from the sky. Crack! The sword light and the spear collided fiercely, and the entire sky was torn apart. A deafening sound reverberated through the sky, causing the earth to shake. Dong! The sword light and the spear exploded together, turning into a monstrous force that swept across the land. Rumble! Fang Chen took a few steps back and looked at the Lord Xianyuan. After stabilizing his body, the Lord Xianyuan took a deep breath. A look of surprise appeared in his dark eyes as he stared at Fang Chen. He did not dare to imagine that the star venerate in front of him could unleash such a powerful force. You can withstand the attack of my true dragon spear as a star venerate. If you step into the sacred venerate realm, or even the tribulation venerate realm, how powerful will you be? As he thought of this, a cold-killing intent flashed in the Lord Xuanyuan's eyes. He had already made up his mind. No matter what, he had to kill Lin Fan today. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the future. There were a total of 3 realms in the divine venerate realm. They were the star venerate realm, the sacred venerate realm, and the tribulation venerate realm. These 3 realms represented 3 different levels of martial Tao concepts. Once one stepped into the tribulation venerate realm, it meant that one had truly taken a crucial step. In the future, one would have endless battles with the heavens and earth. The tribulation venerate realm involved the supreme rules, which were very complicated. Therefore, it was divided into two sub-realms, namely the Junior Tribulation Venerate Realm and the Great Tribulation Venerate Realm. The so-called 3 calamities and 9 tribulations in the outside world referred to the Tribulation Venerate Realm experts. The limit of the Sacred Venerate Realm was 1 step above the Junior Tribulation Venerate Realm. However, there were very harsh conditions to step into the Junior Tribulation Venerate Realm. One of them was to pass the tribulation. The Junior Tribulation Venerate Realm experts had to go through the 3 calamities and tribulations, while the Great Tribulation Venerate Realm experts had to go through the 9 calamities and tribulations before they could step into the World God Realm. The Tribulation Venerate Realm was the most important step in the entire martial arts cultivation system. It was a link between the past and the future. Throughout history, countless geniuses had been powerful and unparalleled, but in the end they fell in front of the 3 calamities and 9 calamities. The Lord Shenyuan in front of him was an expert who had passed the first calamity of the 3 calamities and was infinitely more powerful than the second calamity. Therefore, among the 5 lords, he was the most outstanding and the strongest. Now, the attack of a Junior Tribulation Venerate Realm expert had been blocked by a weak star Venerate Realm expert. The Lord Shenyuan was shocked. "Kill!" The Lord Shenyuan shouted in a low voice. He spread out his hands and condensed a long hair again. True Dragon Spear cut through everything. However, the True Dragon Spear this time gave Fong Qin a very heavy feeling. Oh no! Fong Qin subconsciously arranged the dragon sealing array to trap the Lord Shenyuan. Then, he summoned the Immortal Scepter. He held the scepter in one hand and the hidden star sword in the other. The chaotic sword body was pushed to the extreme. "You want to stop me with a mere array?" The Lord Shenyuan sneered. A layer of golden light appeared on the surface of his skin. The light rushed into the True Dragon Spear. Suddenly, the power of the True Dragon Spear was pushed to the extreme. "Break!" The Lord Shenyuan held the True Dragon Spear and stabbed it into the dragon's sealing array, breaking it in an instant. So powerful! Fong Chen's pupils shrank and his heart trembled. The hidden star sword quickly performed the invincible sword technique. The runes around the Immortal Scepter flickered as it was fully activated. It suppressed the Lord Shenyuan with an extremely vast power. Ha ha ha! The Lord Shenyuan laughed crazily. The golden light on the surface of his skin surged. This is... Fong Qin was shocked. The Lord Shenyuan resisted the Immortal Scepter and the hidden star sword with his bare hands. Shenyuan Dragon Body? Fong Qin cried out. Lord Xuanyuan's special physique was the legendary Shenyuan Dragon Physique, which possessed supreme strength. Now he finally understood why the Lord Shenyuan could condense the True Dragon Spear and use such a powerful attack. Crack! The Lord Shenyuan wanted to use the Shenyuan Dragon Body to crush the 2 weapons, but he failed. The Lord Shenyuan was surprised. Just as he was in a daze, the hidden star sword and the immortal scepter joined forces to break through the seal and return to Fong Chen's side. "Wanna leave?" Seeing this, the Lord Shenyuan spread out his hand. A purple flower appeared above his head. Seeing this flower, Fong Qin was even more shocked. The 3 disasters flower? The Tribulation Supremacy Realm had to go through 3 disasters and 9 disasters. What the Lord Shenyuan released now was the first flower of the 3 disasters flower. The purple flower contained extremely powerful lightning calamity energy. Even an extreme Holy Venerate would not be able to withstand it. Once hit by the lightning tribulation of the 3 disasters flower, death was certain. Retreat into the pool. The old man in the void hurriedly shouted. Without any hesitation, Fong Chen's figure flashed and directly retreated. Come back. The Lord Shenyuan controlled the 3 disasters flower to completely suppress the hidden star sword and the immortal scepter. At the same time, he stretched out his hand, wanting to grab Fong Qin. However, he still underestimated Fang Chen's speed. With the help of the space-time escape technique, Fang Chen arrived in the pool in the blink of an eye. Dong! 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 When he arrived in the pool again, the vast stream water rushed into his body and the chaotic sword body soared. Buzz! Above the pool, a layer of ripples appeared and completely sealed the pool. Dong! The moment the pool was sealed, the three disasters flower controlled by the Lord Xianyuan shot out and collided with the ripples. Crack! Fang Chen felt the world spinning. The lightning tribulation that erupted from the three disasters flower was too powerful. It seemed like it was going to destroy the pool. Enough! The old man in the void scolded loudly. This is the territory of the Blood Dragon Realm Lord. Don't be presumptuous. Old thing, you're taking advantage of your seniority and using the Blood Dragon Realm Lord to scare me? The Lord Xianyuan said disdainfully, Today I must kill him. No one can insult the Blood Dragon Realm Lord. The old man in the air had a completely gloomy face. His body exploded with a bang. Suddenly, the entire dilapidated city shook crazily as if the end of the world had arrived. In the depths of the dilapidated city, a terrifying power gradually spread out. The power of a realm lord? The Lord Xianyuan cried out. He looked at the depths of the dilapidated city in horror and felt danger approaching. Damn it! The Lord Xianyuan cursed and coldly glared at Fang Chen. His figure flashed and left the dilapidated city. I'll let you live for a few more days. Chapter 3032. This was the Blood Dragon Ruins. The Blood Dragon Realm Lord was a realm lord. Although he had fallen, no one knew what he had left behind. The power of a realm lord was unimaginable. The Lord Xianyuan was also afraid of falling into a trap. Hence, after weighing the pros and cons, he chose to temporarily retreat. After he retreated, the broken city was completely sealed off from the outside world. It was like a new world. Splash! Fang Chen rushed out of the pool. His body was filled with battle intent. He was like an ancient war god. The chaotic sword body emitted dazzling sword runes. Senior! Fang Chen shouted. A leisurely voice came from the void. Master once left behind a realm lord's power in this broken city. I had no choice but to activate it and scare that guy away. However, my injuries have worsened and I can no longer survive. Hearing this, Fang Chen's face changed. How could this be? Fang Chen felt guilty. The old man had died because of him. Although the old man was a spiritual body, Fang Chen couldn't bear it. Whoosh! A ray of light shot out from the depths of the broken city and drilled into Fang Chen's forehead. The latter's body shook and he felt dizzy as if he was about to faint. The power left behind by Master has been baptized by time. There isn't much left. However, it's enough to increase your strength. Before I dissipate, this is the only thing I can do for you. After I completely dissipate, this city will become a dead city. Only when you completely absorb the power left behind by Master will this city see the light of day again. After speaking, the old man didn't wait for Fang Chen to say anything. The old man's voice didn't resound again. Fang Chen could clearly feel that this city had changed. It was as if the humans had lost their souls. Fang Chen clenched his fists. Thinking of the Lord Xianyuan, his heart burned with anger. Lord Xianyuan, I will kill you. In Dongming Mountain, Fang, she had been worried about his father's safety. Voila! With a flash of white light, she found that she had left Dark Cave Mountain. Father, are you okay? Fang, she rushed into his father's arms and cried. Shir, I'm fine. Fang Chen gently rubbed Fang Shi's head, his face full of love. Clang! The star-concealing sword and the immortal scepter hovered above Fang Chen's head and let out a cry. Fang Chen looked up at the two weapons and said in a deep voice, Thank you for your hard work. Then, the two weapons disappeared into the dark cave mountain. Father, did you kill the Lord Xianyuan? Fang Shi asked. Fong Qin shook his head and said he escaped. Don't worry, father will definitely kill him. After a brief crisis, Fong Shi's emotions finally stabilized. With the help of Fong Qin, Fong Shi entered the pool and accepted the test. Fong Shi's body was like a huge whirlpool, crazily absorbing the power of the stream. Seeing this, Fong Qin couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the all-fusion body, it's really powerful. The all-fusion body could accommodate all rivers. In the immemorial chaos, there was a legend about the all-fusion body. The all-fusion body could accommodate any power in the world. From this point, it could be seen how terrifying the all-fusion body was. Fong Shi seemed to be immersed in the joy of absorbing the power of the stream, wholeheartedly activating the all-fusion body. After ensuring that Fong Shi wasn't in danger, Fong Qin sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the power left behind by the Blood Dragon Sector Lord in his mind. The immemorial chaos was very vast. Since ancient times, no one could travel through the entire immemorial chaos except for the rulers who stood at the top. Of the 4 major regions, the northern region was the most prosperous and the most central region. It could be said that more than 99% of the experts in the immemorial chaos gathered in the northern region. Ordinary people were not qualified to enter the northern region, because one had to be at least at the World Lord realm to enter this place. The threshold was so high that it was amazing. The northern region was a holy land for cultivation and also the base camp of the immemorial chaos. There were countless experts. On a mountain peak that towered into the clouds, the surroundings were barren and there were few signs of human habitation. A few stars flickered in the sky. From afar, this mountain peak seemed to be formed by stars that fell from the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wild winds swept through the entire wasteland. Suddenly, snowflakes danced in the sky. It's snowing. In the dust, 2 figures were walking with difficulty. One of them was holding a walking stick in his hand, and his expression was very solemn. This damned place, I really don't know why you came here. The other black-robed old man said helplessly, if someone was here, they would definitely be surprised, because these 2 seemingly ordinary old men were actually the legendary sector lords. If you want to become a supreme, you have to work harder than anyone else. The old man with the walking stick said, there are few people here all year round and the environment is very bad, although it is considered a barren wasteland by the outside world and not suitable for cultivation. However, I received a piece of news. In this desolate plain, there is a sacred mountain. On that sacred mountain, there are countless precious treasures. Really? Obviously, the black-robed old man didn't believe it. Forget it if you don't believe it. The old man with the walking stick was unhappy and walked forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind grew stronger and stronger as though it was going to tear the heavens and earth apart. Dust flew everywhere, and the visibility was less than a meter. The 2 stumbled forward as the snow got heavier. Look, the sacred mountain has appeared. After walking for about an hour, the old man with the walking stick suddenly shouted. The black-robed old man looked up and suddenly realized that there was a faintly discernible sacred mountain ahead. Ha ha ha, could the news be true? At this moment, the 2 had already forgotten about the danger here and rushed towards the sacred mountain excitedly. In the blink of an eye, the 2 arrived before the sacred mountain. Let's go up. The black-robed old man didn't care so much and stepped onto the sacred mountain. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the snowflakes in the sky condensed into a thick thunderbolt that swooped down and bombarded the black-robed old man's head. Be careful. The old man with the walking stick wanted to help, but it was too late. The black-robed old man's body was instantly reduced to nothingness. The old man with the walking stick kept retreating and distancing himself from the sacred mountain. He was horrified. How is this possible? In just a breath's time, the black-robed old man's body and soul were destroyed. The old man with the walking stick was completely stunned. Just as the old man with the walking stick was in a daze. A stern voice was heard. "Those who trespass on the Star Mountain will be killed without mercy." The voice was like thunder that exploded in the old man's mind. "Senior, I didn't mean to offend you. I'll leave now." The old man with the walking stick was pale and trembling in fear. He kept apologizing to the sacred mountain. "Get lost. Don't." As the stern voice sounded, the old man with the walking stick felt like he was struck by lightning and was sent flying. When he stabilized his body, he was extremely shocked. This was because he realized that he had left the barren land. How is this possible? The old man with the walking stick's heart trembled. Could it be that some unparalleled expert is living in seclusion there? Thinking of this, the old man with the walking stick felt his scalp go numb and quickly left. An old man stood quietly at the peak of the sacred mountain, which was shrouded in smoke. In front of him was a devastatingly beautiful woman. She was sitting on a bluestone. Her long black hair was draped over her shoulders. Her gaze was fixed on the sky. "Master, why didn't you let this old servant kill them all?" The old man's face was filled with respect. "This is the Star Mountain, Master's territory. They dared to come close to the Star Mountain. It's blasphemy against Master. They deserve to die," the old man said solemnly. "Furthermore, they're just 2 weak sector lords." Just now, when the old man was about to attack, his master stopped him and allowed the old man with the walking stick to escape unscathed. The woman sighed and slowly turned around. "You said it yourself. He's just a sector lord. Why?" The woman's hair was combed into a Ling-Yun bun with a butterfly tassel hairpin on her head. There was a trace of indifference on her beautiful face. "Yes, this old servant will follow Master's orders." The old man nodded. "You can leave first. I want to be alone for a while." The woman stood up and walked to the edge of the mountain peak. She looked at the blue sky in a daze. "Master, it took me countless eras to find you. Even if I die, I will protect Master's safety." The old man looked at the woman from afar and said solemnly, "On the purple robe, there were stars twinkling." The woman looked like she was bathing in the stars. Her aura was exceptional and incomparable. However, even so, there wasn't a trace of a smile on the woman's face. This was because she was worried about something. "Brother Chen, where are you?" Chapter 3033. The Ruins of the Blood Dragon, the Broken City. Fong, she had successfully passed the test and obtained the heart fragment left behind by the Blood Dragon Realm Lord. She used the all-fusion body to absorb a part of the heart's power. Buzz. Fong Shi's control of the all-fusion body had reached an unimaginable level. She could even clearly feel that the all-fusion body had undergone earth-shattering changes. Although the all-fusion body has improved a little, it still hasn't reached the all-fusion realm. Fong, she shook her head. Fong Chun slowly opened his eyes and said with a smile, "Sure, it's not easy for you to control the all-fusion body at your current age. It's too difficult to reach the true all-fusion realm. You'll need time to settle down." "Father, here you go." Fong, she gave the remains of the Blood Dragon Realm Lord's heart to Fong Chin. "I need to use the heart fragment to find the other torsos. After I'm done, I'll let you absorb it," Fong Chin explained. "You've just broken through to the all-fusion body and need to consolidate it. Take this opportunity to consolidate it in this pool. As for me, I'll do my best to absorb the power left behind by the Blood Dragon Realm Lord. When I come out of seclusion, I'll be able to leave this place." Fong Chen's pitch-black eyes stared at the blue sky. His heart was filled with killing intent. He would never forget the scene of the Lord Xianyuan attacking his daughter. He would never allow anyone to hurt his family. Therefore, he had to break through to the Holy Venerate realm in one fell swoop. Once I step into the Holy Venerate realm, my combat strength will definitely be comparable to a minor tribulation supremacy. I can easily suppress a mere minor tribulation supremacy. Time passed. While Fong Chen was in seclusion in the Broken City, the other 4 lords had also gained something. In a hidden place. How is it? Xiaohua looked at the pure-blooded beast cub beside him with a look of worry on his face. At this time, the pure-blooded beast cub was covered in a layer of scorching flames. It seemed to be evolving. Beside him, Kong Jiu and Tian Xan were also worried. Rumble. As the 3 of them looked at each other, the flames on the pure-blooded beast cub vanished. At the same time, a shocking power erupted from its body. So strong, the 3 of them couldn't help but take a few steps back. Their minds trembled as they felt the cold, killing intent. Is this the aura of a pure blood? Tian Xian's eyes were burning as he asked in a low voice. As expected of a pure-blooded descendant of an ancient Yao beast. Truly powerful. Kong Jiu's face was filled with envy. Even in ancient times, pure-blooded demonic beasts were extremely powerful existences. Right now, the world was undergoing great changes. The age of Dharma had arrived. Pure bloodlines were even rarer. I've finally broken through. The pure-blooded beast cub was very happy. It clapped its paws and said slowly, "You really worried us to death," Xiaohua said. "That's right. During this period of time, the life force in your body was disappearing. We all thought that there was a problem with your cultivation and wanted to save you. However, there was nothing we could do. Thankfully, you managed to pull through." Heaven Heart nodded. The pure-blooded beast cub felt the heartfelt concern from the 3 of them and said, "Don't worry, it's fine now. Next, we can explore the Blood Dragon ruins. Let's go." The 3 of them were also very happy as they walked together. Swoosh! As soon as they left, a figure whizzed toward them. It was the Demon Hunter Lord. I never thought that there would be a pure-blooded beast cub aside from the Demon Hunter blood. This is really surprising. The Demon Hunter Lord had been secretly following Tian Xian and the others. When he saw the pure-blooded beast cub, he was extremely shocked. The Demon Hunter blood is mine. The pure-blooded beast cub is also mine. The Demon Hunter Lord smiled eerily. His body flashed as he chased after the few of them. Buzz! Tian Xian, who was moving forward, suddenly felt that something was amiss. What's going on? Tian Xian felt that the Demon Hunter blood in his body was beating violently. He turned his head to take a look. It was empty. There was nothing there. Could it be an illusion? He didn't think much of it and continued moving forward. Dong! 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 Just then, the Demon Hunter blood in his body seemed to be about to burst out. Not good. Tian Xian instinctively shouted. He pulled Kong Jiu and Xiaohua and forcefully took a step to the side. Crack! A terrifying crack appeared in the space where they were just a moment ago. A vast aura surged out from it. Following this, a figure slowly approached them. Your sense of smell is quite sharp. The Demon Hunter Lord looked at Tian Xian mockingly. What a lucky fellow to be able to obtain the Demon Hunter blood. Who are you? Tian Xian was shocked. He didn't think that the other party would know about the Demon Hunter blood. He immediately understood that the Demon Hunter blood's agitation was most likely because of the person in front of him. Could it be that he also has the Demon Hunter blood? Tian Xian looked at the Demon Hunter Lord cautiously. You guys go quickly. I'll hold the back. Suddenly, the pure-blooded beast cub's body expanded and became extremely large. It carried an endless amount of energy as it charged towards the Demon Hunter Lord. Dong! Caught off guard, the Demon Hunter Lord's body was sent flying. Let's go. Tian Xian pulled the 2 of them and disappeared into the void in a flash. After all, he was Feng Chen's disciple. His attainment in the Tao of space-time wasn't too bad. When the Demon Hunter Lord reacted, Tian Xian and the other 2 were already nowhere to be found. His powerful divine sense spread out, but he couldn't find any traces of the 3. Damn it! The Demon Hunter Lord was furious. His face was ferocious as he opened his hand. A violent aura swept across the entire area. You're courting death. The Demon Hunter Lord slammed his palm, towards the pure-blooded beast cub. Roar! The pure-blooded beast cub roared at the sky and opened its mouth, wanting to swallow the demon hunter lord's palm. Dong! However, the demon hunter lord had activated the demon hunter blood. His attack power skyrocketed as he slapped the pure-blooded beast cub unconscious. Then, the demon hunter lord grabbed the pure-blooded beast cub and chased after Tion Xien and the other two. If it wasn't for my cultivation, I wouldn't have been able to defeat it. The demon hunter lord was extremely shocked. The pure-blooded beast cub's attack power was far beyond his imagination. Unfortunately, the guy in front of him was an underage cub. He could completely suppress him. In the void, Tion Xien and the other two heard the pure-blooded beast cub's roar and were extremely worried. He's definitely not a match for the demon hunter lord, Xiao was said hurriedly. Even if we go to save it, we'll only be killed by that person. Hurry up and contact Master, Kongju said. Tion Xien was calmer and immediately contacted Master. How is it? Tion Xien shook his head and smiled bitterly. He put away the jade pendant and said, Master didn't reply. Send a message to junior sister. Kong Jiu immediately sent a message to Feng Shi. Soon there was a response. Junior sister said that Master is cultivating in seclusion. They're trapped in a broken city and won't be able to get out in a short time. Kong Jiu said, Junior sister told us not to panic and to hide first. Don't fight the other lords. As for the pure-blooded beast cub, its life force is very strong. It shouldn't be in danger for the time being. While hiding, we'll find a way to save the pure-blooded beast cub. Soon, the three made a decision. It wasn't that they didn't want to save the pure-blooded beast cub, but they didn't want to die for nothing. 3 days later, the demon hunter lord stopped in a wasteland. His face was ferocious and extremely angry. Damn it, how did they escape? Under his watch, 3 weak fellows were actually able to escape without making a sound. He really couldn't understand what was going on. Could it be that the Blood Lord secretly attacked? Or the other lords? The demon hunter lord shook his head. Other than the Lord Xianyuan, the other 3 couldn't have done something like this under my watch. But the Lord Xianyuan, the demon hunter lord's eyes flickered. He shook his head and threw the pure-blooded beast cub on the ground. Playing dead for so long, haven't you had enough? Hearing this, the pure-blooded beast cub opened its eyes awkwardly. Take me to the 3 of them, or I'll eat you alive, the demon hunter lord threatened. Humph, don't even think about finding the 3 of them, the pure-blooded beast cub said disdainfully. Slap. The demon hunter lord slapped the pure-blooded beast cub. Don't forget your status. You're now a prisoner. The pure-blooded cub flew into a rage, but in the end it held back. Someone will avenge me. When that time comes, I will tear you apart. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 3034. For Feng Chen, who had been cultivating hard in the dilapidated city, time seemed to pass very slowly. It was as if he had experienced countless years. Everything around him seemed real, yet illusory. The power left behind by the Blood Dragon Realm Lord was very important to Feng Chen. Now he had gradually stepped into the right path and was about to finish absorbing it. Buzz! His body was filled with a large amount of swordway aura. This aura was rising rapidly. The sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin were extremely dazzling and shining. At this moment, Feng Chen was thinking about how to step into the Holy Venerate realm. Although there was only a difference of 1 realm between the Star Venerate realm and the Holy Venerate realm, the difference was huge. Only martial artists who had experienced this stage would know. I should be able to finish absorbing in half a month. Feng Chen slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi as he spoke softly. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. It was neither long nor short. During this period, he had been absorbing the power left behind by the Blood Dragon Realm Lord Day and Night. He had also been comprehending the martial way. Continue absorbing. Fong Chen murmured. In the next half a month, Fong Chen's aura became stronger and stronger. At some point, it even alarmed Fong Shi. Father will be fine, right? Fong, she looked at his father worriedly. Don't. Fong Chen's robe fluttered as he was enveloped by a powerful aura. The hidden star soared, leaped out of the cave Wu Mountain, and hovered above Fong Chen's head. It seemed to be resonating with its master from afar. Then, it let out a series of sword sounds. It seemed to be resonating with its master. Even the runes on the immortal scepter were glowing. Strands of astral power spread into Fong Chen's body. Buzz! Fong Chen opened his hands and grabbed at the void. Suddenly, a vast amount of power was caught in his palms. We're fine. Fong Chen bellowed, and the immortal star power in his body started to circulate rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the power that had been absorbed into his body was condensed into immortal star power. The trickling immortal star power grew denser and denser until it completely covered Fong Chen's body. It was time to unleash all of his accumulated strength. It's time. Suddenly, Fong Chen stood up and pushed his chaos sword body to the limit. The power in his body vibrated, and the immortal astral powers gathered together and burst into an unusually bright light. At the same time, Fong Chen made a crazy decision to condense a star core. In order to cultivate the Immortal Emperor's ultimate skill, the Immortal Hand, one must have 9 stellar cores. Right now, Fong Chen was trying to condense his first stellar core. Dong dong dong! Fong Chen manipulated the immortal star power in his body with a special technique. The rich immortal star power was operating in an extremely rare way. Hiss, hiss, hiss! Fong Chen spread out his hands and tried to condense the stellar core. He used the chaos sword body as the foundation to squeeze the immortal star power and let them gather together. After a while, the immortal star power had gathered together and started to condense. Seeing this, Fong Chen rejoiced. Originally, he thought that he would have to put in a lot of effort. Who could have imagined that the condensation process would be surprisingly smooth? Maybe this is the reason for my accumulated strength. Fong Chen smiled faintly. Other than the unstable immortal star power at the beginning, the condensation process went smoothly. After about 6 hours, the first stellar core was finally condensed. A thumb-sized stellar core floated in Fong Chen's body and rotated slowly, like a star that had fallen into the world. Stellar core. This was the legendary immortal stellar core, which was different from ordinary stellar cores. Fong Chen could clearly see the complicated patterns on the immortal stellar core. Every pattern contains the immortal emperor's comprehension of martial arts. It's amazing. Fong Chen couldn't help but exclaim. He felt his strength soar just by condensing the first stellar core. Dong! Just as he was pleasantly surprised, a shocking power exploded from the stellar core. Then he felt his whole body expand. Am I going to break through? Fong Chen was overjoyed. After cultivating for half a year, he was finally going to break through. In that case, let's break through. Boom! 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 Fong Chen stood on the ground and spread his arms, allowing the energy surging out of the astral core to attack his physical body. At the same time, he guided the power left by the Blood Dragon Realm Lord to collide with the stellar core. After the collision, it caused earth-shaking changes in Fong Chen's body and caused his cultivation to soar. In the blink of an eye, Fong Chen's cultivation had reached the limit of the Star Venerable Realm. However, it wasn't over yet. Continue. One more step and he would enter the Holy Venerable Realm. This was a watershed. Break through. Feeling that his power wasn't enough, Fong Chen resolutely activated the Immortal Stellar Core and used it as the core to complete the breakthrough. However, the Immortal Stellar Core didn't disappoint him. Crash! The Immortal Stellar Core devoured the power left by the Blood Dragon Realm Lord at lightning speed. In the next moment, Fong Chen felt his head become empty. He felt like he was floating in the boundless starry sky. He knew that he had broken through. The immortal scepter let out a cry. The runes on its body flickered and shot out a dazzling light. It swooped down and covered Feng Qin. This was the immortal light. The immortal stellar core was baptized by the immortal light until it was completely stabilized. Bathed in the immortal light, Feng Qin closed his eyes quietly. The power in his body gradually calmed down and stopped rampaging. After a while, the immortal light gradually dissipated. The immortal scepter calmed down, but couldn't hide its joy. Is this the holy venerable realm? Feng Qin opened his eyes and felt that he was full of power. He clenched his fists. The void trembled and the sky changed color. From this moment onwards, he was a real, holy venerable realm expert. Moreover, he stepped into the holy venerable realm with immortal stellar force. All this meant that his future would be extraordinary. Congratulations. The immortal scepter congratulated him happily. Although you only condensed one immortal stellar core, everything is difficult at the beginning. You have succeeded. Feng Qin looked inside and saw the immortal stellar core. Is this the immortal stellar core? Feng Qin's heart was filled with astonishment. He couldn't imagine what kind of person the immortal emperor was. He was actually able to create such a powerful cultivation method. Congratulations, Master. With your current strength, you can deal with the Junior Tribulation Master. The star-hidden sword was also excited. Father, have you broken through? Feng, she ran over quickly with a bright smile. Feng Qin nodded. Yes, I finally broke through after half a year. It's time to put an end to some things. Feng, she knew that his father was talking about the Lord Xianyuan. Father, the Lord Xianyuan is a Junior Tribulation Master. You, Feng Qin waved his hand. It's just one calamity. If I go all out with the immortal stellar core, I won't be afraid even if he survives 2 calamities. Indeed, the power of the immortal stellar core was more than 100 times stronger than the immortal stellar force. Moreover, Feng Qin's cultivation had reached the holy venerable realm, which was a qualitative leap. Therefore, Feng Qin could completely crush the Lord Xianyuan if he faced him again. Who would have thought that Feng Qin had undergone such a transformation in half a year? And all of this came from the inheritance of the immortal emperor. At this time, Feng Qin was very curious. If he condensed 9 immortal stellar cores and cultivated the immortal hand, how strong would his attack be? At that time, even if he faced a world god, he would be able to kill him easily, right? Of course. All of this was still a little far away from him. On the path of martial arts, one had to be down to earth and not bite off more than they could chew. Feng Qin bowed deeply to the depths of the broken city, and then said, "Thank you, Blood Dragon Realm Lord, for everything you have given me. I will remember it. If I meet your descendants in the future, I will do my best to protect them." When he finished speaking, the dilapidated city trembled. With a rumbling sound, the ripples that shrouded the city instantly dissipated, and the broken city reappeared in the world. "Let's go," Feng Qin said. Feng, she hugged his father's arm, his face full of smiles. The star-hidden sword and the immortal scepter turned into a long rainbow and entered dark Cave Mountain. Feng Qin took a step forward and left the broken city. "Lord Xianyuan, are you ready?" This trip was bound to set off a bloody storm. Chapter 3035. Beep, beep, beep. As soon as they left the broken city, countless beeps came from the communication jade pendant. Feng Qin was stunned for a moment. He immediately opened the communication jade pendant, and countless messages came in. When he heard all the messages, his face turned gloomy. "Father, what's going on?" "Feng," she hurriedly asked when she saw this. At this moment, her communication jade pendant also rang. She opened it and saw countless messages about Kong Jiao and the other 2. Feng Qin's heart skipped a beat. He was very anxious. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in a life and death situation, they wouldn't have sent messages in such a hurry. "Where are you?" Feng Qin immediately sent a message to Kong Jiao and the other 2. Soon there was a response. Master, we're at Sil Lake. Wait for me. Fang Chun brought his daughter, Fang Shi, with the fastest speed he could muster, and rushed towards where Tian Xian and the other two were. Sil Lake, looking from afar, it was boundless and sparkling. However, on an island in Sil Lake, Tian Xian and Kong Jiu were carefully hiding. How is it? Kong Jiu hurriedly asked. Master has responded. He's on his way. Hearing this, Kong Jiu was overjoyed and said excitedly, That's great. With Master's help, the crisis will be resolved soon. In reality, Fang Chen was rather far from Sil Lake. However, Fang Chen was extremely anxious. He pushed his speed to the limit and finally arrived a few days later. Whoosh! Fang Chen stomped his foot and arrived on the island in a flash. He released his aura to let Kong Jiu and Tian Xian sense it. Master. Tian Xian walked out from a secluded place. What happened? Fang Chen asked in a low voice. Master, when I followed the demon hunter blood senses to look for opportunities, I met an overlord who also had the demon hunter blood. He secretly tried to kill us. Fortunately, we had pure-blooded beast cubs. Otherwise, we would have been dead. The pure-blooded beast cubs were captured by the demon hunter overlord. We don't know if they're still alive, Kong Jiu added. Demon hunter lord. Fang Chen immediately thought of the demon hunter lord. If there was anyone who had something to do with the demon hunter blood, it would be him. Damned fellow. Fang Chen clenched his fists, his heart burning with rage. If it weren't for the pure-blooded beast cubs, Kong Jiu and the rest would have died tragically at the hands of the demon hunter lord. A dignified lord would actually do such a despicable thing. In Fang Chen's heart, the demon hunter lord was sentenced to death. You guys go back to Dark Cave Mountain first. I'll go find the demon hunter lord and avenge you, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Master, the demon hunter overlord is very powerful. Tianxin was a little worried, but was stopped by Fang Chen. Don't worry. No matter how strong he is, he can't possibly be stronger than Master. Master, it's a little difficult to find the demon hunter overlord. How about this? I'll follow you and release the aura of the demon hunter blood to see if we can lure the demon hunter overlord out, Tianxin continued. Fang Chen nodded. Kong Jiu, Fang Shi, and the rest entered Dark Cave Mountain, while Fang Chen took Tianxin and left Sil Lake. Bang! With a crackling sound, the pure-blooded beast cub's body was mercilessly sent flying by the demon hunter overlord. Poochie! A trace of blood flowed out of the pure-blooded beast cub's mouth. The continuous attacks had caused it to be heavily injured. However, it was a pure-blooded beast with an abnormally strong vitality. Tell me their location, the demon hunter overlord said coldly. The demon hunter lord said coldly. He believed that the pure-blooded beast cub could contact those guys. In your dreams. The pure-blooded beast cub glared at the demon hunter overlord and said fiercely, You're courting death. The demon hunter overlord was furious. He slapped the pure-blooded beast cub's body and sent it flying. At the same time, a violent force squeezed the pure-blooded beast cub's body. Crack! The sound of bones breaking could be heard. The pure-blooded beast cub felt that its body was about to fall apart. The pain spread throughout its body. It was so painful that its teeth were about to break, but it clenched its teeth and refused to say anything. I'd like to see how long you can last. Seeing this, the demon hunter overlord was even more furious. He mercilessly suppressed the pure-blooded beast cub. Of course, he knew his limits. He knew that with such strength, the pure-blooded beast cub's life wouldn't be in danger. After all, the pure-blooded beast was the descendant of an ancient pure-blooded beast. Its bloodline was so pure that it was shocking. He didn't want to let it die like this. How are you now? Suddenly, a voice sounded in the pure-blooded beast cub's ears. The pure-blooded beast cub's body shook. It looked around in disbelief, but it didn't find anything. I won't die. Don't come out. Otherwise, Your lives will be in danger. The pure-blooded beast cub had a contract with Fang Qin and could communicate telepathically. After talking with Fang Qin for a while, the pure-blooded beast cub suddenly changed its mind. Stop! The pure-blooded beast cub roared. The demon hunter overlord stopped attacking and looked at it coldly. What? You finally thought it through? I can tell you where they are, but from now on, you can't attack me. The pure-blooded beast cub said in a low voice. No problem. The demon hunter overlord looked at the pure-blooded beast cub mockingly. Beasts would always be beasts. How could their brains be better than humans? They're trying to escape. I'll take you there. 8,000 miles to the west of Sil Lake. This was a wasteland. Countless corpses were scattered on the wasteland. This is a good place. Fang Qin surveyed the surroundings and said, burying him in this land can be considered as being extremely benevolent to him. Release the aura of the demon hunter blood. When he arrives, he will naturally sense it. After everything was prepared, Tian Xen waited for about 3 days before he finally sensed the restlessness of the demon hunter blood. He's here, Tian Xen said with a serious expression. Whoosh! As soon as he said that, the void tore open and a figure walked out. Beside him was the pure-blooded beast cub. You're here. When the demon hunter overlord saw Fang Qin and Tian Xen, he was overjoyed. He didn't care where Kongjio went. As long as Tian Xen was here, it was fine. Now, do you have a way out? The demon hunter overlord stood in the void and looked down. He said coldly, hand over the demon hunter blood obediently and I can leave your corpse intact. Tian Xen didn't say anything and stood behind Fang Qin. Don't you think that this place is very suitable to be your burial place? Fang Qin shrugged and asked. You are... The demon hunter overlord stared at Fang Qin and said coldly, You're that Fang Qin who's been the talk of the town in the blood battle territory? Do you think that you're on the same level as us after killing a protector? No wonder. The blood lord himself isn't that strong. The demon hunter overlord mocked. What? You want to stand up for him? He's my disciple, and the one you captured is my brother. Don't you think I should stand up for him? Fang Qin said calmly. Humph. I'm afraid that you'll lose your life too. The demon hunter overlord's black hair fluttered in the wind, and his body emitted a shocking aura. I've worked so hard to find a burial place for you. How can I waste it like this? Fang Qin said. You're courting death. The demon hunter overlord was completely enraged by Fang Qin. He roared and stomped his foot. His entire body was like a meteor as he smashed towards Fang Qin. Get lost. Activating the chaos sword body, Fang Qin gathered his powerful physical strength on his fist and punched out. Dong! His fist landed on the demon hunter overlord's body, and the latter's defense shattered. Crack! The demon hunter overlord's body flew out. Dang! 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 The demon hunter overlord stabilized his body and stared at Fang Qin with his scarlet eyes. Damn you! The demon hunter overlord said coldly, So what if you have a strong physical body? Today, I'll let you know the strength of a demon hunter overlord. Finishing his words, the demon hunter overlord spread out his hands, and a violent energy surrounded his body. Child's play. Fang Qin took a step forward and threw out 2 punches. The vast fist radiance attacked the demon hunter overlord. The latter trembled and kept retreating. His physical strength is too strong. I can't fight him head-on. However, just as the demon hunter overlord was thinking, Fang Qin had already arrived in front of him. I'll also let you know how weak your so-called overlord is. The hidden star sword drew a dazzling arc, and a dazzling sword radiance burst out. At the same time, Fang Qin activated his immortal stellar core. The power of the stellar core was injected into the sword radiance. Crack! The sword light carried the power of the immortal stellar core. It ignored the demon hunter lord's defense and pierced through his chest. Voila! Blood flowed. The demon hunter lord's eyes widened as he looked down in disbelief. How is this possible? For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 3036. The demon hunter overlord didn't know how his defense had been broken so easily until his death. Crack! A single strike from the hidden star sword destroyed the demon hunter overlord's body, killing it completely. Fang Chen flicked his wrist, and the hidden star sword flicked. Drops of blood were squeezed out from the demon hunter overlord's broken body. Tian Xin. Fang Chen called out. Tian Xin already understood. His figure flashed, and he arrived in front of the spurting blood and quickly absorbed it. With the demon hunter overlord's blood, the absorption was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, heavens will had completely absorbed the demon hunter blood in the body of the demon hunter lord. Wang, just as Skyheart was done absorbing the energy, his head suddenly vibrated. Immediately after, he felt that something wasn't right. What's that red light in my head? He clearly remembered that there was no red light before. Why did it suddenly appear? What was going on? Could it be from the demon hunter overlord's body? Tian Xin was confused and tried to touch the red light with the demon hunter overlord's blood. Hiss! As expected, when the demon hunter overlord's blood touched the red light, he felt his whole body shake and stagger. A large amount of information emerged from the red light and swept through his mind. A moment later, Tian Xin steadied himself. His eyes were wide open as he stared at his own mind. He was completely shocked. Demon hunter inheritance? Tian Xion's breathing became rapid. Only he knew how powerful the demon hunter overlord's blood was. The demon hunter overlord actually obtained the demon hunter inheritance? Tian Xian was scared. Luckily, the demon hunter overlord did not complete his cultivation. Otherwise, their plan would have been ruined. How are you? Fang Chen asked. I'm fine. Tian Xian briefly told Fang Chen about the demon hunter inheritance. The latter pondered and said, What you need to do now is to increase your cultivation. As for the demon hunter inheritance, it won't be too late to comprehend it after you have completely mastered the demon hunter overlord's blood. I know. Tian Xian nodded. Whoosh! The pure-blooded beast cub swooped down from the sky and came to Fang Chen's side. Its heart was in turmoil and could not calm down for a long time. Wasn't this too exaggerated? Although Fang Chen had stepped into the sacred venerate realm, it was simply unimaginable that he could kill a minor tribulation venerable with a single strike. You broke through? The pure-blooded beast cub asked. Fang Chen nodded. The pure-blooded cub was very confused. He's only an early-stage holy venerable, but he can kill a lesser tribulation supremacy demon hunter overlord with one strike? Although there was only a one-word difference between the tribulation supremacy realm and the heavenly venerate realm, the difference was like heaven and earth. This was especially true for the demon hunter lords, whose methods were even more unpredictable. However, he couldn't block Fang Chen's sword. Fang Chen smiled. He didn't tell the pure-blooded beast cub that its combat power was off the charts because of the immortal star core. If he did not have the immortal star core, he would only be able to defeat extreme holy venerables. However, with the blessing of the immortal star core, things were different. Even if it was a two calamities minor tribulation supremacy, there was nothing to fear. All right, let's leave this place first, Fang Chen said. Long after Fang Chen and the others left, two air-piercing sounds were heard, followed by two rays of light shooting from the horizon. The aura of a demon hunter overlord. The two came here because they sensed the aura of a demon hunter overlord. There seems to be a battle over there. Look, the dark overlord suddenly saw the wasteland not far away, full of bones. The two quickly walked to the center of the wasteland and found the remains of the demon hunter overlord. They were shocked and terrified. The demon hunter overlord is dead. The dark overlord cried out. Other than the Lord Xianyuan, who can kill a demon hunter overlord? The Heart Overlord asked. Whether it's true or not, we can confirm it through voice transmission. The Dark Overlord used the communication jade pendant to send a message to the demon hunter overlord. After waiting for a long time, there was no response. Their faces were completely gloomy. They could confirm that the body in front of them was the demon hunter overlord. As far as I know, the Lord Shenyuan seems to have obtained some inheritance and is cultivating in seclusion. It can't be him, the Heart Overlord said. But other than you and me, it's the Blood Lord. With his strength, how could he be a match for a demon hunter overlord? The Dark Overlord shook his head. They couldn't imagine what kind of existence was hidden in the Blood Dragon relic. Could it be the protector brought by the Blood Lord? Suddenly, the Heart Overlord thought of this. However, the Dark Overlord shook his head and denied it. Impossible. I've asked around about that protector. He's a star venerable. Although his potential is unparalleled, his attack power is only equivalent to a saint venerable. It's not like you don't know the demon hunter overlord's methods. I can't think of anyone who can destroy him like this. For a moment, the two fell into silence. They only had one suspect, and that was the Blood Lord. After a while, the two raised their heads and looked at each other. If it's really the Blood Lord who did it, it means that he has obtained the inheritance of the Blood Dragon Realm Lord. If he can kill a demon hunter overlord, it means that he hates us. Next, he'll have to deal with us, the Dark Overlord said. Instead of waiting for death, why don't we join forces and strike first? How should we act? The Heart Overlord asked. Let's find the Lord Shenyuan and tell him about this. I think he'll take it seriously. Okay, let's go find the Lord Shenyuan first. Master, we've already asked around. After the Lord Shenyuan disappeared half a year ago, he never appeared again, Kongjio said. However, the Blood Lord appeared once half a month ago, near Lake. Oh, Fong Chen's eyes flickered. He asked, how's the Blood Lord now? It said that he was ambushed by other overlords and was seriously injured. For the past half a year, he has been hiding everywhere, Kongjio continued. Let's go find the Blood Lord, Fong Chen said. The Blood Lord's communication jade pendant was damaged and could not receive Fong Chen's message. This made Fong Chen think that the Blood Lord was in danger. After all, the two of them had made a martial oath to help each other in the Blood Dragon relic. And now his strength had increased, and he was not afraid of other overlords. Naturally, he would help the Blood Lord. A few days later, Fong Chen came to Lake again. Looking down at the sparkling Lake, Fong Chen fell into deep thought. Dong dong dong. The power in his body vibrated, and his primordial spirit quickly spread out. In the blink of an eye, his primordial spirit invaded the depths of Lake. Fong Chen was surprised to find that there was an aura coming from the depths of Lake. He suddenly plunged into Lake and dived to the bottom. After a while, Fong Chen found the Blood Lord. Beams of light surrounded the bloody battle horde lord, shrouding him. It seemed that he was imprisoned at the bottom of Lake. A formation. Fong Chen's attainments in formations Dao were extremely high. He soon discovered the array formation around the Blood Battle Estate. There were a total of 8 stone pillars in the front, back, left, and right. A beam of light shot out from each stone pillar. The 8 beams of light intertwined with each other and trapped the Blood Lord in the middle. Splash! The lake water rippled, and a layer of ripples appeared. Who is it? The Blood Lord sensed someone approaching and called out in a hoarse voice. It's me. Fong Chen appeared and stood outside the formation, looking at the Blood Lord from afar. Guardian Fong, it's you? The Blood Lord was stunned and then overjoyed. He did not expect Fong Chen to come here. Why are you trapped here? Fong Chen asked. There's a treasure trove at the bottom of Lake, but there's a powerful Beast King guarding it. I'm imprisoned here by the Beast King, the Blood Lord said. His face was a little pale and his aura was weak. Don't worry, I can break this formation. but it'll take some time, Fong Chen said. No. The Blood Lord hurriedly stopped him. That Beast King is very powerful. He disdains killing me, so I've been able to survive until now. If he attacked, I would have died long ago. Once the formation moves, it will definitely alarm the Beast King. With our strength, it's impossible to resist. How strong is that Beast King? Fong Chen asked. Perfected minor tribulation supremacy, the Blood Lord said. This meant that the Beast King had survived the 3 calamities and its strength had reached an unimaginable level. Chapter 3037. A Beast King at the peak of the Lesser Tribulation Supremacy Realm had extraordinary strength. It was even much stronger than an ordinary human at the Great Tribulation Supremacy Realm. Fong Chen did not dare to be careless and carefully approached the formation. This formation uses 8 directions as its foundation. Although it looks powerful, there are actually many loopholes. Fong Chen muttered. In his opinion, the cultivator who set up this formation was not very proficient in formations and was only maintaining the operation of the formation with absolute strength. It would be very easy for him to break this formation. However, he had to consider many things, especially the Beast King at the peak of the Lesser Tribulation Supremacy Realm. Roar! Just as he was thinking, the roar of a beast suddenly spread out. The entire lake was shaking and the lake water was surging as if a dam had burst. It was very shocking. The Sioux Lake was filled with a vast demonic aura that approached Fong Chen. Seeing this, Fong Chen curled his lips and felt a little helpless. It seemed that he had been discovered by the Beast King. Splash! In the depths of the Sioux Lake, a huge golden lion slowly walked out of a black whirlpool. Its gong-sized eyes stared at Fong Chen. Human. The golden lion spoke in human language and exuded a terrifying power. Seeing the golden lion walking towards him, Fong Chen could not help but take a few steps back. However, he soon felt that the water of the Sioux Lake was binding his body, making it difficult for him to move. Run! The Blood Lord roared. Fong Chen was no match for the golden lion. However, in the blink of an eye, the golden lion arrived in front of Fong Chen. It opened its bloody mouth as if it wanted to bite Fong Chen's head. The Immortal Star Core was secretly activated. Fong Chen accumulated all his strength and was ready to fight to the death. He thought that there would be a fierce battle, but who knew that the golden lion would suddenly stop approaching Fong Chen. Its bloody mouth was only a few centimeters away from Fong Chen, but it did not move forward. You have Master's aura on you. The golden lion's hoarse voice entered Fong Chen's ears. Master. Fong Chen was in a daze as a shocking thought appeared in his mind. Could it be that the master he spoke of is the Blood Dragon Realm Lord? Thinking of this, Fong Chen was almost certain that the owner of this big guy in front of him should be the Blood Dragon Realm Lord. You mean the Blood Dragon Realm Lord? Fong Chen asked tentatively. The golden-haired lion shook its huge head and said, Yes. I received the legacy of the Blood Dragon Realm Lord and passed the trial to obtain his heart. After that, Fong Chen struggled to take out the broken heart from his chest and showed it to the golden lion. You passed the master's test? The golden lion recognized the heart and looked at Fong Chen in surprise. This is Chaos Sword Body? At this time, the golden lion carefully looked at Fong Chen. Only then did he notice the Chaos Sword Body. He was very shocked. No wonder the golden-furred lion was relieved. It was understandable that the golden-furred lion had inherited the Chaos Sword Body. Come with me. The golden-furred lion turned and walked towards the black vortex. Senior, my companion! Fong Chen wanted to say something, but stopped. He saw the golden-furred lion stomp his feet, and the array instantly broke. The Blood Lord regained his freedom. Come with me. Fong Chen and the other followed behind the golden-furred lion and entered the black vortex. Whoosh! Behind the black vortex was another world. This is my mansion. After the master died, I was ordered to stay here and wait for the fated one. The golden-furred lion sighed and said, "After countless years, I finally waited for you." The golden-furred lion's big claws grabbed the void. Suddenly, a main skeleton appeared in front of Fang Qin. This was left behind by the master. "You can take it." "Thank you, Senior." Fang Qin cupped his fists and thanked him. He was secretly happy. "What's the situation in the Blood Dragon ruins now?" the golden-furred lion asked. He had been guarding the lake and almost never went out. He did not know the situation outside. "Senior, other than me, the 5 lords of the Desolation Palace also came in. I killed one of the lords. I am tracking the remaining lords." Fang Qin said truthfully. "Desolation Palace? Is that the Desolation Palace of the Boundless World's 36 palaces?" When the golden-furred lion heard the words Desolation Palace, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Fang Qin with a burning gaze. Fang Qin nodded. "Damn it. The Desolation Palace actually dared to come here. They're courting death." The golden-furred lion was furious. He seemed to be very angry with the Desolation Palace. "Senior," Fang Qin called out. "Master was once very good brothers with a palace lord of the Desolation Palace. However, that person was vicious and kept using Master. In the end, he coveted Master's opportunity and plotted against Master." The golden-furred lion did not say the rest, but Fang Qin could guess. The death of the Blood Dragon Realm Lord had a lot to do with the Desolation Palace. "I hate the Desolation Palace and the Boundless World. Their people actually dared to come in. They're courting death." The golden-furred lion roared furiously with a ferocious expression. Blood Lord, who was at the side, was a little scared. Strictly speaking, he was also one of the 5 lords under the Desolation Palace. If the golden-furred lion attacked him, he would definitely die. Fang Qin shook his head at him, indicating for him not to be rash. "Senior, strictly speaking, this person beside me is also one of the 5 lords under the Desolation Palace. However, he's the same as me. He has occupied a territory and is prepared to use it as a foundation to replace the position of the Desolation Palace." Fang Qin said. Is that so?" The golden-furred lion stared at Blood Lord. The latter nodded hurriedly. At this time, it was naturally more important to stay alive. "Good. As expected of the person chosen by Master. If you can avenge Master's spirit in heaven will definitely be very happy," the golden-furred lion said. Then he waved his huge paw, and a mansion appeared out of thin air. "There are many cultivation resources in here. I'll give them to you. After you go out, don't act rashly. Act in secret. Once your forces have grown stronger, you can attack the Desolation Palace," the golden-furred lion said. Fang Qin and Blood Lord looked at each other and then put away the space-type treasure. "As for the other overlords, I'll take care of them and kill all of them." Fang Qin did not expect things to turn out like this. The golden-furred lion attacked with great momentum and soon found the Heart Lord and the Dark Lord. The junior tribulation supremacy of the 3 disasters realm was too strong. Even the Lord of the Desolation Palace might not be able to defeat him. The 2 lords were even more helpless. They died in despair. A few days later, a piece of news came. Lord Shenyuan was seriously injured and almost killed by the golden-furred lion. However, at the most critical moment, he used his trump card and escaped. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. On an island in the middle of Lake Su, Fang Qin and Blood Lord looked at each other. The latter's face was full of a bitter smile. "Lord," Fang Qin said, "I know what you want to say. All along, the Desolation Palace has been very dissatisfied with me and found excuses to eliminate me from time to time. I don't have any good feelings for the Desolation Palace. If I can overthrow the Desolation Palace, I'll be very happy, but it'll be difficult to explain to the boundless world. Moreover, the Lord Shenyuan is not so easy to deal with." Blood Lord said, "I've heard that the Lord Shenyuan is the younger brother of the Lord of the Desolation Palace. The reason why he's so arrogant is because he has the protection of the Desolation Palace. No one dares to provoke him. It's said that there's an elite team in the Xianyuan territory. Each of them is very strong. If you want to destroy the Desolation Palace, you have to break its claws and teeth and do it step by step. Hearing the words, Lord Xianyuan, Fang Qin clenched his fists and was furious. He would never forget the scene when the Lord Xianyuan attacked Fang Shi. He had once sworn to kill the Lord Xianyuan. The Lord Xianyuan must die, Fang Qin said in a deep voice. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. The golden lion had returned. How was it? We killed 2 lords. The one called Lord Xianyuan had a talisman on him. He managed to escape, the golden-furred lion said. That's right. As expected, Fang Qin was shocked. The Blood Lord was right. The Lord Xianyuan was backed by the Desolation Palace. If he wanted to kill the Lord Xianyuan, he would definitely have to go against the Desolation Palace. Instead of that, he might as well strike first. At this moment, Fang Qin had already made a decision in his heart. In the next period of time, I'll bring you to search for Master's body at the fastest speed. After collecting it, we'll leave the Blood Dragon ruins. As for the Lord Xianyuan, he won't be able to escape. Chapter 3038. The Dark Lord and the Heart Lord were both killed by the Golden Lion. If this news were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. In this area, the Desolate Palace was the absolute ruler, and there were only 5 lords under their command. The Demon Hunter Lord was killed by Fang Qin, and the other 2 lords also died an unnatural death. The 5 lords suddenly became 2, and the Lord Xianyuan escaped with serious injuries. Fang Qin was very clear about the Golden Lion's strength, so he was not worried. In the following time, the Golden Lion used its special ability to bring Fang Qin around the entire Blood Dragon ruins. After about 3 months, all the torsos were finally gathered. Crash! The Golden Lion shook its wrist and placed all the torsos on the ground. Although some of the torsos looked broken, they were very powerful. Absorb the power in the torsos. The Golden Lion knew better than anyone else what its master wanted before he died. After it learned that its master had recognized Fang Qin, it spared no effort to help Fang Qin. Your special constitution is the Chaos Sword Body, which is very rare in the entire ancient chaos. If you can improve it further, you can kill everything in an instant with pure physical strength, the Golden Lion said. In the conversation with the Golden Lion, Fang Qin learned about the grades of special constitutions. In fact, there were no grades for special constitutions, but more and more warriors came into contact with special constitutions. So many people divided them according to their strength. Simply put, it was inferior, intermediate, superior, emperor, and overlord. Inferior special constitutions were basically the most ordinary special constitutions, and generally speaking, they were not attractive at all. As for intermediate and superior special constitutions, they were considered very good in some small sect. As for superior special constitutions, they were considered the best even in the Desolate Palace. Are there no emperors in the Desolate Palace? Fang Qin asked doubtfully. Once a special constitution reaches the emperor level, it is considered the best constitution. With the same special constitution, an emperor level can kill a superior one instantly. The Blood War Horde Lord smiled bitterly. With my special physique, I've gone through countless hardships and countless years of secluded cultivation, but I've only barely reached the intermediate level. A superior physique can already be focused on nurturing in the Desolate Palace. An emperor-class physique is considered the most dazzling existence in the boundless world. The Blood Lord said. As for emperor level, he didn't say anything else, but Fang Qin could feel it from his face. In a sense, emperor level meant that the potential of one's special physique had been completely unearthed. With a single punch, even ghosts and gods would be shocked. Your Chaos Sword Body is the strongest body type in the world of swordsmanship. As long as you master it, you can be considered as a supreme body type. I can see that your current strength has already reached the Emperor realm. An Emperor level primal chaos sword body was extremely terrifying. If the Boundless World knew about it, they would definitely go crazy. Hearing the Golden Lion's words, even the Blood Lord was a little surprised, his heart trembling. Emperor level? The Blood Lord was speechless. He looked at Fang Qin blankly. I'll protect you. Absorb as much as you want, the Golden Lion said. Fang Qin smiled awkwardly, then said, Senior, my daughter has the All-Melt's body. She has also received the recognition of the Blood Dragon Realm Lord and absorbed a part of the power of the incomplete heart. I wonder if she can absorb it with me? What? The Golden Lion's eyes widened and he cried out involuntarily. The All-Melt's body, and it's your daughter? The Golden Lion looked at Fang Qin as if he was looking at a monster. The Chaos Sword body was already shocking enough. He didn't expect his daughter to have the All-Melt's body. Let me see. The Golden Lion said hurriedly. With a flash of white light, she appeared beside Fang Qin. Greetings, Senior. She cupped his fists. It really is the All-Melt's body. The Golden Lion looked at Fang Shi, his eyes wide open. Senior. Fang Qin called out softly. The Golden Lion was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Of course. You two can absorb it together. Boom! The Golden Lion swung his paw, and a vast power erupted. Fang Qin and Fang Shi sat cross-legged on the wasteland, surrounded by countless wreckage. Senior, what level is this girl's All-Melt's body at? The Blood Lord swallowed hard and asked softly. The All-Melt's body is weaker than the Chaos Sword body in terms of strength. However, the potential of the All-Melt's body is much stronger than the Chaos Sword body. The Golden Lion said, the All-Melt's body is able to absorb any power in the world for its own use. Once the All-Melt's body is cultivated to the Emperor level, almost no one in the immemorial chaos can defeat it. It's that powerful. The Blood Lord was completely stunned. He did not expect the Golden Lion to have such a high evaluation of the All-Melt's body. This guy is too lucky. He has the strongest sword body, the Chaos Sword body, and he even has a daughter with the All-Melt's body. The Golden Lion's eyes were filled with envy. As time passed, Fang Chen's Chaos Sword body spread out, quickly absorbing the power in the wreckage. Dong! 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 He felt his body shaking, as if it was about to be broken by the power. Hold on! Fang Qin roared. His forehead was covered in sweat. 10,000 rays of sword light circled around him. Compared to Fang Qin, she had it easier. The All-Melt's body was said to be able to absorb any power in the world. Although the power in the wreckage was left behind by the Blood Dragon Realm Lord, it was not too much pressure for Fang Shi. Hiss! The All-Melt's body was fully activated, and a white halo surrounded her. Every time the power of the wreckage came into contact with the white halo, it would be quickly converted into power that could be absorbed by her body. 3 days later, she was the first to wake up. Her All-Melt's body had reached a critical point. Phew! She took a deep breath, looked at her father, and then left the center of the wreckage. How is it? The Golden Lion rushed over and asked curiously. Compared to my father, it's still a long way off. After absorbing the power of the wreckage, my All-Melt's body has barely reached the superior level. She said, curling her lips. Seeing her expression, the Golden Lion was helpless. You should be content. The potential of the All-Melt's body is too terrifying. You might even surpass your father in the future. The Golden Lion laughed. In a hidden corner of the Blood Dragon ruins. Damn it! An angry roar sounded, and black fog covered the ground. A figure sat cross-legged on a blue stone. His face was ferocious, and his anger soared into the sky. Why is there a perfected lesser tribulation, supremacy beast king in the Blood Dragon ruins? The Lord Xianyuan was very puzzled. If it wasn't for it, my plan would definitely have succeeded. Thinking of how the Golden Lion had ruined his plan, the Lord Xianyuan was furious. He sent a message to the Dark Overlord and the others, but there was no response. This made him very puzzled. Why didn't they respond? Were they all killed by the Golden Lion? The Lord Xianyuan shook his head. Perhaps they heard the news and hid long ago to cultivate in secret. No matter what, we can't stay in the Blood Dragon ruins any longer. Thinking of this, the Lord Xianyuan slowly stood up. Leave the Blood Dragon ruins as soon as possible. As for Feng Chen and his daughter in the bloody battle territory, they won't be able to escape from my hands. A cold killing intent flashed in the Lord Xuanyuan's eyes. Feng Shi's all-fusion body and Feng Chen's 2 half-step Emperor-level weapons were what he desperately wanted. No one will know about this except for me. As long as you appear in the 5 territories of the Desolate Palace, I will have a way to suppress you. After saying that, the Lord Xuanyuan's figure flashed and disappeared into the darkness. However, he did not know the relationship between the Golden Lion and Feng Chen. Otherwise, he would not dare to think like this. On the endless wasteland, tens of thousands of swords shot out and filled the sky. The dense sword lights intertwined with each other, forming a huge ball. Inside the ball, sword lights flickered, emitting a shocking sword Dao power. In the center of the ball, Feng Chen sat cross-legged with his hands on his knees. He was comprehending. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, a deafening sound came from the sword-shaped ball. The dazzling sword light emitted a series of sword cries. The golden-haired lion's body shook violently. Soon after, its gong-sized eyes opened wide as it stared intently at Feng Chen. Is it going to break through? Chapter 3039. Dong, 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 dong. There seemed to be an endless amount of energy surging in the sky. It was a shocking sight. At that moment, everyone's attention was on Feng Chen. He was like an old monk in a meditative state, sitting stiffly on the plains. His entire body was enveloped by a ball of piercingly cold sword qi. Swoosh! Rays of light filled the ball of sword qi, as if they were going to pierce through Feng Chen's body. Seeing this, Feng Shi was worried. When she saw the sword qi pierce through her father's body, she was very anxious. Don't worry. Your father has unparalleled potential. He is using his understanding of the sword principle to forcefully refine the chaos sword body. The golden-haired lion seemed to have seen through Feng Shi's worries. He explained, this method is dangerous, but it is the most effective method. Once he is able to withstand it, the chaos sword body will reach a whole new level. The golden-haired lion's eyes were filled with shock. He could not imagine that such a young martial artist would dare to do such a crazy thing. If he was in Feng Chen's shoes, he would not have done so when he was young. In fact, with Feng Chen's potential, all he needed was time. When the time was up, his strength would definitely increase. Therefore, very few geniuses would take such a risk. Rumble! A deafening sound filled the sky. The blue sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds. A vast amount of energy swooped down, forming a huge whirlpool as it descended. Within the whirlpool, a thick pillar of energy suddenly poured into Feng Chen's body. At the same time, the chaos sword body released its brightest light. Crack! The ball of sword qi that surrounded Feng Chen exploded. The violent sword qi energy quickly drilled into Feng Chen's body. After experiencing the pain of the sword qi piercing through his body, Feng Chen's body seemed to be full of holes, but in fact it was steadily improving. When the cylindrical light in the sky poured into Feng Chen's body, even the Golden Lion was completely shocked. He had once followed the Blood Dragon Realm Lord and traveled through the primordial chaos. He thought that he was very knowledgeable, especially those body refinement martial artists within the boundaries of the boundless world. They were even more innumerable. And now, the young man in front of him had created a miracle of his own. This is simply a miracle. At this moment, the Golden Lion had nothing but admiration for Feng Chen in its heart. Using his understanding of swordsmanship to forcefully temper the Chaos Sword body, and at the same time supplementing it with the power of the Blood Dragon Realm Lord's remnant body. Fang Chen experienced the grinding of life and death in just a few minutes. It was as if he had just made a trip to hell. After a short period of low, his aura began to rise rapidly. Success! Seeing this, she clenched her fists, her face full of excitement. Boom! In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, the power of the cylindrical light was completely absorbed by Fang Chen. The Chaos Sword body had undergone a qualitative leap. Whoosh! Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. The sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin flickered, resonating with the power in his body. He felt that he was full of power and he needed to vent it out. Boom! Standing up, Fang Chen clenched his fists, and the surrounding void shattered. In the next moment, the Chaos Sword body was fully activated. All the power gathered in his palm, and he threw out a punch. Dong, dong, dong. Wherever the fist passed, the void became chaotic, as if the end of the world had arrived. After a heavy bombardment, the fist light hit the ground in the distance. Kacha! The ground within a radius of 10,000 miles sank. So strong? Fang Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. Congratulations. In the air, the biting cold aura gradually dissipated. Fang Chen retracted his aura, withdrew his fist, and looked at the sinking ground. At this moment, the golden-haired lion's voice sounded. Your chaotic sword body has reached the complete royal realm. Now, you can kill any saint venerable martial artist with your physical strength alone. Even a minor tribulation venerable expert's physical body is not as strong as yours. The golden-haired lion grinned. Fang Chen was the successor recognized by the Blood Dragon Realm Lord. The stronger he was, the more confident he would be in dealing with the Desolation Palace. Father. She quickly ran to Fang Chen's side and looked at her father curiously. In her heart, her father had always been a great existence. It's all thanks to the remains of the Blood Dragon Realm Lord. Fang Chen said humbly, You don't have to be humble. With your potential, it's only a matter of time before you surpass Master. I have a feeling that I just witnessed the rise of a legend, the golden-haired lion said. The breakthrough of the Chaos Sword body had caused Fang Chen's strength to soar. If he were to face the Lord Xianyuan now, he would be able to kill him instantly. The current me should be able to gain a foothold in the Desolation Palace, right? Fang Chen murmured. If he wanted to fight against the Desolation Palace, besides the golden-haired lion, his own strength was also very important. The Blood Lord at the side was already stunned. Back then, during the meeting of the 72 cities, he felt that Fang Chen had great potential. However, he did not expect him to be so strong. The current him can probably kill me with one punch, right? The bloody battle horde Lord smiled bitterly and shook his head. He had seen through it now. Fang Chen was a dragon among men. His stage was the boundless world and the entire eastern region, not the bloody battle territory in a small place. Fortunately, my strategy back then was right. I lowered my stance and befriended him. Now, it seems that I really knew what I was doing. When he thought of the deaths of the Dark Lord, Heart Lord, and the Demon Hunter Lord, he felt lucky. At the same time, he was also grateful to the Corpse Demon. If the Corpse Demon had not infiltrated the bloody battle territory, he would not have joined forces with Fang Chen to kill it. No matter what, he had gained Fang Chen's friendship. One could imagine that from now on, the bloody battle territory would soar into the sky. This matter is over. We should leave, the golden-haired lion said. The greatest resource left behind by the Blood Dragon Realm Lord was his remains and the power he had left behind. Now that they were all obtained by Fang Chen, it was time to leave. Fang Chen glanced at the Blood Lord and said, After we leave, let's go back to the bloody battle territory first. The sky was blood red. The scorching sun shone on the ground as if it was going to roast the earth. After Fang Chen, and the rest left the Blood Dragon ruins. They bowed deeply to it. Rumble. Under their watchful eyes, the Blood Dragon ruins gradually disappeared. Master, have a safe journey. I will definitely avenge you. The golden-haired lion's voice was very heavy. My condolences. Fong Chen walked over and comforted it. Let's go, the Blood Lord said. He was not sure if there were any spies from the desolate palace here and did not want to cause trouble. A few days later, they returned to the bloody battle territory, in a garden in the mansion. What should we do next? The Blood Lord asked. Strictly speaking, he was the Lord and Fong Chen was only a protector. However, he did not dare to think so. The Dark Lord territory, the Heart Lord territory, and the Demon Hunter territory. For the time being, we do not know that their lords have fallen. They should be fine. We should not provoke them for the time being. Fong Chen muttered. Actually, I am most worried about the Xianyuan territory. You mean the Lord Xianyuan? The Blood Lord asked. If the Lord Xianyuan leaks our information, it will definitely attract the attention of the desolate palace. If it blows up, it will be difficult for us to clean up the mess. Fong Chen voiced his doubts. After all, it involved the all-fusion body and a half-step Emperor-level weapon. Even the desolate palace would be shaken because of this. After thinking for a moment, the Blood Lord said, Based on my understanding of the Lord Xianyuan, if he escapes, he will definitely not leak this matter. This is because he is too arrogant and thinks that he can destroy us with his own strength. Moreover, he is also selfish and does not want others to know about the existence of the all-fusion body. Otherwise, he would not have a share. That would be for the best. Fong Chen said, We will not make a move first and send some spies to investigate the movements in the Xianyuan territory. After that, we will make a plan. The Blood Lord said. However, it is best that Senior Golden Lion does not show up. Otherwise, once the Lord Xianyuan knows about it, he will not dare to do anything to us, even if he is given 100 guts. By then, he will definitely leak our information. Chapter 3040. There were 5 territories under the Desolation Palace. Every territory was of the utmost importance to the Desolation Palace. From the topography of the 5 territories, it could be seen who had a higher status. The territory of the Xianyuan territory was fertile and rich in cultivation resources. It was also very close to the Desolation City. At this moment, in the governor's mansion in the Xianyuan territory, bang! There was a loud noise. After the servants of the governor's mansion heard it, they trembled. They knew that it was the Lord Xianyuan who was angry. No one dared to go forward and ask, fearing that they would be punished by the Lord Xianyuan. Lord. After the Lord Xianyuan vented for a long time, the butler took a step forward and walked to the Lord Xianyuan. He asked in a low voice, May I know why the Lord is so angry? Humph! The Lord Xianyuan snorted coldly. A terrifying golden light shot out from his eyes. The air seemed to condense. A small territory, like the bloody battle territory, dares to challenge my Xianyuan territory? The Lord Xianyuan said coldly, If I hadn't been injured while exploring the ruins, I would have flattened the bloody battle territory in minutes. Bloody battle territory? Hearing that, the butler's expression changed. He immediately said, The bloody battle territory is the weakest among the 5 territories. Moreover, the Blood Lord has offended the upper echelons of the Desolation Palace. All along, the Desolation Palace wanted to banish him, but they couldn't find a suitable reason. In addition, over the years, the Blood Lord has cultivated a large number of loyal subordinates in the bloody battle territory. As a result, the Desolation Palace is unwilling to take him down easily. They are afraid that it will cause chaos in the bloody battle territory and reduce the strength of the Desolation Palace. If the Lord wants to deal with the bloody battle territory, there are many ways. Moreover, at this point, the butler chuckled and continued, If the Lord can kill the Blood Lord and take control of the bloody battle territory, the upper echelons of the Desolation Palace will be very happy. At the same time, the Lord will have a greater say in the Desolation Palace. Oh, do you have any ideas? The Lord Xianyuan asked. Under the pursuit of the Golden Mane Lion, he was severely injured and his strength was greatly reduced. Even now he had not fully recovered. Therefore, he was not willing to take the risk. It would be even better if they could subdue the enemy without fighting. My lord, our Xianyuan territory recently recruited a poison expert. The housekeeper said this poison Dao expert is very skilled. It is said that his poison is very intense. Once poisoned, even a holy venerate would not be able to resist. After 49 days, their internal organs would rot, and they would explode and die. You're saying to poison the Bloody Battle territory? My lord, after all, if we attack the Bloody Battle territory in public, what will the other 3 territories think? If they join forces, they will pose a great threat to our Xianyuan territory. If we poison him secretly, no one will know. After the Blood Lord is poisoned, Sir Lord will find an excuse to challenge him. The steward's intention was very clear. He wanted to poison the Bloody Battle territory. This was the simplest and most effective method. But the Lord of Xianyuan hesitated. Seeing the Lord of Xianyuan hesitate, the steward continued, My lord, this old servant will personally take care of this matter. Even if something happens, no one will think that it is the Lord of Xianyuan. After a long time, the Lord of Xianyuan nodded. All right, I will leave this matter to you. I will be in seclusion for a while. If there is nothing important, do not disturb me. The poison Dao expert of the Xianyuan territory was called Du Hai. He was respectfully called Master Du Hai. He was skilled in the poison Dao and often liked to refine some extremely terrifying poisons. In an elegant courtyard, poison gas filled the air. Du Hai, who was wearing a navy blue robe, was sweating profusely as he refined poison. Whoosh! He opened his hands and flames shot out. One by one, the medicinal herbs were refined by him. His body was surrounded by a shocking poison gas. In the blink of an eye, a poison pill was successfully refined. The poison Dao and the alchemy Dao are originally one. However, those arrogant old farts of the alchemy Dao looked down on the poison Dao. Du Hai looked at the poison pill in his palm and said disdainfully, One day, I will prove to those old farts that their persistence is wrong. Advancing with the times is the law of survival in this world. After saying that, Du Hai waved his sleeve, and a figure appeared out of thin air. My lord, please let me go. A man in tattered clothes was imprisoned in the void cage. This person's cultivation had reached the star, venerable level. Humph, it is your honor to use you as a guinea pig, Du Hai said coldly. Du Hai coldly said. Immediately, he used his absolute strength to suppress this person, after which he instantly placed a poison pill that he had just refined into this person's mouth. The man struggled with all his might, but when the poison entered his mouth, his body began to twitch and foam came out of his mouth. In just a breath's time he died, and even his primordial spirit was completely shattered. Star venerables can last for a breath's time. Holy venerables can last for about an hour. As for tribulation venerables, there is a 50% chance that they can force it out of their body. Du Hai smiled and said, Continue to strengthen it. One day, I will refine a poison that will make even tribulation venerables tremble in fear. Dang! Dang! Just then, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Du Hai said. The housekeeper of the Xianyuan territory walked in. Seeing the corpse on the ground and looking at Du Hai, the housekeeper asked with a smile, How is it? Is there a new poison on the market? Housekeeper. Du Hai's attitude towards the housekeeper was very good. After all, if not for the housekeeper, the Xianyuan territory would not have accepted him. No one below the tribulation venerable level can resist the poison that I just refined, Du Hai said. Oh! The housekeeper was secretly delighted when he heard that. Du Hai, you have been in the Xianyuan territory for some time. During this time, all the resources have been given to you. It is time for you to repay the Xianyuan territory, the housekeeper said. Please tell me what you need. This matter is very important to the Xianyuan territory. If you can complete the task, we will make an exception and promote you to be a protector of the territory, the housekeeper said with a smile. Du Hai's heartbeat quickened when he heard that. If he could become a protector of the Xianyuan territory, his achievements in the Tao of Poison would definitely be higher. I am willing to serve you, housekeeper. All right, listen up. After a while, Du Hai said solemnly, this small matter is nothing to me. Please rest assured, Lord Housekeeper. I will definitely complete the task. After exchanging a few words with the housekeeper, Du Hai quietly left the Xianyuan territory and headed to the Bloody Battle territory. Several days later, Overlord, did something happen? When Fong Chen passed by the garden, he saw that the Blood Lord's expression was somewhat gloomy, as if something important had happened. In the past few days, people have died mysteriously one after another. Our people have investigated carefully, but they are unable to find the cause, the Blood Lord said in a deep voice. Mysteriously died. Fong Chen immediately thought of the Lord Xianyuan. Where are the dead martial artists? I will go and take a look. The Blood Lord nodded and brought Fong Chen to a courtyard in the city, Lord's mansion. After entering the courtyard, they found a few corpses placed inside. The moment Fong Chen saw the corpses, he concluded that they had died from poison. What a tyrannical poison! It can actually kill people silently without any struggle? Fong Chen frowned. The people in front of him were all star venerables, but they were unable to resist the toxicity of the poison. If it can kill star venerables in a breath, it means that this poison is very overbearing, Fong Chen said. Who is the one who poisoned them? The Lord Xianyuan? What did you find? The Blood Lord asked when he saw Fong Chen walking over. Fong Chen shook his head and did not say anything. For the next few days, the Bloody Battle territory was very quiet. In the pitch-black night, Du Hai appeared in front of the well. I have increased the amount of poison to the maximum. I don't believe that it can't kill you. Du Hai took out a large amount of poison and threw it into the well, then disappeared into the darkness. At the same time, in a brightly lit courtyard, Fong Chen and the Blood Lord were talking by candlelight. I suspect that the person who poisoned you is from the Xianyuan territory, Fong Chen said. Their target is you and me. In order to find the person who poisoned you, I need your cooperation. No problem. To read a novel without mistakes, please visit Chapter 3041. The next day after Fong Chen's conversation with the Blood Lord, a piece of news shook the entire Bloody Battle territory. The Blood Lord was poisoned and was in grave danger. The Bloody Battle territory was searching for poison experts from all over the world. How is this possible? The Blood Lord was poisoned? Who did it? Why would they do this? Isn't the person too bold? How dare they poison the territory of the Bloody Battle territory? Everyone was discussing animatedly, trying to guess what was going on. The Blood Lord was lying on the bed in the city, Lord's residence. His face was pale and his aura was weak, as if he could die at any time. Many high-level elders gathered together to discuss a plan. Guardian Fong, do you have any ideas? Many elders hurriedly asked when they saw Fong Chen arrive. Fong Chen's face was full of regret. The poison in the Blood Lord's body is too strong. I can't do anything about it. Then what should we do? Are we going to watch the Blood Lord die? Some elders asked impatiently, what kind of poison is it that even the Blood Lord, a tribulation supremacy, can't resist? Everyone surrounded Fong Chen, their faces full of bitterness. Among the crowd, an elder secretly sized up the Blood Lord on the bed when no one was paying attention. After confirming that he was poisoned, he quietly left. In a courtyard in the Bloody Battle territory, Du Hai was leisurely sitting on a stone bench, tasting fine wine. After a while, the elder hurriedly walked over and looked around to make sure that no one was following him. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief and enter the courtyard. Master Du Hai, The elder cupped his fists at Master Du Hai and said in a low voice, "I've already confirmed that the Blood Lord was indeed poisoned. His injuries are not light, and his vitality is weak. It's very likely that he will die." Master Du Hai revealed a faint smile when he heard that. "Humph. The Blood Lord is such a weak junior tribulation supremacy. How could he be qualified to become an overlord?" Master Du Hai said coldly, "Even a slightly stronger lesser tribulation supremacy would not have ended up like this with the poison he had refined. As for the Blood Lord, he was unable to resist at all. This also showed that the Blood Lord's strength was truly very weak. I really don't understand. My lord could have killed such a weakling directly. Why did he make me go through so much trouble to secretly poison him? Could it be that they are afraid of punishment from the upper echelons of the desolate palace?" He shook his head and stopped thinking about these things. Master Du Hai raised his head and looked at the elder. "Do you know what I, Du Hai, hate the most in my life?" Du Hai asked word by word. The elder shook his head. "Master Du Hai, I've already done what you asked me to do. Shouldn't you give me the antidote now?" "This is the antidote." Du Hai flicked his finger and a black pill shot into the elder's hand. The elder hesitated for a moment before swallowing it. Pucci! As soon as the pill entered his mouth, the elder's body convulsed, and he struggled desperately. "Master Du Hai!" He screamed miserably and stretched out his hand to ask Master Du Hai for help. However, the latter's face was filled with a mocking smile. "I, Du Hai, hate traitors like you the most in my life. Therefore I grant you death." As soon as Master Du Hai said those words, the elder's body suddenly exploded. Clap, 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 clap. "Who is it?" Master Du Hai's eyes were like lightning as he suddenly looked at the void. His entire body emitted a gloomy aura. Ripples flickered in the void as sword light wreaked havoc. Fong Chen slowly walked out from within. Whoosh! Fong Chen waved his sleeve, and the courtyard was immediately sealed by the dragon sealing formation, isolating it from the outside world. "How did you discover me?" Master Du Hai was furious when he saw this. He thought that the elder of the blood battle territory had betrayed him. "Damn you!" Master Du Hai's face was ferocious as he stared at Fong Chen. In that case, the Blood Lord's symptoms of being poisoned were also faked. Master Du Hai asked. Fong Chen shook his head. "The Overlord's poisoning is naturally real. Otherwise, how could he have hidden it from you?" "Ha ha ha." Master Du Hai laughed wildly. Since the Blood Lord's poisoning was real, his mission could be considered completed. Thinking of this, he took out his communication jade pendant, wanting to send a message to the butler of the Xianyuan territory. However, he was shocked to find that the communication jade pendant was unable to send a message out. "Don't waste your energy. My dragon sealing formation isolates everything. Your communication jade pendant can't send a message out at all," Fong Chen said. "Humph, so what if I can't send a message? Do you think you can stop me?" Master Du Hai spread out his hands, and rays of black light shot out. These rays of black light contained a powerful poison. "Poison you to death," Master Du Hai said fiercely. He wanted to end the battle quickly and leave this place. However, he had underestimated Fong Chen's strength. Ignorance is the scariest. Fong Chen did not move at all. He stood there quietly as if the sea of poison did not exist. Not dodging. Seeing this, Du Hai sneered. "How dare you ignore my poison? You're dead meat." In an instant, countless rays of black light enveloped Fong Chen and seeped into his skin inch by inch. Instantly, Fong Chen's skin turned black. "You're dead meat after being poisoned by my poison." Master Du Hai's eyes flickered as he vowed. "Is that so?" However, Fong Chen took a step forward and stomped his foot. The poison that had seeped into his skin was instantly dispersed. Then he spread out his hands, and endless flames enveloped the poison. In the blink of an eye, the black poison was completely refined. "This you're fine?" The smile on Master Du Hai's face froze. His eyes widened as he stared at Fang Qin and shouted in disbelief. "In my eyes, your poison is trash." Fang Qian walked towards Master Du Hai step by step. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A holy venerate cannot resist my poison." Master Du Hai shook his head frantically. At the same time, he exerted all his strength and attacked Fang Qin. Bang! What welcomed him was a vast fist radiance. With a loud bang, his body flew out like a kite. "Pucci!" Master Du Hai spat out blood, and his face turned pale. "No!" He screamed in despair. He could not accept what had happened. Fang Qian walked over and stepped on his body. He bent down and looked at Master Du Hai. "If you kill me, the Lord Xianyuan will not let you off." Crack! One of Master Du Hai's arms was crippled. He screamed in agony. "You crack!" Another sound was heard. Master Du Hai's legs were crippled. "Stop!" Master Du Hai finally gave in. "I'm willing to be your slave. Please let me go." "Your life isn't worth anything," Fang Qin said indifferently. "However, if you help me do something, I might consider letting you go." "What is it?" Master Du Hai asked anxiously, as if he had found a life-saving straw. Fang Qin was too strong. Moreover, he could ignore his poison. He felt that death was approaching. If he could save his life, he was willing to give up everything. "Help me send a message to the Xianyuan territory. Tell them that the Blood Lord has been poisoned and is on the verge of death." "Guardian Fang is dead," Fang Qin said. "What?" Master Du Hai did not understand what Fang Qin meant. "You just have to help me send the message." Master Du Hai thought quickly. In the end, he gritted his teeth and decided to help Fang Qin send the message. "Damn the Xianyuan territory. It's all because of you that I ended up like this. Since you are so heartless, don't blame me for being unjust." He put all the blame on the Xianyuan territory and vented all his anger on the steward and the others. Under Fang Qin's control, Master Du Hai successfully sent the message back. Then he looked up at Fang Qin. "I've already done as you requested. Can you fulfill your promise now?" Master Du Hai asked. "You have a cruel heart. Who knows how many innocent people have died in your hands? What right does a person like you have to live in this world?" Fang Qin said calmly, "You promised me," before Master Du Hai could finish speaking. Fang Qin stopped him. "You believe my lies?" Immediately, Master Du Hai's face turned ashen. He struggled with all his might, but it was to no avail. Fang Qin lifted his palm. Before he slapped Master Du Hai, he said, "Oh right, I forgot to tell you. I'm the successor of the Poison Adversity Pill Association. Your poison is trash in my eyes." After saying that, he sent a palm strike toward Master Du Hai's head. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 3042. Master Du Hai thought that his poison Tao was extraordinary, but he was like an ant in front of Fang Qin. When Fang Qin said that Master Du Hai was the successor of the Poison Adversity Pill Association, one could imagine how shocked he was. There were probably not many poison Tao cultivators who did not know about the legend of the Poison Adversity Pill Association. Even though the Poison Adversity Pill Association had already declined and was even destroyed. However, to be able to dominate the ancient times and become a force that made super experts tremble in fear, one could imagine how terrifying it was. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in the world. Master Du Hai also suffered the consequences of his arrogance. After killing Master Du Hai, Fang Qin flicked his finger and a flame instantly shot out, enveloping Master Du Hai's body and burning it to ashes in the blink of an eye. After that, Fang Qin transmitted a message to the Blood Lord, informing him that the plan had succeeded. When Master Duhai died, the message he sent out was transmitted back to the Xianyuan territory. It succeeded. Hearing the message from the jade token, the butler was very excited. This was a good opportunity for him to perform a meritorious service. He immediately found the place where the Lord Xianyuan was in seclusion and woke him up. The Blood Lord is poisoned and is on the verge of death? What about Guardian Fong? The Lord Xianyuan asked. The message from Master Duhai did not mention Guardian Fong. I think he must have died under Master Duhai's poison, the butler said with a smile. The way he saw it, Fong Chen was just a protector. Even the Blood War Horde Lord could not resist the poison. So how could a mere protector resist it? The Lord Xuanyuan's eyes flickered, but he did not ask further. Help me write a letter of challenge. 3 days later, I want to challenge the Blood Lord. Yes, my lord. The butler knew that the Lord Xianyuan was creating momentum. 3 days was enough to let more people know that he wanted to challenge the Blood Lord. 3 days later, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he personally defeated and even killed the Blood Battle Warlord. His reputation in the Desolation Palace would be further strengthened. For his plan, there were only advantages and no disadvantages. Once the news spread, it caused a huge commotion. Even the Desolate Palace was secretly paying attention. Do you think the Blood Lord can withstand the Lord Xuanyuan's attack? The Lord Xianyuan is the strongest of the 5 lords. The Blood Lord has no chance of winning. This is bad. The Xianyuan territory has always been at odds with the Blood Lord territory. If the Blood Lord loses this battle, the Lord Xianyuan will definitely use this opportunity to greatly weaken the strength of the Blood Lord territory. Many cultivators in the 5 territories were discussing this matter. They were all guessing who would win this battle. Of course, most of them were leaning towards the Lord Xianyuan. After all, the latter's strength was not to be underestimated. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. In Xianyuan territory, the steward stood beside the Lord Xianyuan and reported to him what had happened in the bloody battle in the past 3 days. The Blood Lord territory did not respond to our challenge. There was no movement at all, the steward said. I think they are retreating in order to advance. They want to gain an advantage in public opinion. It's fine. Giving them 3 days to prepare is already merciful. Now, I will set off for the Blood Lord territory. The Lord Xianyuan stood up and walked towards the teleportation formation. There were teleportation formations between the 5 territories. Whoosh! A white light flashed. In the next second, the Lord Xianyuan appeared in the territory of the Blood Lord territory. The Lord Xianyuan stomped his foot and the entire ground trembled. His body floated in the air and looked down at the scarlet ground. Blood Lord, come out and fight. The Lord Xuanyuan's voice contained a powerful force and resounded in every corner of the Blood Lord territory. In the city lord's mansion, Fong Chen, who was discussing important matters with the Blood Lord, heard the voice and grinned. Finally here? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Blood Lord and Fong Chen, one in front and one behind, came to the void and looked at the Lord Xianyuan. Lord Xianyuan. The Blood Lord frowned and stared at the Lord Xianyuan. What? The great Blood Lord doesn't dare to accept the challenge? The Lord Xianyuan mocked. Fong Chen stepped forward and said calmly, You are all lords of the 5 territories and have equal status in the Desolation Palace. What qualifications do you have to challenge a lord? In the face of Fong Chen's rebuttal, the Lord Xuanyuan's eyes flashed with cold, killing intent. Who do you think you are? Who are you to interrupt? Xianyuan, I am very busy. There are many things to do in the Blood Lord territory. I have no time to argue with you. If you want to challenge me, defeat the protector of the Blood Lord territory first. After saying that, the Blood Lord's figure flashed and returned to the palace. This made the Lord Xianyuan even more certain that the Blood Lord was poisoned. Although he was curious as to why Fong Chen was unharmed, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill the Blood Lord and Fang Chen. Good, very good. The Lord Xian Yuan sneered. Since the Blood Lord doesn't give me face, don't blame me for being rude. As soon as he finished speaking, Lord Xian Yuan waved his hand, and a vast amount of energy gushed out. The entire world seemed to be trembling. To the void battlefield, Fang Chen's figure turned into a stream of light and rushed into the vast void. Whoosh! He waved his hand and set up a void battlefield in a flash. Whoosh! The Lord Xian Yuan followed closely and entered the void battlefield. Boy, you were lucky to survive in the Blood Dragon Relic. Today I will kill you. The Lord Xian Yuan bared his scarlet fangs and threatened. Is that so? I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Fang Chen smiled strangely and took out the hidden star sword. Rumble! A deafening sound came from the sky above the Blood Lord territory. Everyone who was secretly watching felt extremely shocked, but they couldn't see the situation in the void battlefield. In the city lord's mansion, the Blood Lord was a little worried. Senior, is Protector Fang all right? The golden-haired lion's huge body squatted on the ground and said indifferently, Don't worry, how can a mere 2 disasters junior tribulation supremacy defeat him? It should be known that when Fang Chen was at the early stage of the Holy Venerate realm, he could instantly kill a junior tribulation supremacy. Now that his chaotic sword body had reached the complete Emperor realm, his strength could shake mountains. What could a mere Lord Xian Yuan do? In the void battlefield, kill! The Lord Xian Yuan clenched his fist and threw out a powerful punch. Crack! The fist radiance collided with the sword radiance and exploded. The power of the immortal star course circulated in the sword radiance and instantly devoured the power of the explosion. Seeing this, the Lord Xuan Yuan's expression changed drastically. He quickly retreated and took out a battle saber. First blade of Xian Yuan. The Lord Xian Yuan was an expert of the saber Dao. At this moment, he used his ultimate technique, First blade of Xian Yuan. In the void battlefield, a dazzling saber radiance fell from the sky and cut the void apart. The saber shadow that was 100 feet thick collided with the sword radiance. Dong! The sword radiance shattered and the saber shadow that was 100 feet thick gradually dissipated. If this is all you've got, then you can die. Fang Chen didn't intend to let the Lord Xian Yuan leave alive. He was just testing the waters. He activated the chaotic sword body to the extreme, and his defense reached the peak. Sword-shaped runes flashed around his body and covered his skin completely. Then, Fang Chen's body flickered in the void and changed unpredictably. At the same time, the 7th sword of the invincible sword art was quickly displayed. Space-time sword explosion. The dazzling sword shadow continued to expand, and the immortal star core in his body was also operating rapidly to provide endless power. In an instant, the power of the space-time sword explosion increased by at least 30%. First blade of Xian Yuan, cleave the world. The Lord Xuan Yuan's eyes were scarlet, and he felt a sense of threat. He roared in anger and waved the battle saber in his hand incisively. The saber split the sky and the earth as if it was going to pierce a hole in the sky. Rumble! A powerful force surrounded the battle saber. At the same time, the violent force above the Lord Xuan Yuan's head condensed into 2 flowers of 3 disasters. Kill! The flowers of 3 disasters contain the most powerful tribulation lightning energy. When the energy was infused into the battle saber, the Lord Xuan Yuan's strength had reached its peak. If it was in the past, Fang Chen would definitely not fight head-on, but now he was confident that he could withstand the attack. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the sword radiance and the saber radiance collided with each other with infinite power. Crack! Cracks appeared on the sword radiance. The Lord Xian Yuan saw this and laughed wildly. Chapter 3043. After fusing with the power of the flower of 3 disasters, the power of the Xian Yuan saber increased rapidly. After colliding with the space-time sword explosion, it formed an absolute suppression. Just as the space-time sword explosion was about to be completely destroyed, something strange happened. The hidden star sword let out a loud sword cry, turned into a long rainbow, and rushed into the saber light. Hiss! The power of the immortal star core erupted. The space-time sword explosion that was about to shatter suddenly erupted with a powerful force, turning the tables and suppressing the saber light. The Lord Xuanyuan's expression changed, and he continued to increase his power, wanting to crush Feng Qin with absolute strength. It's useless. You will never know how powerful the Flower of Three Disasters is before you reach the lesser Tribulation Supremacy realm. The 3 calamities and 9 disasters. Every calamity could cause a martial artist's soul to scatter. Tribulation supremacies who could withstand the calamity and survive were all experts that were 1 in a million. The Lord Xuanyuan had passed 2 of the 3 disasters, and his strength was unprecedentedly strong. Having a high realm doesn't mean that you can absolutely suppress me. Feng Chen's face was still very calm. Although you are a lesser tribulation supremacy with 2 disasters, in my eyes, you are too weak. As soon as Feng Chen's voice fell, his figure suddenly disappeared. Pretentious! The Lord Xuanyuan sneered in disdain. I'd like to see how you can resist my Flower of 3 disasters. In the following time, the Lord Xuanyuan strengthened his attack. The Flower of 3 disasters above his head emitted a dazzling light, and the power of the saber continued to increase. He slashed down again and again, wanting to shatter Feng Chen's attack. This is it. Feng Chen had been secretly looking for an opportunity. Taking advantage of the Lord Xuanyuan's absent-mindedness, he finally found an opportunity. Time stop! Feng Chen's figure suddenly appeared behind the Lord Xuanyuan. As he said these words, ripples appeared in the void battlefield. Then everything calmed down. The air no longer rotated, and even time seemed to have stopped. The Lord Xuanyuan, who was attacking, stopped in the void, and the saber in his hand also stopped abruptly. The vast saber light that was entangled with the hidden star sword was also motionless. The Lord Xuanyuan's heart trembled. He struggled desperately, but to no avail. What's going on? The Xuanyuan Lord wanted to turn his head, but he couldn't. He couldn't even move. At this moment, he was completely imprisoned in the void. Xuanyuan Lord's heart was filled with shock and fear. He could sense that this was not a simple spatial imprisonment, but time stop. Impossible, it's absolutely impossible. The Lord Xuanyuan roared unwillingly. How could a weak, holy venerate cast time stop? How powerful would it take to make time stop for a short period of time? Could it be that there is an expert secretly helping him? No matter how the Lord Xuanyuan guessed, it was impossible for him to guess the result. The moment you attacked my daughter, I swore that I would kill you. Feng Chen's voice came from behind him. The Lord Xuanyuan wanted to roar in anger, but he couldn't do it. You are the first person who made me cast time stop. Therefore, I will make sure you die completely. This was because Feng Qin had an epiphany from the space-time Tao 3 days ago. Time stop in a small area. As soon as his voice fell, Feng Chan waved his hand. The hidden star sword pierced through the saber light and whistled over. When it landed in Feng Chen's palm, a cold light burst out and streaked across the Lord Xuanyuan's neck. The Lord Xuanyuan's eyes quickly dimmed. Crash! At this moment, time stop failed. Ah! A miserable scream came out of the Lord Xuanyuan's mouth. He regained his freedom, but he found that his life force was fading. He desperately pressed down on the blood spurting out from his neck. His face was ferocious. He wanted to self-destruct to drag Feng Qin down with him. Whoosh! Feng Qin faced the Lord Xuanyuan's face and punched out. This punch contained all the strength in his body. It was as heavy as Mount Tai. Crack! The Lord Xuanyuan's body, as if struck by lightning, was directly blasted into pieces by Fong Qin. At the same time, the strength in his body was completely detonated. A series of explosions sounded. The void battlefield shook and couldn't calm down for a long time. Fong Qin held the hidden star sword in his hand and looked down at the earth like a god of war. Time stop can only be maintained for a very short time. Fong Qin said lightly, "If I encounter a stronger opponent, it will break in an instant." Fong Qin put away the Lord Xuanyuan's simmering and then walked out of the void battlefield. Crash! The void battlefield disappeared, and the shaking sky gradually calmed down. Fong Qin bathed in thunder and walked proudly, shocking everyone. "Look, someone came out of the void battlefield." In the bloody battle territory, someone suddenly shouted. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were focused on the sky. When they found that the person who came was Fong Qin, they were all shocked. "It's Protector Fong." Did Protector Fong win? Where is the Lord Xuanyuan? The void battleground disappeared. Could it be that Lord Xuanyuan? Thinking of this, everyone's heart trembled. They looked at Fong Qin in disbelief, as if they were looking at a monster. Those experts who were hiding in the dark were also completely stunned. "Go back and report the news. The Lord Xuanyuan has fallen." All the forces left in a hurry. In the bloody battle territory, there was jubilation. The city, Lord's mansion, the Blood Lord and the Golden Lion saw Fong Qin return, their faces full of smiles. "Protector Fong, did you really kill the Lord Xuanyuan?" The Blood Lord asked in disbelief. Fong Qin nodded. The latter was dumbfounded. "Kid, are you trying to attract the attention of the Desolation Palace by making such a big commotion?" The Golden Lion laughed. "In this battle, the Lord Xuanyuan won, and the bloody battle territory will be in danger of being destroyed. With the death of the Lord Xuanyuan, the upper echelons of the Desolation Palace will vent their anger on the bloody battle territory. No matter what they do, the outcome will be the same." Fong Qin said, "Since the Desolation Palace has always wanted to get rid of the bloody battle territory, then we will use the bloody battle territory as our foundation and officially declare war on the Desolation Palace. After so many years, has this day finally come?" The Golden Lion was extremely excited. As for the Blood Lord, he was shocked. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The news of Fong Qin killing the Lord Xuanyuan quickly spread, and the upper echelons of the Desolation Palace were shocked. They held an emergency meeting overnight to discuss how to deal with this matter. In the Xuanyuan territory, the butler, who was anxiously waiting for the good news, fainted as if he was struck by lightning. When he woke up again, he took the teleportation formation directly to the bloody battle territory to apologize in person. He pushed all the responsibility to the Lord Xuanyuan. Originally, the Blood Lord wanted to kill him, but he was stopped by Fong Qin. The latter used a poisonous pill to control the butler and made him swear a martial arts oath. After the butler returned to the Xuanyuan territory, he regrouped and proclaimed himself as the new Lord Xuanyuan. He also announced in a high-profile manner that from now on, the Xuanyuan territory and the bloody battle territory would be in a permanent alliance. As for the other 3 territories, because the lords had not returned, they could not make any decisions. However, the Lord Xuanyuan's death had a great impact on them. In the Desolation Palace's meeting hall, "Everyone, what do you think of this matter?" the black-robed palace master asked in a deep voice. "Palace master, I've already ordered people to investigate everything about Fong Qin." An elder stood up and said, "Oh, tell me about it." This person's teleportation formation failed, and he fell outside the Piercing Cloud City, one of the 72 cities in the bloody battle territory. He was rescued by the disciples of the Piercing Cloud sect. After that, he displayed strong strength and helped the Piercing Cloud sect destroy the Blood Flame Sword sect. He also participated in the new 72 cities meeting as the Lord of 2 cities and became famous overnight. After listening to the elder's words, the palace master's expression changed. A wholly venerate martial artist could kill the Lord Xianyuan. This potential was enough for the Desolation Palace to pay attention to. In terms of potential, he's not inferior to those monstrous geniuses in the boundless world. In fact, his potential can even be ranked in the top 10 in the entire 9 realms in the eastern region. The palace master muttered, "If such a monstrous genius can be used by us, it will definitely be good." "Palace master, why don't we first send an envoy to the Bloody Battle territory to recruit Fong Qin? If he agrees, it will naturally be good. Once he refuses, the Desolation Palace can kill him in the cradle." Chapter 3044. Bloody Battle Territory. A scarlet luster shrouded the entire land, making it look abnormally demonic. Fong Chen's battle had shocked the world. Now, all the warriors in the entire Bloody Battle Territory knew that Fong Chen's strength was above Blood Lord's. In particular, the fact that he had killed Lord Xianyuan with his absolute strength had caused a great deal of discussion. Countless martial artists were in an uproar. While the outside world was discussing, the messenger of the Desolate Palace arrived quietly. "The messenger of the Desolate Palace has arrived." A voice came from outside the conference hall. Fong Chen and Blood Lord came out personally to welcome them. After all, they had not completely fallen out with the Desolate Palace, so they could not say anything. "The Desolate Palace must have come prepared," Blood Lord said softly. "It's okay. I'd like to see what they want to do." Fong Chen had a smile on his face as he looked at the teleportation formation. A white light flashed, and a few figures slowly walked out of the teleportation formation. The person leading them was a deacon of the Desolate Palace. Behind him, there were a few young supreme disciples of the Desolate Palace. Deacon Han's visit brings light to the Bloody Battle Territory. Blood Lord walked forward and welcomed him with a smile. "Blood Lord, I'd like to congratulate you. Your Bloody Battle Territory has produced an amazing supreme disciple." Deacon Han greeted Blood Lord with a smile. Then his gaze fell on Fong Qin. "You must be the rumored guardian Fong who killed the Lord Xianyuan by himself." Deacon Han looked at Fong Qin carefully as if he wanted to see through him. However, the more he looked at Fong Qin, the more he was shocked to find that he could not see through him. "Greetings, Deacon Han." Fong Qin cupped his fists. "Deacon Han, you've come from afar. Please come in." The group walked into the conference hall and sat on the armchairs. "May I know why Deacon Han is here?" Blood Lord asked. "I'm here on orders. The palace master knows that the Bloody Battle Territory has produced such a supreme disciple and thinks highly of you. He immediately said that he would reward you handsomely." Deacon Han said, "If Guardian Fong is willing, you can follow me to the Barren City. The palace master is willing to let you be an elder." Hearing this, Blood Lord's expression changed, and he looked at Fong Qin. The Desolation Palace's intention was very clear, and that was to rope in Fong Qin. "Thank you for your kindness, Palace Lord. It's just that I'm currently focused on my cultivation and don't want to be distracted." Fong Qin declined tactfully. "If I succeed in my cultivation, I will definitely head to the Barren City and assist the palace master." Fong Chen's words caused a cold killing intent to flash across Deacon Han's eyes. "Guardian Fong, are you sure you don't want to think about it? You should know that not everyone can receive such treatment. For you, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you miss it, you will regret it." Deacon Han tried hard to suppress the anger in his heart and said slowly. The few young people beside him could not hold it in anymore. They had long disliked Fong Qin. When they heard that Fong Qin had openly rejected the palace master's invitation, they were even more furious. "Fong, aren't you just a little guardian? What are you so arrogant for? The palace master invited you because he thinks highly of you. If not, just the fact that you killed the Lord Xianyuan is enough to kill you. You should thank the palace master for his kindness. Otherwise, the people who came to find you would be the Desolate Palace's law enforcement team. The few young people reprimanded Fong Qin one after another. Blood Lord frowned. Deacon Han. His tone was much more serious. He meant that this was the territory of the bloody battle after all, and the younger generation could not be presumptuous. However, Deacon Han ignored the bloody battle overlord and fixed his gaze on Fong Qin. It's normal for young people to be arrogant, but what they said is the truth. Guardian Fong, are you sure you can reject the desolate palace's invitation? Deacon Han began to threaten Fong Qin. From the beginning, Deacon Han had advocated to order Fong Qin to go to the desolate city to accept the order with an arrogant attitude. However, the other elders thought that it was inappropriate to do so. It would be best if they could use gentle means to win him over. However, if Fong Qin refused, there was no need to hold back. Anyone who dared to challenge the desolate palace would not have a good ending. So what if he was a supreme talent? A dead supreme talent would be forgotten by time. I have already made it very clear. I will focus on cultivation and do not want to ask about other things. Fong Qin said unhappily. Fong, I have tolerated you for a long time. Aren't you very arrogant? Don't you think you are very strong? Fight me if you have the ability. A man in blue jumped out and directly challenged Fong Qin. Of course, although your cultivation is at the holy venerable realm, your combat strength is comparable to a junior tribulation supremacy. If we compete like this, I will be at a disadvantage. Let's compete in physical strength. What do you think? The man in blue spoke with assurance, not feeling that he was shameless at all. Deacon Han, is this what you want? Blood Lord stood up and asked. Deacon Han closed his eyes and did not speak. Seeing this, Fong Qin shook his head gently and said, I didn't want to hurt your confidence, but since you want to challenge me, you can't blame me. With that, Fong Qin walked to the side of the man in blue. Boom! The latter's special physique was activated, and a wild power surrounded his body. Fong, I will let you know that you are nothing in the desolate palace. The man in blue suddenly punched out, and a powerful force blasted toward Fong Qin. Dong! There was a loud sound. Fong Qin did not move, and used his physical strength to resist the man in blue's punch. Is this your strength? Too weak. Fong Qin sneered, and the force of the chaos sword body sent the man in blue flying. Puchi! The man in blue vomited blood and fainted. Tung! Deacon Han, who had his eyes closed, suddenly stood up. When he saw the man in blue, his pupils shrank and his anger soared. How dare you? Deacon Han shouted. Fong Qin, you are so ruthless in a challenge between young disciples. What is your intention? Deacon Han could see at a glance that the man in blue's internal organs were damaged. Even if his injuries were healed, he would not be able to recover to his original level. This also meant that the man in blue's cultivation was crippled. Damn it! Deacon Han cursed in his heart. The physical strength of the man in blue was one of the best in the desolate palace. Fong Qin's overall strength was strong, but in terms of physical strength, the man in blue definitely had the upper hand. It was with such thoughts that he wanted to put Fong Qin in his place. However, he did not expect such an outcome. I am sorry, Deacon Han. I did not know that his physical strength was so weak. Fong Qin said apologetically, if I knew this would happen, I would have just admitted defeat. Hearing Fong Qin's words, Deacon Han was even angrier. Good, very good. Deacon Han pointed at Fong Qin and said, Is this your choice? Fong Qin remained silent and looked at Deacon Han quietly. You will regret this. Deacon Han flung his robe and turned to leave. The other disciples hurriedly left with the man in blue. Guardian Fong, isn't this a little reckless? Blood Lord asked. What will come, Fong Qin said calmly. After Deacon Han and the others left, Fong Qin quietly left the bloody battle territory to do something very important. After Deacon Han and the others returned to the desolate city, they were instantly enraged. Is the bloody battle territory trying to go against the desolate palace? Humph! I have already said that the bloody battle territory should not exist, but you did not listen. I begged the palace master to agree to lead the troops to flatten the bloody battle territory. Many elders were extremely dissatisfied with this incident. Deacon Han and the others represented the desolate palace to invite Fong Qin. Not only did they not succeed, but one of them was also crippled by Fong Qin. They could not take this lying down. The 5 territories under the desolate palace are vast and have countless experts. A mere bloody battle territory wants to rebel? Ridiculous. Yes, immediately take action against the bloody battle territory and destroy it. Divide the bloody battle territory. From now on, it will be 4 territories. Amidst the angry voices of the crowd, Deacon Han met the desolate palace master. What do you think of this boy? The desolate palace master asked calmly. Palace master, this boy has a strong physical body and unparalleled potential, but his temperament is not good. He will not be able to achieve great things, Deacon Han said. The desolate palace master nodded. I understand. He already knew how to choose. Chapter 3045. Blood Battle Territory. The golden-haired lion's huge body sat cross-legged in the courtyard. Opposite him, Swordlord looked into the distance anxiously. He paced back and forth, unable to sit still. Senior, why isn't Guardian Fong back yet? It was no wonder that Swordlord was anxious. If it were someone else, they would probably be more anxious than him. After all, Fong Chen's actions were tantamount to slapping the desolate palace's face. He had completely fallen out with the desolate palace. One could imagine that after Deacon Han returned and reported the truth, the upper echelons of the desolate palace would definitely be furious. They would definitely not allow a potential genius that they could not control to appear in the territory of the desolate palace. Therefore, they would definitely attack Fong Qin. Moreover, they would take this opportunity to kill him as well. Don't be anxious. The golden-haired lion's gong-sized eyes were tightly shut, as if he was not anxious at all. As expected, as soon as the golden-haired lion finished speaking, there was the sound of something breaking through the air. Fong Chen's figure appeared out of thin air. Guardian Fong. Seeing this, Swordlord was overjoyed and hurriedly called out. How did it go? Swordlord asked anxiously. Fong Qin nodded with a smile on his face. Although there were some thorny problems in the process, overall, it went very smoothly. Fong Qin said slowly, the 3 territories are already under my control. Fong Qin had secretly infiltrated the 3 territories and used poison as a lure to secretly control and support a new lord. Although the process seemed simple, it was actually very difficult. During this process, Fong Qin had to prevent his identity from being exposed, and he had to use poison to threaten them. There were a few elders in the Demon Hunter territory who were not afraid of death. Even if they were poisoned, they still wanted to attack Fong Qin. However, in the end, they were all killed by Fong Qin. Now, the 3 territories were under his control on the surface. Secretly, Tian Xan had the Demon Hunter bloodline, so he stayed in the Demon Hunter territory and secretly passed on information. Fong, she stayed in the territory of darkness, while Kong Jiu stayed in the territory of heart. In addition to the steward of the Xianyuan territory, who had previously submitted to Fong Qin, all 5 territories were under the control of Fong Qin at this moment. All along, the desolate palace had thought highly of themselves and thought that their control over the 5 territories was very strict. However, little did they know that it was full of loopholes. There were a few territories that were constantly accumulating power, preparing to deal a fatal blow to the desolate palace at the critical moment. Until now, the desolate palace did not know that the 5 territories had all failed and had betrayed them. At this moment, the Desolation Palace was dispatching experts to the bloody battle territory. Impressive. The Golden Lion opened its eyes and gave Fong Qin a thumbs up, praising him. He rarely praised others, but he was full of praise for Fong Qin. The more he interacted with Fong Qin, the more frightened he became. Fang Chen's physical potential was already heaven-defying. However, his potential in the Sword Dao and the Space-Time Dao was much stronger than his physical potential. The Golden Lion could not imagine who in the younger generation in the world could match him. Even Gu Tianhua and Lin Qian, who were at the same realm, were not as dazzling as Fang Chen. Your potential in the Space-Time Dao is the strongest I have seen in countless years, the Golden Lion said. Fang Chen grinned. He was taught by the Bone Progenitor, but later created his own Space-Time Dao system. Strictly speaking, he could be called the ancestor of the Space-Time Dao. Not long ago, he had comprehended the Space-Time Dao and had comprehended the powerful ability of Time Stop. This time he had secretly infiltrated the 3 territories by using Time Stop as a means to complete the mission so easily. Great! Our faction is now beginning to take shape, and we can fight against the Desolate Palace. The Blood Lord shouted excitedly. However, the Desolate Palace Master is extremely powerful and famous in the boundless world. It is said that his strength has reached the level of a great tribulation supremacy. I can stop the Desolate Palace Master, but I can't guarantee that I can defeat him, said the Golden Lion. He had followed Fang Chen and the Blood Lord out for revenge. His mission was to stop the Desolate Palace Master. As for the rest, he could leave it to Fang Chen. Although he is a great tribulation supremacy expert, it is not a problem for me to hold him back with my talent. When the Desolate Palace is completely destroyed, his momentum will be gone, and we will join forces to encircle him, said the Golden Lion. Fang Chen nodded and looked at the Blood Lord. How is the boundless world? In fact, this was what Fang Chen was most concerned about. After all, the Desolate Palace was one of the 36 palaces under the boundless world. If the Desolate Palace was destroyed, would the boundless world be angry? The boundless world was one of the 9 worlds in the eastern region. Its leader was a sector lord expert, a true upper echelon of the primordial chaos. Once he was angry, the few of them would not be able to resist. The boundless world's management of the 36 palaces is very lax. Usually, they will not interfere with their internal affairs, as long as they pay tribute on time, said the Blood Lord. Tens of thousands of years ago, there was once an expert who came to the territory of the boundless world and launched a fierce attack on a certain palace. In the end, the palace was destroyed, and he replaced it to build a new palace. The Blood Lord continued. After the upper echelons of the boundless world knew about it, not only did they not punish him, they even rewarded him. According to the upper echelons of the boundless world, the palace masters of the 36 palaces who have the ability to go up. It seems that the competition of the 36 palaces is much more intense than I imagined, said Fang Chen. In that case, let's proceed according to the original plan, said the Golden Lion. I will not take action casually. I will stop the Desolate Palace Master in the dark. The rest will depend on you guys. Don't worry. This time, we will definitely destroy the Desolate Palace, said the Blood Lord in a deep voice as he clenched his fists with a burning gaze. Time passed. News after news spread out from the desolate city. These news were basically the same. They were all spreading the news of the bloody battle territory betraying the Desolate Palace. In the news, Fang Chen and the Blood Lord were villains who colluded with each other. For the sake of their own greed, they even plotted to kill the Lord Xian Yuan with the intention of instigating internal strife among the 5 major territories. At the end of the news, the Desolate Palace issued a final ultimatum to the bloody battle territory. They were given 3 days to head to the desolate city to apologize. Otherwise, the Desolate Palace would flatten the bloody battle territory. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. As soon as this news appeared, it quickly swept across the entire territory of the Desolate Palace. In every corner, countless warriors were discussing this matter. In this territory, the Desolate Palace was the absolute overlord. They ruled over the 5 major territories, and almost no one dared to offend them. However, now, the bloody battle territory was openly challenging the Desolate Palace. How can the bloody battle territory compare to the desolate palace's foundation. The bloody battle territory is a little too conceited. Do they think that they can go against the desolate palace master just because they have a protector who can kill the Lord Xianyuan? It's over. The bloody battle territory is finished. Many people looked down on the bloody battle territory. They thought that their challenge was like throwing an egg at a rock. However, in the face of the overwhelming discussions from the outside world, the bloody battle territory remained silent and did not make any response. It was said that someone saw a defensive formation looming around the bloody battle territory. They had entered a state of alert and were ready to fight at any time. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. When 3 days had passed, everyone knew that a war was inevitable and could break out at any moment. The desolate palace master gave an order. With the great elder as the leader, the mighty army left the desolate city and headed for the bloody battle territory. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly tense. Countless people held their breaths, wanting to witness this war. Bloody battle territory, bloody battle city. The current bloody battle city was completely enveloped by Fong Chen's strengthened version of the dragon ceiling formation. Everything is ready. The Blood Lord came to the city wall and said in a low voice. Fong Chen nodded. His pitch-black eyes looked at the distant horizon. The golden-haired lion was hiding in the dark, waiting for the desolate palace master to arrive. When the war begins, I will take the lead to kill the upper echelons of the desolate palace. Fong Chen said, with the protection of the dragon ceiling formation, they will not be able to break through the bloody battle city. Let the weaker warriors hide in the bloody battle city. Don't worry, I have already arranged everything, the Blood Lord said. He was inexplicably excited in his heart. The war horn had already sounded. Once they won, they were destined to go down in history. Chapter 3046. White clouds floated slowly in the blue sky. There was a faint fragrance in the air. Outside of Bloody Battle City, green grass could be seen everywhere, thriving and flourishing. Everything was as beautiful as a paradise, making people temporarily forget the pressure brought about by the war. A black robe fluttered in the wind on the city wall. A figure stood proudly. Sword-shaped runes flickered on his body. All the long swords within 100-mile radius seemed to have become heavy. Lord, will we succeed in waging war against the Desolation Palace? Someone whispered and asked the Blood Lord. Yes, our bloody battle territory's foundation is too shallow. How can we be compared to the Desolation Palace? The others also looked at the Blood Lord with worried faces, waiting for his reply. The Blood Lord's black eyes stared at the figure on the city wall and muttered, "With him around, we will succeed." Woo, woo, woo. Under the tranquil sky, the howling of malicious ghosts suddenly rang out. Immediately after, an overwhelming dark aura swept over. Countless vibrating forces intertwined in the sky, as if they were going to drown the entire land. At a glance, the green grass on the ground was annihilated by the dark aura. The surging dark aura was so terrifying. Are they finally here? He had been waiting for a long time. The army of the Desolation Palace had finally arrived. Blood Lord, come out and receive your death. Rumble. Under the lead of the first elder, the vast and mighty army arrived with a whistling sound, sweeping up a wild storm. When they were close to Bloody Battle City, they stopped moving forward. The great elder stood in the air and looked at Fong Chin from a distance. He scolded coldly. Blood Lord, you have betrayed the Desolation Palace. You should be killed. The Grand Elder continued. As for all of you, if you withdraw now, you'll still be able to protect yourselves. If all of you persist in going about things the wrong way and continue to assist the wicked, then the day my Desolation Palace flattens the blood battle territory will be the day all of you perish. The Great Elder's voice was very loud. It spread through the dragon ceiling formation and spread throughout the entire Bloody Battle City. The Desolation Palace is too strong. We're just waiting for death here. That's right, I am willing to follow the footsteps of the Desolation Palace. Leave this place quickly. Otherwise, you will definitely die." Among the crowd, some people's hearts began to waver. They began to form groups of 3 to 5 and walked towards the city gate. Pucci. Seeing this, the Blood Lord's figure flashed, and an unparalleled blood-red light flashed past. Blood-curdling screams could be heard as the streets were filled with blood. Corpses fell to the ground one after another. "You have disturbed the army's morale," the Bloodbath Territorial Lord said sternly. "My Bloodbath Territorial Lord has accumulated enough strength. The Desolate Palace is not as powerful as we imagined. With Protector Fong, anything is possible. I pledge my life to protect Bloody Battle Territory." On the city wall, Fong Chun narrowed his eyes and looked at the people from the Desolate Palace. Since the Blood Lord dared to betray the Desolation Palace, yet he does not dare to appear here. Is he going to be a coward? The Great Elder sneered. "And you, as the Blood Battle City's protector, you violated the rules of the Desolation Palace and publicly killed the Lord Xianyuan. This is already a capital offense. However, the Desolation Palace cherishes talents and will not be calculative about your sins. As long as you join the Desolation Palace, it will be fine. However, you arrogantly refused and even injured the emissary. With all these evil deeds combined, you deserve death." When the word death was spoken, the entire ground shook. Do you think that a mere formation can stop the Desolation Palace's iron hooves? The first elder chuckled. Soon after, he waved his hand, and the vast army behind him began to attack. Dong! The vast attack gathered together and violently bombarded the Dragon Ceiling Formation. Rumble! Under the powerful attack, the Dragon Ceiling Formation was on the verge of collapse. However, it held on in the end. Seeing this, the Great Elder's expression changed. He stared at the Dragon Ceiling Formation. "Interesting," the Great Elder murmured. Swoosh! At this moment, a bright light shot out from the sky. It was so fast that no one could react in time. "Finally, you can't help but take action?" Fong Chen's face was calm, as if everything was under his control. Just as the resplendent ray of light was about to collide with the Dragon Ceiling Formation, a large claw appeared out of nowhere and forcibly blocked the ray of light. Crack! The light shattered and a deafening sound was heard. A furious roar rang out from the heavens, followed by the appearance of a battlefield in the void. Fong Chen knew that the golden-haired lion had stopped the master of the Desolation Palace. The Desolation Palace is inhumane and has violated the heavens. I rule on behalf of the heavens. Today, the Desolation Palace will be overthrown and rebuilt. Fong Chen's voice was like rolling thunder. "How dare you!" The Great Elder attacked furiously and punched the Dragon Ceiling Formation. Buzz! The Dragon Ceiling Formation blocked his attack and forced him to retreat. "Do you only dare to make a ruckus in this formation?" The Great Elder's face was ferocious, and he was completely furious. Whoosh! Fong Chen took a step forward and arrived outside the formation. "Today, everything will end. You're courting death." Someone from the Desolation Palace's army was a step ahead of the Great Elder and attacked Fong Chen. "You're courting death." Seeing the ferocious attack, Fong Chen raised his hand and struck out with his palm. Crack! The palm print broke through the sky with an imposing aura. With just one palm, an extreme, holy venerate expert was killed. Seeing this scene, many minor tribulation supremacies could no longer hold back. 5 minor tribulation supremacies jumped out at once. However, they were only minor tribulation supremacies who had survived one calamity and posed no threat to Fong Chen. "Kid, you're dead." The 5 minor tribulation supremacies surrounded Fong Chen and used their strongest attacks. "You're too weak." Fong Chen's face was as calm as the wind and clouds, as though this was not a war at all. The star-concealing sword slowly appeared. Fang Chen held the sword hilt and swung it fiercely. The seventh move of the invincible sword technique, the space-time sword explosion, was used. Just as the 5 minor tribulation supremacies were about to attack wildly, they were suddenly shocked to find that their bodies could not move. They cursed inwardly and struggled desperately, but it was to no avail. Time stop? Seeing this, the great elder stomped his foot and suddenly rushed to the side of the 5 minor tribulation supremacies. He punched out again and again, trying to break through the void. Pucci! A cold light flashed, and the sword light exploded. A head slowly fell to the ground. The first one. Fang Chen also spat out a sentence. Time stop combined with the space-time sword explosion. The attack power was off the charts. With Fang Chen's current strength, the 1 minor tribulation supremacies had no power to resist at all. It was simply an instant kill. Even the 2 minor tribulation supremacies could not help. Damn it. The first elder's heart was burning with anxiety as he watched the lesser tribulation supremacy die. At the same time, he was burning with anger. I'm going to tear you into pieces. The great elder no longer bombarded the void and attacked Fang Chen. Pucci! When the great elder's attack came, the star-concealing sword had already harvested the head of the 5th minor tribulation supremacies. Dong! Then the tip of the star-concealing sword suddenly turned and stabbed at the great elder. The latter felt a strong pressure and spat out a mouthful of essence blood on his weapon, barely blocking the attack of the star-concealing sword. At the same time, his body was also sent flying. How is this possible? The mighty army of the Desolation Palace was completely shocked. They widened their eyes, unable to believe what they had seen. Fang Chen had killed 5 minor tribulation supremacies with his own strength. This was too heaven-defying, wasn't it? At this time, their hearts began to waver. Would the Desolation Palace be able to resist this person's attack with all their strength? At this moment, the battle in the void battlefield had also entered a white-hot stage. Although the golden-haired lion's cultivation was not as high as the Desolation Palace master's, his innate ability was too strong and could entangle him. Get lost. The Desolation Palace master roared and kicked the golden-haired lion away. However, the golden-haired lion soon appeared beside him again. You're just a 3 minor tribulation supremacies, and you want to stop me? The Desolation Palace master said coldly with killing intent. You're a great tribulation supremacy, and I'm just a minor tribulation supremacy. I naturally can't defeat you, but as long as I stop you, the Desolation Palace will fail. The golden-haired lion grinned. Hearing this, the Desolation Palace master subconsciously lowered his head to look at the battlefield. He was stunned by what he saw. Chapter 3047. How is this possible? The Desolate Palace master cried out. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the battlefield below. It should have been a one-sided situation, but now it had turned out like this. How can he be so strong? Obviously, the Desolate Palace master had underestimated Fang Chen's strength. At this moment, Fang Chen was unstoppable. His body exuded a powerful aura, as if he could hold back 10,000 men alone. He was fighting the people of the Desolate Palace alone, and most importantly, they didn't have any power to resist. Pucci! A majestic sword light flashed, and a minor tribulation supremacy elder slowly fell to the ground. The cold corpse reflected the cruelty of war. In Bloody Battle City, many warriors, including the Bloodlord, were already stunned. Although the scene of Fang Chen killing the Lord Xinyuan was still vivid in their minds, they were shocked to see Fang Chen slaughtering the entire Desolate Palace alone like a demon god. He's too strong. It's simply unimaginable. Many warriors in Bloody Battle City cheered. At this moment, they felt that the Desolate Palace wasn't as terrifying as they had imagined. The legendary indestructible myth had been shattered. Crack! Fong Qin stepped out and instantly shattered an attacking elder of the desolate palace. Then his figure flashed and appeared in front of the great elder. "You!" At this moment, the great elder finally felt a trace of fear. No, the great elder wanted to resist, but it was too late. Time stood still. This was the true meaning of time standing still. It was many times more powerful than what Fong Qin had comprehended when he was in the ancient Saint Chaos. When Fong Qin comprehended time standing still, the Tao of space-time had increased by a large margin. From now on, the Tao of space-time was the true great Tao. Everything in the world stood still, including time and space. The great elder stood in the void in a daze, watching Fong Qin approach step by step with a bitter smile on his face. Even before Zhang Xian arrived, his domineering sword qi had already pierced through the void and whizzed toward Zhang Xian. The great elder felt the pressure on his body suddenly increase, as if his entire body was about to shatter. The dazzling sword light enveloped his body, and he felt a heart-wrenching pain. "Even the Lord Shenyuan was killed by me. Who do you think you are?" Fong Chen's voice spread out. The mighty army of the Desolation Palace had long been scared out of their wits as they retreated continuously. "Stop!" Just as Fong Chen clenched his fist and was about to throw a punch, a furious voice was heard from the distant horizon. Next, a piercing sound could be heard as a black shadow approached from afar. It quickly arrived in front of Fong Chen. Whoosh! He lightly tapped his finger. Immediately, the time stop that was on the verge of collapse shattered with a loud bang. At the same time, a large hand pulled the first elder's body away. He took a few steps back and stabilized himself. The sudden turn of events left everyone dumbfounded, especially those in Bloody Battle City. "What's going on?" Swordlord opened his eyes wide, not knowing what had happened. The first elder had been restrained by Fong Qin and was unable to move. He was about to die, but a mysterious figure had come to his aid. "I haven't come out for many years. I didn't expect a genius like you to appear in this tiny place. The younger generation will surpass us in time." The black-robed old man stroked his beard and put the first elder aside. His pitch-black eyes looked at Fong Qin as he spoke with a smile. Every move he made was able to emit a shocking power, as if he wanted to flatten the world. "Ancestor." The first elder, who was still in shock, was excited when he saw the black-robed old man. He immediately cupped his fists and greeted him. The mighty army of the Desolation Palace had finally found their backbone. They saw the hope of victory again, and all of them shouted the name of the ancestor. On the other hand, when the people in Bloody Battle City found out that this person was the ancestor of the Desolation Palace, their hearts turned to ashes and they collapsed. How can this be? Didn't the Desolation ancestor die a long time ago? Damn it, why did he appear? Isn't this bullying? The Desolation ancestor became famous millions of years ago. His strength is unfathomable. What can we use to resist him? Discussions started to spread everywhere. The determination in everyone's hearts started to waver. In the void outside the city walls, Fong Qin stood and looked calmly at the black-robed old man. "Desolation ancestor?" Fong Qin narrowed his eyes and said softly, "The Desolation Palace is my root. I won't allow anyone to destroy it. Even if you're a peerless genius, I won't allow it." Forefather Desolate said, "The Desolate Palace is the ruler of this world. This was set by Realm Lord Boundless. You want to rebel with the likes of you? What a joke." The Desolation ancestor's words were very domineering. He directly announced that the rebellion of the Bloody Battle City was impossible. "Ancestor, this person is vicious. Not only did he kill the lords of the Desolation Palace, he even tried to incite internal strife. He deserves death." The first elder cupped his fists and said he still had lingering fear in his heart, especially when he thought of Fong Chen's terrifying space freezability. It was simply unbelievable. Such a genius had to be eliminated. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the future. Junior, are you willing to join the Desolation Palace and take me as your master? The barren wasteland patriarch nodded lightly. He had his own judgment. He looked at Fong Qin, feeling a sense of appreciation for his talent. Fong Qin didn't speak and continued to look at the Desolation Ancestor quietly. What? You're not willing? The Desolation Ancestor's face darkened. To be able to comprehend time freeze at such a young age, his potential was too terrifying. If such a person couldn't be used, then he had to be eliminated at all costs. The great Desolation Ancestor, a half-step realm lord, actually lowered his status to attack a junior like me. What a joke! Fong Qin finally spoke, as if he wasn't afraid of the Desolation Ancestor at all. How dare you? Do you have the right to criticize the Ancestor? The Grand Elder scolded. If not for the fact that the Ancestor cherishes talent, you would have been dead. That's not what you said just now. Fong Qin glanced mockingly at the First Elder and said disdainfully, If not for the Desolation Ancestor, you would have been beheaded, right? What right does a loser have to point fingers at me? The Grand Elder was furious to be humiliated by Fong Qin in front of everyone. You're courting death. The First Elder stomped his foot, and his figure turned into a stream of light as he charged towards Fong Qin abruptly. Scram! Fong Qin didn't even look and threw out a punch. Dong dong dong! A vast fist light slammed into the Grand Elder's body, quickly neutralizing his attack and forcing him to retreat. Dong dong dong! The Grand Elder stabilized himself and wanted to continue attacking, but he was stopped by the Desolation Ancestor. You're not his match. Hearing this, the Grand Elder glared at Fong Qin and retreated behind the Desolation Ancestor. Junior, your ability to stop time is indeed very strong, but it's only enough to deal with ordinary junior tribulation supremacies. It's useless against me, said the barren wasteland patriarch. The only thing you can rely on is that golden lion, right? Unfortunately, its innate ability can only hold the Desolation Palace master back. If you want to overthrow the Desolation Palace, what can you use to stop me? As the Desolation Ancestor spoke, he took a step forward and a powerful aura came pressing down. The oppressive power swept across the land. Dong! At the same time, a deafening sound exploded in the void battlefield. Then, two streams of light descended from the sky. The Desolation Palace Master and the Golden Lion also noticed the scene below and stopped fighting. Ancestor. The Desolation Palace Master looked at the Desolation Ancestor with a smile. You're becoming more and more useless as a Palace Master. The Desolation Ancestor scolded with a straight face. Ancestor. The Desolation Palace Master wanted to explain, but was stopped by the Desolation Ancestor. He looked at the Golden Lion and said, Little Lion, your innate ability is not bad, but it's a pity that your cultivation is too low. If I'm not wrong, you should be the lion by the Blood Dragon Realm Lord side, right? Hearing this, everyone's hearts were filled with shock. They didn't expect that the Golden Lion in front of them would have such a powerful background. Since you know, you should also know why I'm doing this, the Golden Lion said coldly. Chapter 3048. The Desolate Ancestor knew the grudge between the Blood Dragon World Lord and the Desolate Palace better than anyone else. When he saw the Golden Lion, he knew that this matter wouldn't end without a conclusion. The Blood Dragon World Lord has already fallen. What can a little lion like you do? The Desolate Ancestor said in disdain. The Desolate Palace is the ruler of this world. This was set by the world Lord Wu Yi himself. How dare you rebel? You're courting death. Today, everyone who participated in the rebellion will be killed along with their families. Clap, clap, clap. Fong Qin clapped his hands gently, making a crisp sound. As expected of the Desolate Ancestor. How impressive. Fong Qin's face was filled with sarcasm, as if he didn't care about the Desolate Ancestor at all. Even the golden-furred lion was curious. Fong Qin's actions were out of the ordinary. What was he thinking? Did he have a backup plan that could block the desolate ancestor's attack? In an instant, the Golden Lion fell into deep thought. The Blood Lord was even more bitter. When the desolate ancestor appeared, he knew that today's battle was destined to be difficult. He only hoped to survive in the battle. Otherwise, everything would be empty talk. Arrogant words. You deserve death. The desolate palace master scolded. At the same time, he appeared in front of Fong Qin in a flash, wanting to kill him. Dong! The Golden Lion roared and punched out, blocking the desolate palace master's attack and forcing him to retreat. With me around, the desolate palace can forget about touching him. The Golden Lion glared at the desolate palace master. Hurry up and leave. I'll stop them. The Golden Lion was prepared to die. With the desolate ancestor around, he had no chance. His talent could only hold the desolate palace master back. There was an even stronger, desolate ancestor. No one could stop him. He was a half-step world god expert. Who could stop him? Aren't you afraid? The desolate ancestor wasn't in a hurry to attack. He looked at Fong Qin curiously. At this moment, Fong Qin's face was calm, without any trace of fear. The barren wasteland ancestor didn't understand. Could it be that this kid still had some tricks up his sleeve? Or was he deliberately putting on an act so that he could escape when he was unprepared? Why should I be afraid? Fong Qin shrugged and said, I've said it before. After today, the desolate palace will completely disappear. How dare you? The desolate palace master was enraged and attacked at lightning speed. Roar! The golden-furred lion let out a long roar towards the sky and tangled with the desolate palace master. At this moment, the desolate patriarch walked towards Fong Qin step by step. His eyes were filled with killing intent. I'd like to see who can save you. In the blink of an eye, the desolate ancestor appeared in front of Fong Qin. At the same time, he punched out. Rumble. It looked like a simple punch, but it contained a very powerful force. Is this the power of a half-step universe god? Although Fong Qin had encountered experts of half-step universe god realm before, it was his first time facing one in person. Kacha! The chaotic sword body was fully activated and a crisp sound was heard. The sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin flickered rapidly as if they were about to shatter. So strong! Fong Qin felt a strong pressure. His chest was heaving up and down, and his breathing was not smooth. Invincible sword principle, space-time sword explosion. Fong Qin took out the hidden star sword and performed the space-time sword explosion. At the same time, time stood still. The entire heaven and earth was still. The air in the void was completely confined. The desolate ancestor, who was charging towards Jian Wushuang, stopped in his tracks. However, in just a breath's time, time stopped, and the desolate ancestor's attack came whistling towards Jian Wushuang. Dong! The hidden star sword let out a resonant hum. With an extremely powerful, invincible sword light, it viciously slammed into the ancestor's fist. Kacha! The desolate ancestor's attack was too strong. Fong Qin couldn't block it at all. The invincible sword light shattered. Although Fong Qin performed the space-time escape technique and changed his body, he was still swept by the desolate ancestor's fist. Bang! Fong Qin's clothes were stained with blood. His aura fluctuated and he swayed. What's the use of having strong potential? The desolate ancestor continued to walk towards Fong Qin. His lips curled into a contemptuous smile. In his opinion, Fong Qin was already a dead man. Stop! The golden-furred lion, who was fighting with the desolate palace master, roared angrily. He wanted to break through the desolate palace master's blockade and save Fong Qin. However, under the desolate palace master's full attack, he couldn't escape. Save Guardian Fong. At this moment, Blood Lord gritted his teeth and made a crazy move. At his command, the Bloody Battle Territory's army rushed out of Bloody Battle City and charged towards the desolate ancestor. They hoped to stop the desolate ancestors' attack at the cost of their own lives and buy time for Fangchen. Kacha! The desolate ancestor waved his hand, and a mighty force rushed into the army. In the blink of an eye, the bloody battle territory's army was wiped out. Corpses piled up like mountains and blood flowed like rivers. Looking at the devastated land, Swordlord was in a daze. This was the bloody battle territory that he had painstakingly built. Was it going to disappear in the river of history, just like that? I can't accept this. Swordlord closed his eyes in pain and waited for death to come. Whoosh! A sword light flashed and Fangchen suddenly appeared in front of Swordlord. He swung his sword, barely blocking the barren ancestor's attack. Go back. Fangchen pushed Swordlord back into Bloody Battle City and faced the desolate ancestor alone. You can't even block a single attack from me, and you want to be the savior? The desolate ancestor looked at Fangchen mockingly. Do you think you've won? Fangchen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly, What do you think? The desolate ancestor shrugged and said disdainfully, In the face of absolute strength, everything is nothing. However, as soon as he said that, voices echoed in all directions. That's right, in the face of absolute strength, everything is nothing. As soon as he said that, the entire world shook. Even the golden-furred lion and the desolate palace master who were fighting stopped abruptly. What's going on? Who is it? The desolate palace master's heart trembled. That voice made his primordial spirit feel pain. It was unbelievable. Who is it? The desolate ancestor looked up at the sky and said coldly, What are you trying to do? Rip. A crack that was 1,000 feet long appeared in the void, and a black-robed elder walked out slowly. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Fangchen. Light flowed around his body, making him look natural. How have you been? The black-robed elder looked at Fangchen and grinned. Senior Dragon Elephant. Fangchen cupped his fists at the black-robed elder. Who are you? There's no martial artist like you in the desolate palace's territory. The desolate ancestor frowned and asked in a deep voice. He sensed a dangerous aura from the black-robed old man. He had never seen this person in the boundless world and had never heard of him. It doesn't matter who I am, the black-robed elder said with a smile. This person is fated with me. I taught him cultivation, personally, and I don't want to see him die here. Humph. He tried to instigate internal strife in the desolate palace. He must die, the desolate ancestor said in a deep voice. His aura surged as he confronted the black-robed elder. So there's no room for negotiation? The black-robed elder asked calmly. The desolate ancestor didn't answer the black-robed elder. He turned to look at Fangchen and said, Is this what you're relying on? Isn't it enough? Fangchen asked in return. Boom! Old Master Baron exuded a vast amount of power from his body. In a flash, he charged towards Fangchen. Do you really think I don't exist? As he spoke, the black-robed elder stretched out a palm. A terrifying power surrounded him and stopped the desolate ancestor. You, the barren ancestor, retreated step by step. His heart was in turmoil as he stared at the black-robed old man in disbelief. Sector Lord Realm. The desolate ancestor cried out. The entire desolate plains was in an uproar. The desolate palace army was even more dispirited. How could they fight against a Sector Lord Realm expert? A Sector Lord Realm expert was an extraordinary existence. In the entire boundless world, only the boundless world Sector Lord was a super expert at the Sector Lord Realm. It could be said that a Sector Lord Realm expert could destroy the desolate palace with a flip of his hand. One could only imagine how terrifying a Sector Lord Realm expert was. Who exactly are you?